strange here in this environment, but I apologize for everyone who is attending online for this slight delay. Very warm greeting to all board members, technical advisors, official observers, staff, and other observers, whether in person or joining virtually. And a special greeting also to our IESBA colleagues who are holding their meeting this week in New York. Welcome to everyone, and warm greetings to everyone. This time, I'm not going to greet everyone and all groups in particular. We don't have much time, and we have a very special session this morning with Paula Franco, President of OCC. You have seen Paula yesterday at the conference, and it's really a privilege and a pleasure to welcome Paula to be with us here today in this opening session. But before I give the floor to Paula, first I need to thank all the heroes behind this meeting in Lisbon, which was not easy to organize, but of course gives me a very special pleasure that we managed to do it. Our sponsors, João Duque, Dean of this school that is hosting us and allowing us to hold the meeting in this very beautiful and special room, Paula Franco, President of OCC, who were the biggest supporters of our conference, without whom it would not have been possible. But I must say that Paula and OCC have been our friends, not this week, but for a long time already. Some of you have enjoyed the pleasure and the privilege of holding task force meetings at OCC offices. And it was not only the space and the rooms, but all the support besides the meetings. So they are officially part of the family, and they are our official friends since already a long time. And I hope that this relationship and this collaboration will just improve over time, because it's not only a matter of being a privilege, it's important. And from a conversation that we were having right now, just now, which of course and as usual inspired me for us to do a few things, I think that we have a great path ahead of us working together. Thank you very much, Paula, and thank you also, João, who is sitting behind and who was working with Rui, making everything possible. So I also want to thank our staff, and in particular the IESBA communications team, for the great effort they made to make that conference possible. I think that it's not possible to describe and imagine what it meant in terms of work, days, nights, months, etc., to make that possible, to achieve what we achieved yesterday. And I'll have time, I hope, to speak about the conference. But for now, I'll just share that I'm happy, proud, and humbled by what happened yesterday in this school at ISEG with the IESBA conference. The reactions and the feedback, the impact has been incredible until now. The number of messages that I'm not even able to respond, I'm completely lost. It's amazing, and I don't think that it's only because people want to be nice with us. It was really impactful, and this is due to this IESBA team, the whole team, because they all worked for this objective. But a very special word to the communications team, who went through very difficult times, but with a lot of dedication, inspiration, and commitment. So I'll keep my remarks short, which is probably a relief to all of you compared to the initial remarks that I usually make. But we have a very packed agenda today, and I want to leave as much time as possible for the discussion. I've addressed you indirectly or directly yesterday at the conference, and etc., and we have been together at the dinner, so I don't think that I need to say much more. I will avoid audience fatigue. And most importantly, as I said, we have the pleasure of welcoming Mrs. Paula Franco, OCC President. Your presence humbles me very much. Thank you for supporting us, and I will give you the floor for some words that you may want to share with us. Paula, please, over to you.
Thank you, Gabriela. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning. I hope you are enjoying Lisbon. And for us, it's an honor for the OCC to welcome you to our capital, Lisbon. I hope you enjoy. for the stage of this IESBA meeting, which brings together international authorities, opinion leaders, and key stakeholders responsible for setting standards in the ethics and professional independence for certified accountants and auditors. Yesterday, we have the opportunity to take part in an excellent conference. Thank you for all. Which marked in an inspiring way the start of this week of work. The event brought together voices from various jurisdictions and sectors, enabling an open dialogue on the ethical and independence challenges in the global context. It was a clear demonstration that international cooperation and the sharing of experience are essential tools for reinforcing our profession. The high number of participants also shows the relevance of ethical matters for accounting and auditors professionals. The IESBA recently published a staff alert entitled Private Equity Investments in Accounting Firms, Key Ethics and Independence Consideration, which highlights ethical and independence challenges that deserve our reflection. As discussed yesterday, the entry of capital funds into accounting firms from an ethical perspective creates new risks. Professional secrecy, pressures for economic growth, and internal reorganization can undermine the ethical culture of accounting firms. We are concerned with that. These developments demonstrate how the global environment of the accounting profession is rapidly evolving and challenges us to adapt governance, mechanisms, culture, and internal diligence. These concerns are shared by the OCC, IESBA, and indeed by accounting and auditing firms. The IESBA has always recently released implementation support materials for the new international ethics standards for sustainability assurance. These new resources are essential to facilitate the understanding and practical application of the international ethics standards for sustainability assurance, ensuring a smooth and rigorous transition. This provides professionals with a practical tool to address the new requirements without neglecting the integrity, independence, and public view of the profession. On behalf of the OCC, I thank the IESBA for its leadership in this matter and all of you for joining us in this reflection. I hope that this meeting and these intense days of work will be an opportunity to move forward with projects and policies, but also a space to debate current issues such as this with depth, responsibility, and strategic vision. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to have you here in Lisbon. Thank you.
Let's take a picture. Paula, thank you so much for your presence. Thank you again for the amazing support. And again, and I'll say it as many times as necessary, this would not be possible without you. So thank you. Thank you for everything warmly. We have a small, very humble gift thank you. For you, for you to remember that you were here with us. And hope to see you back to the IESBA initiatives.
Oh, thank you. It's beautiful. Thank you, Gabriela. It's a pleasure and an honor. Thank you.
So you are welcome to stay, but I think that you have other important things to do.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
Yes, I'll be back in 1 minute. Apologies for this short break and for this interruption, but of course I needed to take Paula out of the room. So here we are again. As I promised, I'm going to be short, very short, just a few words to set the expectations for this week. I will not go through the agenda. I will not review the agenda. I'm sure that everyone has seen the agenda and the documents, but let me just provide some context and highlight some key points as we go through the different topics in this agenda. So, just to set the context, last June, I will just recall what happened last June, the board has agreed on a refreshed strategy, improving the way we engage with stakeholders and integrate feedback and get closer to stakeholders and, do a better service, even a better service to our stakeholders. We reprioritized or resequenced, it was the right word, the work on firm culture and governance, which was completely compatible with or consistent with this refreshed strategy that we have adopted. This resequencing meant that we decided differently from what we had decided in December 2024. We decided to focus first and mostly on materials and initiatives and engagement with stakeholders before an exposure draft that was initially planned for December this year, and which will not happen December this year because we need to do other things before we decide exactly how to move forward. And we introduced the SMART framework to embed the strategic decisions in our work, on which we will work next Thursday. So everything was very consistent, and I think that the board has now a clear idea and a clear agreement about how to move forward. I think that in response to these decisions that we made, very strategic ones, but also as a consequence of the work that this board, and it's the board together, has been doing to try to see how to address some questions, some dilemmas that we have been facing lately. In consequence, I think that these last times have been a little bit quieter, and we see that there is a little bit or significant higher support and adherence and proximity of our stakeholders to the IESBA. So the last months have been a little bit quieter also in terms of outreach, fortunately for the board, for myself. A welcome pause in traveling, which also allows some time to reflect, work, go deeper into some topics, which was very welcome, I think, to all of you, for me, for sure. So, but despite this apparent quietness, our strategic refresh has resonated globally. Stakeholders are aware of it and have reached out proactively sometimes, and surprisingly sometimes, to say, we like what we are doing, we like your approach, we will be looking at you to see how this moves forward. Which means that with this positive momentum, if I can qualify it like that, with this positive momentum comes responsibility, additional responsibility. We are under scrutiny, as we should be. We should not be flying under the radar of our stakeholders. We are under scrutiny, rightly enough. Stakeholders want to know what are we going to do with this refreshed strategy, with these decisions that we have made, etc. And how are we going to meet, and if we are going to meet our commitments to improve our strategy and work approach. So we must stay consistent to what we decided last June in terms of strategic approach, in terms of how we are going to develop our work, in terms of how we are going to engage with stakeholders and etc. We need to walk the talk every day in everything we do. Board, staff, everyone in this family. Behind the scenes, in this apparently quiet period, it has been a very intense period. For the staff mostly, I must say, for myself as well in some ways, but the agenda materials that you have seen, probably less, a smaller volume of paper, but very substantial in what they include. They reflect the hard work of staff and significant contributions from board members and board advisors to some projects and groups. Organizing this conference in Lisbon and even the board meeting was really challenging, but a pleasure, a real pleasure. It's something that myself, I wanted very much. Logistics, speakers, programs, everything was challenging, and the staff was behind everything and supporting everything and allowing this to happen. And it was, and it's been deeply rewarding and a source of pride for the team, for myself, and I think for the board as well. So we haven't stopped discussion and working on possible innovative ways of improving our work methodologies and putting in place a refreshed mentality. I think it's what we are speaking about here to meet the expectations and the needs of stakeholders. And you have seen it, and you will see a little bit of it this week as well, and you are part of it. But I need to remind us all that we must embed the strategic decisions, improvements, and commitments we made in everything we do, in our board meetings, in our vision for the projects, and the ways to make them advance in our communications, etc. We cannot change and leave everything as it was, so we need to walk the talk, as I said before. And be fully accountable for our commitments and be able to and be answerable and be able to respond to any questions that stakeholders may have about why we are doing something and how we are doing something, and etc. And that's the way to go. We have important decisions to make. We have ongoing projects that we need to make advance and make decisions on them. And we have other projects initiating, like the PIR, which are going to be very important projects to mark the future work of the IESBA and the possible adjustments, refinements, etc., that we may need to do with respect to existing standards. So what I will ask you is that you keep focused, engaging, but knowing exactly what you are going to say each time you speak, so that we can keep short and dynamic discussions, allowing everyone to contribute, but in a way that we keep focused on making progress, make the work advance. And with this, I think that my initial remarks are almost to finish, and I'd like to hand over to Ken to see if Ken has any management, administrative matters, whatever that Ken may want to share with you.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, so just two matters to bring to the board's attention. First of all, we have a couple of staff members who are not feeling well, so they will be joining us virtually throughout the course of this week. I believe a couple of them have caught COVID, so I think it's only fair that they keep a bit of distance with the board. Secondly, I just wanted to draw the board's attention to agenda item 1, which basically indicates the dates for the December board meeting. Our anticipation is that this will be a 5-day board meeting, so I just wanted to confirm to the board that this is indeed going to be occupy the full week. December 8th through 12th, as indicated on the website. So if you could plan accordingly, and the agenda will be posted in due course. And I believe Astrid will be circulating details of the board social and activity and dinner on the Thursday later on, just to confirm again the arrangements for that activity. But otherwise, I think we're ready to start with the first agenda item on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. So thank you, Ken. One thing that I'd like still to share with you is the following. Over the summer, we have also been having discussions, mostly at the governance level of IFEA, together with IESBA, with James Gunn, and etc., with Ken, well, about the evolution of the system. And one of the topics is, of course, the staff-driven model that we are putting in place. I'd say it's in place. But of course, it's not going to happen from one day to the other, 100% on the one hand. Secondly, we are still discussing what it means exactly and how are we going to make sure that the board is constantly involved in the work. The staff-driven model doesn't mean that the board comes 4 times a year to the board meetings, receives some communications and presentations and say, I like it or I don't like it. I approve or I do not approve. So we need to find ways and be creative, innovative and agile to make sure that the board is in some ways always involved in the work. And involved does not mean listening, just listening, but contributing significantly. If anything, this model means that the board should be even more able to chime in, advise, etc., on all the projects without being strictly linked to one task force or one working group. Of course, providing strategic advice and, when needed, some support in terms of experience, technical knowledge, etc. And we need it. That's clear, and we will need it for a long time and forever. Probably it's the right way to go. Thinking about other international organizations, which models are staff-driven, but the board is always very much involved, thinking about IESBA, IESBA, etc. The projects are always led by a board member, and etc. So it's, we are just adjusting and refining and making the best. With this, I'd like to thank the board for the valuable contributions that you all have been providing. And it's interesting that I realized that the staff is having meetings with side meetings, one-on-one meetings with many people, the board advisors, but also other people, testing and etc., using the board members as sounding boards, but receiving. So I think this is working well. Of course, we need to refine it and be attentive to what else can we do to make it work better. But I'd like to inform you that this evolves. Of course, we are starting new projects. So there have been some developments in terms of board advisors to some of the groups. Nothing is written on the stone. Nothing is closed. This can change. You know, we should keep it dynamic. But for the time being and for the projects we have now, I'd like to inform you, thanking the board members who accepted and wanted to be board advisors, that on FCG, Farm Culture and Governance, the team of the board members are the same. China and Rich, thank you very much. We are starting on CIVs, we have Luigi, and we are in conversations with some board members or one board member to see if you can be helped by another board member, and I have 2 as we usually do. And again, it's not a rule. We don't have a rule of having 1 or 2 or 3. It depends on the project. It depends on the availability of the board members. It depends on the needs. Sustainability, that we will discuss for the first time, the second part, part 4B, this week. Mark Babington and Nancy Miller have kindly accepted to be board advisors to this group. So thank you very much, Nancy and Mark. Mark is the continuity of the work done before, makes all the sense because it's, as you know, this project will reflect immensely the work that has been done before. And Nancy brings the fresh eyes of someone who was not involved in the first part. So I think it's a good team. Then we have the CFO project, and we have David Ray, who kindly accepted to lead, or to be the board advisor to this working group, to this project team, and PIR on NOCLAR and the restructured code. And for this, Hector and Sadia very kindly accepted to take the role of board advisors to these projects. So I think that I'm not forgetting. Let me look at my notes. Usually I know it by heart, but since I'm a little bit tired, I must know. Yeah. One thing, there is a working group, it's a completely different thing, that was created for the discussions and work on the strategy and work plan 2831. And for this, Chana and Christelle, and it's a working group with IESBA. We are not going to have many meetings, and it's not a working group in the traditional sense you are used to, but Chana, as vice chair, and Christelle kindly accepted to be involved and have already had some meetings with IESBA. So this is it for now. Let me tell you 2 things. As I was saying, this is not final forever. I mean, tomorrow we can make another decision, bring new board members as board advisors. So it is where we are in terms of board advisors. That does not mean that the others, who are not specifically board advisors, are not board advisors as well. And that's what I was saying, as I know that some of the project teams have been did meetings with some board members, which is healthy, which enriches our work significantly, and that's exactly what is expected. Also, I think that not everyone should be board advisor directly to a group, because we need independent minds around the table to come and say, maybe you could do it in a different way, or I have an idea for you. So we are working on this dynamic to make it as effective and efficient as possible, but please, if at any time you see that there is an opportunity to do things in a better way, let us know, and we discuss, and etc. So, and I think that with this, my initial remarks are finalized, and let me now move to the agenda. And the first point of the agenda, I would just like to drive your attention to the PIOB public issues note, which is, as usual, is included in this first topic of the agenda. It's very clear, and I'm very grateful to the PIOB for the clarity of this public interest issues note, which was very welcome. And I think that in our discussions with the PIOB about are there fatal flaws or whatever, there was nothing to mention. So it's very clear, and it's very supportive as well, so I don't see any issue there. Of course, there are some reminders, some flags that are being raised by the PIOB. It's the role of the PIOB, and it's very welcome. But thank you, Janine. Thank you, PIOB, and I'm thanking you, representing the PIOB here for that. And this brings me to welcome. I said that I was not going to welcome and greet anyone specifically, but of course, our official observers, Janine and Yohai, thank you for joining us again, this time in Lisbon. And we'll have the minutes, but then, we need to approve them. So, Ken.
Yes, so the minutes have been circulated to the board. We have received some comments, but we'll allow a couple more days. So we've asked for any comments from board members by midday on Wednesday. So if you have any comments, please send them across to ASTU, and we will ask the board to approve the minutes with the changes and refinements this Friday. Both the public session and the executive session minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, if there is nothing that board members want to say about this first topic on the agenda, I'll move to the second one, and the second one is on Farm Culture and Governance, where we will spend almost all day. So, brief context and elements to be taken into consideration in the assessment of the documents that have been provided to the board and during the discussion today. I'd like first to recall what we have approved, decided, etc. before this meeting. So in December 2024, we decided to initiate a project of standard setting and NAM. We created two groups, two working groups, one to work on standard setting, the other to work on NAM, and the decision was to prioritize standard setting while producing NAM as we were going, but with the priority clearly on standard setting. In June, 6 months after, given the conversations that we had been having with stakeholders and our reflection about the maturity of our own reflections to advance an exposure draft in December, the conviction that we needed to do a little bit more outreach in a different way and explain better what we wanted with this project, which seemed to be a little bit unclear to some stakeholders, the objectives, the public interest goals, the reasons, the way we wanted to get there. So there was some clarity to be given. This is a completely different project from everything that the IESBA has done before, so it's absolutely normal that we need to, test a little bit as we go and learn from the stakeholders and from our reflections. So we decided, and I think it was a good decision, to resequence, as I mentioned before, flip the priorities and put the focus first on non-authoritative material. We are avoiding the word because I think it's something different, or at least it may be also something different than just non-authoritative material. So we discussed it in June, and we decided to enhance the work approach, to do a little bit more research, to do a little bit more evidence search, to develop materials to help stakeholders better understanding the project in its reasons, in its objectives, and etc. So these viewpoints that were provided to the board for discussion today were the result of this decision to resequence. We needed something that we can use to go to stakeholders and say, look, this is our vision, this is what we think this should be done, this is what we think should be done and that is needed, and this is the way we think that this should be addressed. So that we can have meaningful discussions with stakeholders, and that when stakeholders, be them who they are, whoever they are, come to us and say, I like it, I don't like it, we need it, we don't need it, it will work, it will not work, they have at least clarity about what our position, our vision is. That's what we are trying to achieve. I'm not saying that we are not trying to do other things at the same time in terms of non-authoritative material, and there are some things, a few things here in the agenda that you have seen as well, but this is the purpose of this resequencing, so that, and we decided that we would resume the decision to do some standard setting project in June next year after we test these viewpoints. So this is what we have decided. We did not agree to cancel anything. We did not agree to reverse the decision that we had made in December. To make it clear, we decided to resequence and to come back to the topic in June and see, okay, with everything that we have learned during this period, what should we do now and how should we do it and what are the elements that we should address and these things. So with more knowledge, experience and maturity. So the commitment we made to undertake a better approach to outreach, to be more clear about the objectives of the project and the underlying improvements that we are looking for in the public interest is what should be front of mind, top of mind to everyone here in discussing this project. The commitment to stay with a principles-based approach versus the need to be relevant and aspirational. And I say versus, they are not, one is not the opposite of the other. On the contrary, I think that we should aim at having something which is principles-based but also aspirational, that has impact and that is actually useful to improve the quality of the work and the quality of the ethics in firms. So the reflection of the board today, before I pass to the project team, the reflection of the board today should be about the ability of these viewpoints that were offered to and submitted to the board to meet those commitments and the expectations, how much they support this objective of going out to stakeholders, testing and see if this is the right way or if we need to think about something a little bit different. We need to discuss if they are fit for purpose to drive meaningful discussions and serve as a solid basis for decision later in 2026 about the next steps in ways that, that allow us to, of course, keep on hearing, listening and understanding what the constraints may be, what the difficulties may be, or what the dilemmas may be, but also truly relies on enough evidence about what is needed and what is useful. So I'll stop here from my side, but I think that it was needed to this context because there might be some confusion about what have we decided, what we have not decided, what haven't we decided, and what's the purpose of these viewpoints, which are of course not an end in itself. They are tools, important tools, that must be important tools to drive this future engagement with stakeholders, the testing of their effectiveness and etc. So thank you very much to the project team. Thank you very much to the board advisors. It was a hot summer for this group, very hot. Ken has also been significantly involved in the development of this work. So nothing stopped over these 3 months. On the contrary, it was really a very intensive work that has been done here. So thank you, project team, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriella. And good morning, everyone. Welcome to our day one of our IESBA September meeting in Lisbon. So as Gabriela has given us a bit of an overview of the June board meetings and where we're at, so over the course of today, we will have 3 sessions today to walk through the viewpoints and also the preliminary plan for the other supporting materials. So what we intend to do is the first session, we're going to look at the way that we, the rationale and the considerations we've taken in how we draft these viewpoints or the principles in the viewpoints, and then we'll go straight into getting your feedback on some of the viewpoints. And session 2, we will continue on in discussing the 8 viewpoints that we have circulated, the 8 draft viewpoints that we have circulated to the board a couple of weeks ago. And then when we finish that, hopefully we will get to the 3rd session today, and we will have a chance to hear your feedback on the preliminary plan for other supporting materials and initiatives. And then you'll know that in day 4, we also have 1 session, so we will potentially use that either as turnaround or if needed, we will cover any other outstanding matters that we could not cover in the next, in the 3 sessions today. Gabriela has already covered quite a lot of, given us a good recap of the June board meeting, and also obviously starting from the December board meeting last year when the board approved the FCG project. I'll just reiterate that the board in June, of course, was very supportive of the project team's revised approach of resequencing the 2 work streams. And Gabriela have mentioned that in terms of standard setting, where the board has concluded is that you might recall that at the board meeting, you know, there were different views in terms of whether there's enough information and evidence to start a standard setting work stream at this stage, at that point. And what the board has agreed, as Gabriela has pointed out, is that the board is not abandoning the standard setting work stream, but then in June we will come back to discuss the approach to the framework, the firm culture governance framework, that, and also the standard setting component. So the board, in 9 months' time, will have a chance to deliberate on those 2 things. And then in June, the board also, of course, discussed the supporting material, as Gabriel has mentioned, and the board had some very, I think, helpful discussions in terms of how we're going to progress in terms of supporting materials. And I think the board has suddenly landed and agreed to first develop a series of 1-pagers or viewpoints, on each of those 8 firm culture or FCG elements that we have identified in the project proposal, as well as the working group's final report that was tabled last year. And of course, the board has also agreed that these supporting materials or NAMs or non-authoritative materials will complement, or these other materials that we will develop and initiatives will complement the IESBA viewpoints or these 1-pagers and help to explain those 8 FCG elements. And as Gabriela has pointed out, and I'll reiterate here, that in June 2026, next year, the board, the project team will put forward, its proposal in terms of how to progress the framework, and also from the standard setting component, what that means. And so we'll go into the viewpoints in just a minute, and then in the last session we'll talk about the preliminary plan. But before I keep going, I just want to see if our 2 board advisors have any additional feedback in terms of the way forward. Chana and Rich.
I would, as you've read these, the staff put a lot of effort into how these were worded so as not to have them read like requirements or to have them be referenced to either existing IESBA code sections or sections in IAASB ISQM1, because these were designed to reflect viewpoints that stakeholders shared with the board as to what led to the kinds of principles or that led to positive ethical behavior and enhancements in ethical culture. And so as we go through them, I think that's an important point to keep in mind, is what we're trying to do here is share with people viewpoints of those things, and then, as Gabriella alluded to, further, I guess, test them is the word I would use, with stakeholders going forward. So I'd just share that as.
Thank you, Rich. Just a quick update in terms of our coordination efforts with IESB. This is, of course, we have fairly close coordination with IESB throughout the course of this project so far. There are not a lot of sort of activities that we require their input at this stage because we have not drafted the viewpoints, and as Rich have mentioned, that we have intentionally not include or have excluded any references to our code as well as to ISQM1. But nonetheless, we want to make sure they are up to date, and we have given them opportunity to comment on some of our papers as well. And we'll continue to do that, as we move along on this project. And Ken and I will attend an update session later tonight. We have a 1-hour session with IESB just to give them a bit of an update of what we're up to, and also give them a little bit of an update of our discussion today. So I'm going to go straight to the viewpoints, if that's okay, Gabriella. So the first, we just want to give a sense of your thoughts on the way that we draft this viewpoint. So I'll just give you a bit of a summary, and it's as listed there already. In terms of the considerations, the project team, along with the board advisors, Chan and Rich and Ken, and also Gabriella has been involved in helping us to draft these viewpoints, is we've taken on certain considerations in helping us in terms of how we should draft these viewpoints and what should be included. The first one is, of course, our main target audience in drafting these viewpoints. Not to say that these viewpoints will not be useful to professional accountants at large, but we do want to take these viewpoints to senior firm leadership, regardless of the sizes or the types of professional services that they might provide. So we have them in mind, because these viewpoints have to be, they could be applied, not have to be, they could be applied at the firm level. They're largely written at the firm level. So it is important for us to, as we've heard in June, to continue to speak to our stakeholders about what we are developing here, to make sure that they are useful, to understand what the challenges may be. So we certainly have written this with them, with senior leadership in mind. You will note that the content of these viewpoints are largely drawn from the FCG Working Group's final report, and also the information, the large amount of information that we have received from the outreach activities over the course of the last, since the start of this year, particularly the 6 global roundtables that we had earlier in the year. The third point is an important point that I would like to draw your attention to, is that these are really very much high-level principles that are actionable. In discussion with the board advisors and Gabriella and Ken, we agreed that these one pages really should be very much high-level principles, but they should also at the same time be actionable by firms and the senior leadership. So the project team is very much trying to strike the right balance, that they're not so high-level that it's sort of voids of meaning, but also at the same time, we want them to be actionable. That we want them to, be, really principles that we could distill from the input that we have received so far that we believe would be beneficial to firms. That we believe if firms do apply these principles, it would go a long way in terms of helping the creating or maintaining a positive ethical culture within the firms. You will note that in these viewpoints, they do not include any practical examples or identify any specific processes, which of course would be too granular in terms of processes and policies, procedures, and they of course would vary from firm to firm. And I think if you look at, for instance, the viewpoint, the draft viewpoint on the provision of independent input, it comes up very clear that we don't specify, for instance, when you might need to have independent non-executive, or if indeed you do need that at all. But in terms of the practical examples, and we'll come back to the board in the last session, in terms of case studies, success stories, those are things that we will develop, but they'll sit alongside these viewpoints and really to complement these viewpoints. And the viewpoints, of course, as we've looked at it, we are always looking at it from the lens of scalability. So certainly very much welcome the board's input and feedback if you don't think that certain points are not scalable. And because we want these viewpoints to be applicable, can be used by firms of any sizes or no matter what services that they provide. At the bottom table there, we also try to follow certain drafting conventions. They are not, the same as the drafting conventions that we have for our standard setting, because this is not a standard and it's non-authoritative material or supporting material. But we do try to follow a certain, a standard convention, a standard way of drafting these viewpoints to ensure there's consistency. So just a couple of things I want to bring up is that you will note that each of these viewpoints, it starts with a section on public interest considerations. Essentially explain the reasons why a particular topic it's fundamental to developing an ethical firm culture, why this particular topic, for instance, ethical leadership, it's important in terms of progressing the public interest objective of this project. And so that's how all these viewpoints are starting. As Richard mentioned earlier, these viewpoints also, we try to use present tense, and we do not use the words shall or should or similar verbs or expressions because they are not standards and they're not part of the code, and they are supporting materials or NAM. So we try very hard to use a more sort of a supporting material language. And as Rich has also mentioned, these viewpoints do not reference the code or ISQM1 at this point. So first up, we want to explore two questions with the board. The first one is, do IESBA members support the project team's approach to developing these viewpoints, looking at the guiding considerations and the drafting convention, particular fact that we're aiming for this to be principles-based, and we have not included any case studies or even the next level of details. You note that these viewpoints do not have any definitions in there. And the second question we would like to explore with the board at this point is, if the board agrees with the approach, whether IESBA members also agree that the 8 viewpoints that you have in Agenda 2A appropriately reflect the project team's proposed approach. But before I pass back to Gabriella to moderate the discussion, I just want to see if China Rich or Ken have any additional comments?
Can you hear? Okay. No, thanks, Jeff. I think you have covered the approach that the team has followed in respect of, the development of the 8 viewpoints. It is linked back to the FCG working group report because that is, in essence, the evidence that the board has even for the approval of the project proposal in December 2024. So we have linked back to that, and I don't think what's in that working group report, what we learned changed that much from the global roundtables in terms of the key matters and the principles.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you very much, Chana. The floor is now open for comments. Mark Babington.
Thank you.
Sorry, the mic is
Speaking. No, stand by. Appreciate all the work that's gone into this. It's difficult, and I think, I really do strongly support Rich's comment about the importance of further kicking of the tires of this approach. And the reason I say that is that we're sort of going into a slightly different space. We're developing NAM, but because we're developing NAM in an area where there are no standards, the danger is that the NAM will be written as the gospel, will be read as gospel. So the precision of the language is really important, I think, in these. I'm really quite persuaded by the idea that these are high-level principles. We know what high-level principles are. I'm not convinced we know what a viewpoint is. I realise it came out of the discussions in the June board, but actually I'm more comfortable when you talk about high-level principles that drive positive cultural and governance outcomes than I am about a viewpoint. I think that if you took the 8 together, you almost need a landing page for them, because it's sort of how do you use them? And your points, Jeff, for instance, about scalability, well, in theory, for principles, we shouldn't need to tell people about scalability, but it's to emphasize the fact that they are scalable. So I think that we need to think about that. I'm not a fan of the present tense, mainly because I'm a relic of a different... No. I think that although we are not writing standards, we're writing NAM, it sort of should fit into the style of what people are familiar with, because after all, we are writing material for professional accountants and auditors, and so therefore I'd sort of think again. Very much welcome the effort to be concise, but one of the difficulties about being concise is that it drives you into using shorthand terms to try and maintain the concise approach. So, and I think this is perhaps best illustrated in the one on which is headed up rewards, which I don't like as a term. If it's reward, not rewards, but in any case, it's about how do we take a mechanism that traditionally has been designed to stop bad things happening by disincentivizing those and using it to make good things happen. So I think that, if you were going out and testing these further, as Rich proposed with stakeholders, I think we need to have a really, really sort of close read to make sure that the terminology that we're using is really precise, because these things when they're out there, are going to be interpreted and interpreted and interpreted again. And quite rightly, you've written them to be used by senior people in the firm to drive certain positive outcomes. And so therefore they will interpret them, the people who brief them will interpret them, everyone else will have a view of how you interpret them. And I think it's one of those things where we need to sort of do a read and a read again to make sure that we don't have the risk of a misinterpretation. So I think that, you know, you've shown that you've shown that what you can do is identify something valuable to communicate, which is really positive. But I do think there are some sort of pitfalls that we've got to try and iron out. And I think further stakeholder engagement will really help with that. But I think that we can iron out some of those pitfalls ourselves before we get there. So, you know, I think it's very much a sort of journey in progress, and it is something new, but it sort of shows the difficulties of the something new. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think it was David Ray, next one.
Thank you, Chair. I would probably echo what Mark has said with respect to outreach. I think the outreach, the testing with the farms, but also with PAOs, because they regulate the farms, I think would be a very healthy way to look at it. And to do that, I like very much the idea of concise language, clarity, probably a little bit differently from Mark. Maybe I'm a younger generation, I'm not sure. I really do like the present tense. I really do like the present tense because I think it makes it more accessible for people, and I think it makes it more relatable. So when it comes to principles, I did struggle a little bit, I have to be honest, with the term high-level principles. To me, they were just principles. I'm not sure what the difference would be between high level and low level, so maybe we just say principles. It might be easier. And then I would additionally add a couple of things to really think about. One of them is defining. So I think when we use terms like ethical leadership, if you just do a simple Google search, there are at least a half a dozen different definitions of what ethical leadership means. So somehow we need to think about, in the context of what we're doing for FCG, what does it mean? And similarly, when we talk about, for example, public interest, what does public interest mean in the context of this project? And I say that because in some of the conversations I've been having outside of board meetings, just as we socialize with people and interact, there are questions around what public interest means, and it looks like some PAOs might be starting to think about defining that for themselves. So I realize it's a very difficult term to define, and I realize it's a bit of a tough nut to crack. But we need to think about, if it's defined elsewhere, what does that mean then relative to the code, the application, and to Mark's point, then consistency. I'm probably more comfortable with the fact that there may be interpretations, because that's what principles do. By definition, we see it today in accounting interpretations, so that doesn't worry me so much. I think it's more that we need to make sure we've given enough clarity so that the intent of what we're trying to explain is clear. How it's then interpreted and applied will be for the firm to be accountable for publicly. But if we've provided enough clarity around our intent and our meaning, I think that will go a long way to making sure these viewpoints are useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll get used how many times we need to press the button. So thank you, David. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to start by saying that I really like this project. I was lucky enough to join the original working group. And it's also pretty much what I do in my day job. This is corporate governance and ethics and compliance. So this is what I do for a living. I also think it's important and timely given the recent cases and the stakes for the firms. I think the panel yesterday reinforced the idea that governance is needed to make sure that the firms keep an eye on this asset that will ensure the sustainability and in the longer term of firms beyond the short-term incentives of managers, CEOs, and people making decisions on whether to take or not to take a client. So I like it for several reasons. And I also understand it's a difficult project and that there is resistance to the idea of this board to be writing standards on how firms should organize their business or manage their affairs. This is for many reasons, but also considering the need for cultural fit, scalability, and proportionality. So this is a difficult project, and if we are going to do something, we need to do it with tact, and we need to be effective. Having said that, I find the viewpoints too general, extremely high level, and so loose that, in my opinion, they are not actionable in the sense that almost anybody can say they comply to a certain degree with the headlines. And if they do that, we run the risk of firms saying they already do all of that. And then what kind of solution are we offering if we are telling people keep doing what they're doing now? If we are saying that we need to do something extra to have governance fostering a culture of integrity in firms, I think we need to suggest something on top of what firms are doing now. And for that, I found these viewpoints ineffective in the way they are written. Not the topic. The topic, I think, comes from the research, and I agree that those 9 headlines are correct. My problem is what is below that headline. What we have now is a headline saying accountability, and then we have 7 bullets saying why accountability is good. I don't think this is the way we should go about this. What I think we should do is to say accountability is important, and when accountability works, you get these outcomes. This is what you get when accountability works. How you get there depends on your cultural fit, your scalability, proportionality, but we need to be outcome-oriented and not like what we have now is a description of the benefits of the headline. The headline, this is the headline, and this is why it's good for you. I don't think it would work like that. I think it's a problem of architecture of the viewpoints, not the content. The content, we need to make it more actionable, more outcome-oriented. I think we cannot be more actionable because we don't know the destination. And the reason we don't know the destination is because we have not yet documented what are the leading best practices in firms on each one of those headlines. We don't know what is the best practice in accountability. We don't know what the best firms are doing on each one of those topics because we have not documented those practices. We have anecdotal evidence from roundtables of people saying, oh, we do this, we do that, but we have not surveyed, we have not conducted boots on the ground research on what is it that the leading firms are doing. So we don't have that information. So we cannot say, this is the outcome you want to achieve, because we don't know how that outcome looks. And I think we need to know that if we're going to write a code or NAM or whatever we want to call it, so that governance is fostering ethical culture at the corporate level to ensure that individuals have an easier time being ethical on their day job. So this is my problem with the architecture of the viewpoints. And as Mark said, I'm neither a fan of the present tense. I think these are expectations for the governance of firms. And as such, we should say, you should get that, you should get that. If that's a problem with NAM, we need to find a way to do it and to say, well, firms that do this right, they do this. This is the outcome they get. This is an example. If you're a large firm, you could do this. If you're a smaller firm, I think the only part in the viewpoints where we have that is on the independent input, where we have a couple of examples that you could do this or you could do that. This is my view, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hector. I see that Ken wants to speak. I don't know if you want to speak now or if you want to speak later, because I think it was in reaction to Hector's.
Oh, okay, so that works. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Hector. And I just wanted to ask the board to hold off on any reactions to your comments, Hector, until we get into the individual viewpoints, the 8 viewpoints, so that then we can have some reflections about the points you're raising. First of all, about the architecture. In other words, how are each of the viewpoints being presented and positioned, and how they've been constructed, number one. Number two, to your comment about understanding what outcomes the board would intend to achieve through each of those viewpoints, ethical leadership, accountability, and so forth. Let's look at the words, and let's see whether the words get us to your point about, are they outcome-oriented or not? Or are they sufficiently outcome-oriented, and will they be able to generate a sense of accountability when it comes to implementation of those viewpoints? So I would just ask that we withhold judgment until we actually go for the viewpoints.
Okay, Ken, I think that somehow these comments are not very different from something that David Ray, about we need to be clear about what the intent, but we'll see. Okay, so let's follow Ken's suggestion, and let's move to the next one. I think it was Sadia, according to my list.
Okay, let me try again. Good morning, everyone. So we are doing something new, so it's understandable why we're so uncomfortable about this year. And as we are uncomfortable about this year, let me think about why I'm uncomfortable about it. It's the first time we're actually doing a viewpoint. A viewpoint where we're saying it's not in the code, but we want to do something new, and we want to do something timely. And I think that came out yesterday in yesterday's conversation about moving ethics into action, and this seems like the correct instrument. So I'm in support of a viewpoint, but I think that we can put some kind of mechanism in place to make sure that we're all comfortable with it. So the first one is, we are, and I appreciate the paper tried to get us there, is what is the due process when we do a viewpoint? Who are our stakeholders, and how we do it? Do we do it timely? I can react to a lot of the conversation that has already been mentioned, but as we try to get to something, we should be cautious that we're not getting to standard setting, because that's going to be too long a process, and it wouldn't be helpful. At the same time, I think we all want to move the status quo. We want to say things that are new. We want to say things that we want to move behavior. And in doing that, that's the uncomfortable bit, because we're not going to find it in the code or ISQM1 or what has been already released. And then we have to be cautious about how someone would read this, because we wouldn't have had time to test it, and we wouldn't have had time to go through the due process. I think that transparency in what a viewpoint is upfront will alleviate our worries about how people will interpret it and implement it and how it would stand. I would hate for people to be held to this here, because this is a white paper. This is something that we're looking at aspirational before we even get into it. And the differentiating what people have told us they've done and we have consensus on versus what one stakeholder has said, we've done this, but we don't have consensus on, could be a mechanism of moving that needle slowly. We haven't vetted it. We can't do a scientific research or a survey, because then we're getting into a standard setting process, which is too timely. And balancing that there is what we're currently dealing with before we even get into what a viewpoint is and whether the topics and the tense is in our favor. I think that's the important conversation on how we move this project forward and how we help the project group. Else we're going to keep on coming back to these points as we think about the phrasing of it. on the stakeholders, I really appreciate that we are going to senior leaderships, but I do think that when we think of stakeholders, we must think about opening it up a bit, because there might be others with viewpoints in other countries that have already thought about this year and have suggestions. It might not be vetted, it might not be scientific, but it might be something that we want to consider as well. And being transparent on who our stakeholders are and how we are developing these viewpoints is important. I like the intentional overlapping. I think that this is where I had to stop myself getting into standard setting mode, but there was overlapping, and that's okay. That's okay at this type of it, because there was a bit of transparency in more than one, there was a bit of openness of discussion in more than one of these papers, and I think that we have to be comfortable with that. I also appreciate that these papers were the skeleton, and that the magic is still to happen. That the storytelling, the robustness, and pushing the needle might still come, but I hope to see that there, and I want to encourage us to be a little bit more daring as we develop these papers.
Important comments. Maybe I'll have some, not considerations, but further additional comments on top of yours, which are very right. But James, you wanted to say something?
No. Thank you.
Let's move, and we'll discuss when everyone has already spoken. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to repeat comments that have been made prior, but particularly comments by Mark and Sadia, I would overall tend to agree with. My view, and as a compliment to the Board of Advisors and the staff, is I do think you achieved what we set out to do, which is to create a high-level principles-based approach to firm culture and governance. And I also think, though, our objective was to follow up with more granular content as we deemed necessary going forward that would complement the high-level approach. I particularly appreciate this need to move timely, and I think some of the discussion we're going to have on Thursday afternoon is going to be really relevant to how are we meeting the needs of our stakeholders in terms of getting out information to them that it helps them meet their obligations on a more timely basis. I do want to reiterate Sadia's caution about standard setting. I think we do need to absolutely avoid that in this particular process. At a more granular and tactical level, I would say that we largely achieve that. I appreciate there's no shoulds or shalls in there. But there are a lot of phrasing like it is critical that, or it's essential that, or it's important that. And I think those kinds of words can also feel very much like a requirement. And so I think we have to be a bit careful there. I will get into probably some other more detailed comments as we get into the specific viewpoints. But the last comment I want to make is on proportionality. I'm not sure we quite hit the boat or hit the mark on proportionality. And in particular, some of the references to consistency across network firms didn't quite resonate with me. Not sure that I necessarily agreed with the conclusions that were reached. It felt almost like there was a need to put something in there to reference proportionality that didn't really provide me with anything that would help me consider how to apply that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Paul, please.
Thank you very much. Just add a strong appreciation for the excellent work done. Also just the solid acknowledgement that the culture and governance must be much broader than traditional audit services. It's the whole cross-section of services rendered. But in that context, just a question as to where the goal is really to really support meaningful behavioral change, what steps and approaches will be taken to make sure there's really consistent internalization and application of the code, even for non-PAs? And is there any need to give any kind of structured guidance on those interpretations for non-PAs who may not be that comfortable or familiar with the content of the code? Second, just really getting a bit more clarity that where I think full support that there needs to be very clear interoperability with ISQM1, but where even the PLB kind of assertion that we need to be very, very careful for that, what risks does that create in almost narrowing ourselves back from the cross-sectional service to only looking at audit services and in delivering against that target? And finally, just really getting clarity on huge value in making sure there are practical and relatable scenarios, but what will be the approaches to making sure we also have non-PA scenario inputs into that approach? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Sonam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I very much support the proposal. The proposed guiding considerations clearly address the 4 points. On top of that, I believe one further point may need to be highlighted along the lines that they are applied regardless of firm's ownership, legal structure, size, and subsidized individuals belong to. Thank you.
Sonam, Luigi, please.
Thank you. I share most of the comments of those that spoke before me. There are a couple of things that are not very clear to me. First of all, I do not really understand which is the real differences between the working group report on one side and these viewpoints. I understand the difference, but basically it seems to me that basically these viewpoints are repeating in a certain respect, even if in a summary form, the content of the report. And therefore, in this respect, does not seem to me to be particularly innovative, let's say, which may be good, because probably it is really the purpose of this viewpoint, but probably this should be clarified in the narrative of this work, even when dealing with the stakeholders, and we will probably discuss this afternoon about which stakeholder and how. Second point, I got the impression that these viewpoints are very close to a minimum required and not to something that could be viewed as best practices or a wide range of best practices that could be taken as a reference by the firm and by those that need to consider these points. So I find them very, even if the wording is not the traditional one for the standard setting phase, I found them very close to a standard setting position, which again, I don't think it is for the purpose of this phase at least. I think that the context should be probably elaborate further in order to bring them more in a space of best practices. Sorry, probably it is not the right word to use, but just to clarify, more close to best practices, examples, or general approach. I would stay aware for general principle because this is very close to what was the intent before June. which is still recalling the matter of standard setting.
Thank you, Luigi. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the working group for this preparing this viewpoint. Very comprehensive in a short period of time. Farm culture and governance is a never-ending topic. Hope there is an end, but this is a never-ending topic. And why we agreed to prepare this viewpoint is to let's bring this topic on the board for discussion. And why we agreed to do NAM was to allow flexibility and also timeliness. And the viewpoint that intends the audience to be the leadership and not so much wider people. So I think this is a good starting point. But I think the next suggestion is to prepare an overarching document. And I think without the overarching document, it doesn't work. But if the overarching document explains the problem statement or whatever, I think this can help the farm's leadership to enhance their farm culture and governance. So I assume the next step is to prepare that overarching document, and we may have 3 more months or more. So maybe we can refine this over these viewpoints where there's unclarity. But I think this is a good starting point, and I really support issuing this viewpoint with an overarching document. Thank you.
Very much, Tomoyo. Sadia, please. Rania.
Thank you. So I have a few comments on the specific comments on the viewpoints, but I'll reserve them till the discussion later. So now I just focus my comments on the overall approach. One, I think I've already relayed to the board my recommendation to commission research for this particular project beyond just stakeholder outreach. I think that this is in new waters that we're venturing into, and I think that I think we would benefit from getting insights on like evidence-based insights on how to actually trigger or create cultural change, provoke cultural change. So this is my first point. As for the general approach of the viewpoints, I think it's a very good first draft, but I believe that it could benefit from further elevating the tone to an even higher level, principles-based framing, in the sense that I was reading it and I definitely agree with the 8 elements, but I think the key takeaway is not, it's missing, missing like in the explicit sense. I would recommend that we start out with the basic takeaway, which is that ethics should be mainstreamed across all decision-making in the firm. And here, I'll draw an analogy to gender-based budgeting. You know, there's been a lot of, controversy. How do governments budget for gender? How do they actually deliver on their objectives to promote women and equally to men or equitably with men? And the point is, it's not about having or committing to ad hoc projects here and there that support women. It's really about considering every budget decision that you make, whether it relates to women or any other objective, how it impacts women. And I think that's the mindset that we should be looking for. So for example, and just to make the example, if you decide to, for example, invest in infrastructure or roads that connect rural areas to urban areas, but if women in that part of the country don't drive, then effectively your spending is going to support women and not men, not women. And so the point is, this is the kind of mindset that we should be promoting. It's not whether this is an ethical issue or not, it's about every decision we make, what are the ethical implications for the firm. And I will stop there. I have more specific comments, but then I'll make them once we get to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Vanya.
Thank you. I really appreciate the effort of the working group, and I strongly believe that you have prepared a very good starting point. That's how I see these 8 points of views that you'll be exploring. I agree with Luigi that they are very similar to what was found before, but I see this much more as a confirmation than any other thing. So I think that it's not the end point, but the starting point for what we'll be working. So I congratulate you and support the proposal.
Thank you, Vanya.
I think I said it's really important to issue this timely. I also agree to Sadia's point that the due process is very important. So how to balance that? So we shouldn't just issue immediately, but we need to agree on the due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Your mic is not.
I think we're going to have a tough time on the drafting until we agree what we want this tool to produce. What's the purpose of this technique? So this is a new technique, it's viewpoints. And I hear, let's set out what we expect and what we want to see them implement. Okay, well that sounds like a standard. So we suddenly moved into standard setting. And then I have statements of the principles, and those are ones that we have to abide by. You know, these are powerful movements. We suddenly went from project proposal and we're into standard setting, so we know that obviously. But I think we have to think about what do we want this tool to accomplish. So we're going to walk into, we're going to test it out, walking into the CEO office and say, here's a bunch of principles, here's some viewpoints. And I say, what do you want me to do with it? Right? Is this a tool to stimulate reflection? Is it a diagnostic tool? Is it something that they can look at and say, yeah, that relates? And then they move to the obvious reaction. Human behavior is a confirmation bias. Well, yes, of course, we all understand the code, and we take it very seriously. And well, you don't need to say that. But our expression is actually trying to come across and drive a reaction and get them to challenge it. And so you say, all leadership should understand the code. You'll get a resounding yes. Of course I do. And they'll say, well, how do you know? Well, I don't need to know. I have a team that tells me. Well, that's not what we mean. Do you have a personal understanding? Well, I never thought about that. You know, I do my CPD. Well, no, that's not what we're not talking about. You don't accomplish what we're trying to achieve here through CPD. So if we know what reaction we want with the tool, you know, the outcome, the purpose of this tool, we'll have better engagement and we'll get better feedback. So I think, and if we're on trying to define what's implementable and what is expected and what's scalable, then we're going to have a difficulty in drafting our our viewpoint. So I think when we see a couple of examples, let's really ask, what do we want to use this tool for? This is a part of the pathway forward. I'd offer that when you do read the statements, and some will say they're platitudes or statements of the obvious, or of course, express them in your mind in the opposite. A system that does not have X has. And that will stimulate a behavior. I'll say, well, I wonder if my system does it or does it not have that element. And I'm worried, there's a risk. So just that's a drafting that we can look at as you go through it. But I just come back, let's make sure we want to know what the reaction is. And I don't want to say it's not implementable. The first question is it valuable? And then we can talk about how you construct the standard when we get to it. Just a reflection of what I've heard as a challenge.
Thank you very much, James, and very welcome. I see that Mark wants to come back, right?
Yes. Just one thing really to add to what James just said, and that is, if we're thinking about the outcomes we want to drive as a result of this work, I think we also need to realise that many of the things that sit in this culture and governance space, you're looking at something that will be delivered not in a single cycle of work, but over 3, 4, 5 years. And your sort of framing piece there, James, about what are these for? There's a careful consideration as well over what time are you thinking that they actually kick in? Because anyone thinking that this is going to be all done by next year is on a hiding to nothing. This is going to take several years to develop, to get buy-in, to embed, and to make work properly.
I have some comments, but I'm hesitating if I should convey them because Amajit needed to leave, but he's asking me because probably he will not be there until we stop this discussion. I'll try to convey something very superficially, and then he will have the opportunity to explain what he means, but he does not agree necessarily with the name viewpoints. He says that it does not convey any force. Should be something different, and it should be more inspiring, because this does not nudge. I think that he had some conversations with me yesterday, and it was not only about the name, but about what is therein, but I prefer just to leave it like this for now, and he will have the opportunity to explain further, because I don't want to be speaking for him, mostly also because he is not necessarily 100% happy with this, so it should be Amajit explaining. So before I pass to Jeff, thank you very much for these wonderful comments. They are not all exactly in the same direction, but I don't see here a significant disagreement around the table. I think this is a process and this is a journey. What James said, I think it met some of my thoughts as well. You used two words. One of them was tool, and the other one was improvement or increase. Yeah. Sorry? What do you want me to do? Yeah, what do I want to do? So exactly, because I think that this may respond to some questions about what do these viewpoints are or aim to be. They are not standards, they are not NUM, at least for now. They can be anything in the future. They are nothing for the point, there are a lot of things, but they are a tool, or at least it was the purpose to develop a tool that would allow us to engage properly with stakeholders, giving them clarity about what's in our mind, about what this may become, etc. Of course, setting the grounds, it has to be substantial and it has to make a difference, any difference if we go further. But I'm going to stop here for now, and I'm going to give the floor now.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you, everyone, for your feedback. That's very helpful, and as others have said, once we get into the discussion in just a couple of minutes, I think we'll get a better sense of what everyone is talking about, and in terms of the direction. And certainly we hope that it's at least a good start, as some board members have said, and we'll continue to refine them, of course, and we'll have an opportunity to hear your feedback in just a minute. Just a couple of things I want to address in terms of the comments that will help clarify a few things. I failed to mention that there will be an overarching viewpoint, which is the 9th one, that will tie all these 8 together, help to explain, why this is important in terms of establishing or maintaining an ethical culture within the firm. So we'll have that. In terms of, and we'll get into that a little bit later, there's a lot of certainly comments about whether we should have definitions within the context of this project on different terms, including public interest, whether we should have, we need to be more outcome focused, and therefore whether the wordings address that, and the connectivity, and also whether we have sort of best practices sort of language in them. I think we will get a better clarity as the board discuss them, because obviously across the board there are different views in terms of what this principle should be and how high level they should be. I certainly appreciate the comments about the names of these that can be easily fixed. We can work on that, and whether you call them high level or not high level, or just principles, of course. Just a couple of other comments in terms of the main Ron, you mentioned about the main takeaways that ethics is important, and I think that can be partially addressed in the overarching viewpoint that the project team will develop. But of course, I think as you read these viewpoints, even the importance of ethics is highlighted, for instance, in the draft viewpoint on ethical leadership, and also particularly in terms of for everyone. Hopefully it comes through viewpoints like accountability, but also the education, the need to ensure partners and all staff and an ethical mindset. That means it's top of mind, but of course, as in some of the discussion is that there can be a question of what is ethical mindset, of course. So again, thank you for the feedback, and we'll I think this next discussion as we go into the viewpoints, I think will help us sort of crystallize, the direction that the board wants to take collectively. But before we do that, I just want to see if China or Rich or Ken or Gabriela have it.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, so, I mean, what we call it, whether it's viewpoint or something else, we can decide and change the name. We are not sort of wedded to calling it a viewpoint. I think the intention was, as we discussed in June, was from all the work we have done, what could IESBA say in respect of each of these elements? And that's what we have done. And also to, once we did the first drafts, we did go back and look at the working group's report to see, are we being consistent or are we being inconsistent? So that's why some board members sort of said, this sounds like the working group report and you have not really progressed. But actually what we felt was, that is the evidence, because those were like conversations with senior people we have had over 18 months or so, and that is in a sense our evidence to back that viewpoint. I think James makes a good point. What do we want out of that? Because otherwise we'll go in circles drafting this. So once we decide what do we want to do, is it to create a reaction when you present it to a senior person, then we can sort of, work around the drafting. Otherwise, so based on what was discussed at the June meeting, we thought this is, what was required, and we can, make it more, we can improve it as we go along. To some of the points, I think, Paul, you mentioned about non-PAs, but the project proposal is about accounting firms. So, I mean, that is the scope. So we need to keep that project scope in mind. That's where we have the evidence about the ethical failures, the cheating scandals, all of that. The evidence we have is in the accounting firms. And to Luigi's point, I mean, if we can't be both, we can't be, it's a standard, it is consistent with the working group's report. Because then you could sort of say, that is the standard what the working group report produced. So I'm sort of not clear what you mean by that, because it's based on the drafting that Jeff explained. This is just some high-level thoughts, principles on the various elements. It's not a standard.
Thank you very much, Chana. So allow me just 1 minute to a brief recap of at least how I read these comments. There are no conclusions here whatsoever. But we heard about the name, and the name, it's probably not just a name, it's what people think about what this should be, and that of course impacts the perspective about if this should be viewpoints or anything else. I think that we will get back to this discussion once we have discussed the content and the purpose and how this tool or whatever is going to be used. We had comments about the need to be clear about the outcomes that we aim at achieving with each one of the viewpoints. What's the objective? I read it as what's the public interest? What's the change, the behavioral change that we want to drive or help driving with each one of the viewpoints? And I'm looking mostly to David and Hector. I think it was your point. We heard about due process, Sadia Tomoyo, about the how uncomfortable people may sometimes be with something which is following a different process than the one that we are used to, and that should be nothing strange. The fact that we are following a different path and the fact that people are for now a little bit uncomfortable, it's fine. We just need to fix it. Some of them, and that's where I saw a little bit more different approaches, think that these viewpoints are not bold enough, they are not clear enough, they don't have the force or whatever enough, while others think that they are too close to a standards or requirements or whatever. The requirement for an overarching document, I think it's an interesting perspective, because this was a methodology that the project team decided to take, to develop first the viewpoints, the individual viewpoints, and then have the overarching one once we had discussed this one. But we understand that some people may think that before we do the overarching document, we cannot have clarity about everything. Some call for additional evidence from Rania and Hector as well. The survey or commissioning more evidence-based studies or whatever. So I think this summarizes a little bit what we have. So I'm going to just close before we move to the break, I think, Jeff, right? Because it's almost time, I don't know. But recall again what James said, which I think is very important. Two ideas. This is supposed to be a tool, so it's not the end of the road. It's not a document in itself. Of course, it is supposed to be useful, to inspire, and then again, what we want to do with this, and it's to drive how much this is helpful to drive behavioral change. And I think that James was very clear about it, and thank you for helping us adjusting the focus and of the discussion. So thank you. I think it was a very good start. It's not an easy journey again, but I think it was very substantial. And thank you for the focused interventions. Jeff, a bit in your hands. We have 7 minutes before the break. Should we break now? Okay, so we will break now for 20, 30?
Yeah, I would maybe ask the board to be understanding that we still have a lot to discuss. So would suggest that we ask the board come back at 11:20, so we gain some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. So for those online, 20 past the hour, please.
Yeah, but I think it's connected in parallel. So I think there's a connection, isn't it? You know, like it stops. Because
we're still missing a few people, so let's wait. I think that the coffee break was too good, so tomorrow you'll have coffee and water. Okay, let's restart. Thank you very much for the very good discussion kicking off this meeting. I think that it's now time to dive into each one of the viewpoints and try to test everything that you said against the reality of each viewpoints. Before that, though, I'd like just to share some thoughts about how this discussion is going. Very well, of course, but one thing that I think we need to make clear is what do we want to do with these viewpoints, what do we want to achieve, where do we want to go, what's the process, the result, and etc. And we might have a discussion now to agree on that before we would move forward, but I think, and we thought that it's better to analyze the first viewpoint at least first, and then after that we can see if we can resume the discussion about how are we going to move forward with these viewpoints once we have discussed one of them at least concretely, because this might help us understanding which are the hurdles or what is missing in terms of clarity, in terms of usefulness, and etc. So with this, I think that I'm going to give the floor to the project team. Jeff, please, to guide us through the first viewpoint that we should be analyzing here.
Thank you, Gabriela, and welcome back, everyone. So in this next session, we're going to hopefully walk through those 8 draft viewpoints. May or may not get through all of them, but as Gabriela said, we're going to walk through the first one, which will be on ethical leadership, and we're going to bring up the slide in just a minute. And with that discussion, we very much want to hear, based on this the first session's discussion, is where does the board want to take these viewpoints? Is it the current, what we have, the principles at the right level, or you think that 2 standards looks too much like a standard, or do we want more best practice or best approach, or that, including in these viewpoints in a way to perhaps bearing in mind the discussion is that this is a good start. The viewpoints is not the framework itself, and it's not a standard. It is something that we want to take to senior leadership to discuss with them, as what James has said, to challenge them. So we want to get some good, we want to be able to get a clear understanding where the board want to take these viewpoints as part of this next discussion. So you will note that in the agenda paper, we have broken them into 2 groups. That's more for the sake of, as you review them, we thought it's easier if you start with, accountability and the other ones rather than ethical leadership, oversight and independent input. But for the purposes of this session, we're going to take the first one, which is ethical leadership. And then I'm going to, as I mentioned also, there will be an overarching viewpoint. Also, any sort of drafting or edits, editorial type comments, of course, send it to us offline. That we will be very happy to receive them. And so if I can bring up the first agenda item 2A.
If I might, sorry, just one brief interruption. First one is to say about the mics. So when you press the button, you cut the person who is speaking. So please make sure that you only press the button when the other person has stopped. And you just need to press once. Apparently, they are very sensitive, but just make attention not to cut the other ones. Secondly, if I may, since we have Amajit back, I think it's better that Amajit shares his thoughts so that we have the recollection of all thoughts before we move to the next, to the first viewpoint.
Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. And sorry, I had to step out. So just two, major observations, high-level observations. On the first one is on the usage of the word, the nomenclature viewpoints. I have some reservations about it. It looks like, a very weak positioning of the work that we've done over the last more than 1 year. Can we find some better term? It doesn't carry any force. If I go to somebody, I say, look, this is IESBA's viewpoint. Fine, it is your viewpoint. I can have another viewpoint. So it's a very, very weak positioning, if I may say. So if we can look at some other, I know you can't really call it principles because you're not there, but can you call it draft principles? Can you call it recommendations? That would probably, put it in a more confident position. So that was point one. So basically, these are some baseline expectations that we have, and we need to market is not the right word, position it better, I guess. So that is point one. Second is, although you did mention that we've tried to follow, we've tried to balance keeping it very high level and also some actionability around that. So I thought the second piece could be strengthened more. These are, when I read the document, I found these are fairly high level, but there's no practical guidance in terms of how do I achieve what is sought to be achieved. Some more, flesh to it probably would help. So I'll just pause with that. These two. I have specific comments on each of the items, but maybe that I can take up later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amajit. Jeff, please.
Gabrielle, and thanks, Amajit. We will get into that discussion now, of course. Just for your benefit, we did talk about the word viewpoints. Other board members have brought that up, and whether it's better to be principles. And in terms of whether they're set at the right level and whether they need more guidance, of course, as we've discussed it this morning, the project team developed these on the basis that they are principles, and the practical guidance comes in other supporting material that we would develop. So that was the rationale of the of the project team and the board advisors. But we will get into that discussion now and see whether the board wants more or less, and make sure that we have the board agrees on their approach to these viewpoints as we move forward into the discussion. So if that's okay, Gabriela, we'll start the first one, which is on ethical leadership. I won't say too much more, except again just to mention that we started with all the viewpoints or considerations, and then what we believe the rest of the principles are. So perhaps, Gabriela, I'll just pass it back to you and to moderate this, because we won't need to explain these viewpoints. Our board members had a chance to review them, so perhaps we can just get some feedback. Or is there, in terms of bearing in mind, the approach, so we want to hear from the board, are these the right level of principles, or do we actually need more or less? Are the wordings, to standards like some of those points that we've heard this morning? I think now we could hear some of those comments so we can get an agreement.
Jeff, thank you very much. So, so the challenge for you, I think it's clear. It's to look at this viewpoint in concrete and see if it resonates well. If the content, the architecture that was mentioned by Hector, and if they are fit for purpose for the objective, but also when discussing it and trying to understand what is the objective, and if it is clear about the purpose or the objective that we want to achieve, if it is bold enough to drive change. In a word, if it brings something to the table which is useful and which may actually make a difference. Mark.
Not wishing to sort of change things around a bit, Jeff, but I do wonder whether we might get more of a discussion if you took them in two blocks. So you've got your Group B and your Group A viewpoints. Because I think just in going into it from my perspective, the ethical leadership one, in a sense, it's probably the most straightforward of the viewpoints to draft. It's quite foundational, and I think you've covered off things there. But there are other things in other ones, and I wonder whether taking them in two blocks, Group B and then Group A, might actually help tease out some of the challenges of the sort of bigger package of viewpoints.
So Mark, this Group A and Group B, how it sort of came about was when Rich and I were sort of reviewing the viewpoints. It was actually presented to us with ethical leadership at the front, but we found it hard going, and we found it easier if we did these viewpoints and then came to the Group B ones. And the Group B ones are probably the more overarching ones. But it was harder if you started with the overarching ones and went to the Group A ones. So it was just because we went through that experience, we thought it was better to present it to the board in an easier way. But you're right, the ethical leadership is the foundational one, and under it hangs everything else.
Thank you, Chana. Rania, please.
So very much in line with my prior comments. So first of all, Jeff, I really like your suggestion or your intention, basically, to put this overarching message or key takeaway at the beginning of the document. My suggestion would be that this overarching message be something along the lines of, the recommendation, the overriding recommendation is that ethics be a consideration across all the company's activities and all its decision-making. And so the rest of the viewpoints or the elements, the 8 elements, they are sort of examples, but they shouldn't be the only ones. They're the key examples, they're prominent examples, but they're not the only thing, because then, first of all, I think this sort of an approach or a message would align better with our role as a standard-setting board, and the idea that we're promoting a principle. So the principle is that ethics should be an overriding consideration. It should be mainstreamed. It should be, and it's like, so going back to what James had said, and everyone was saying, like, what do we want? I think the kind of behavioral change that we are looking for, if you ask me, is that we want to see that ethics is front of mind for accounting firms. It's front of mind. And so, so basically what we want them to tell us, to show us that it's part of their corporate strategy, every exercise that they go through as a firm, whether they're setting their strategy, they're revisiting their strategy, their values, their mission, ethics is there. It's front of mind. It's basically adding this ethics lens, adding an ethics lens, or seeing everything through an ethical lens. I think that's, if you ask me, I think that's the kind of behavioral change that we should be pushing for, and this should be the overarching message. Everything else in the viewpoints, I really like how everything else was structured, provided that these elements are not the only elements, to stay away from this, checklist approach. It's like rewards, okay, tick mark rewards. We checked off, for example, incentives, etc., so on and so forth. So we just want to make sure that we're pushing forward a different mind frame, a mindset, and these are just key examples of how that mind frame, is demonstrated. So that's my first comment. My second comment is on page 3 under rewards. there is one statement or phrase that says to balance the expected ethical behavior and financial performance goals. So I think the term, and here I'm just focusing on the terminology. Yeah, it's under rewards.
For now, just discussing this one, the ethical leadership, okay? Okay, so the idea, maybe I was not clear, and I'm sorry for that. The idea is that we discuss one of the viewpoints, and the one that was chosen for the purpose was the ethical leadership in concrete, and then we can come back to the discussion about is this architecture right, is this approach right, and etc. So not going into the details of the other viewpoints, okay? Okay. Sorry, your mic.
Keep our comments on the other viewpoints till later, or do we? Okay, fine, sure, no problem.
There is something which is related to this one, and you need to make a strong, clear connection. We will discuss them one by one, okay?
Yeah, just want to clarify really what Rania is saying and whether I understood you, Rania, as to whether you thought the elements are actually merely examples. So when you refer to ethical leadership or rewards or accountability or independent input, that you're characterizing them as examples of your overarching message about ethics being front and center of mind. And if that's the case, I just would like to maybe express a word of caution that we don't suddenly, because this board has had essentially a long journey of discussing the elements of the framework. And if we now view them as merely examples, and in other words, that anybody else can come up with some other elements, or maybe some might see those as, well, maybe they're not such good examples, then it's going to create an element of fluidity in terms of this concept of the framework, which at least the working group has fairly well defined in its report, that the framework comprises those 8 key elements, and essentially those elements underpin the effort to foster a very strong ethical culture in the firms. So that is the swim lane, if you will, and you know, that's what I want to make sure that this board stays clearly in that swim lane and understands that this is swim lane, but it's not sort of veering off. Yeah.
Add to this. So perhaps examples is not the most accurate word that I wanted to use, but rather what I guess my cautioning is against using a checklist approach. I mean, this is what I wouldn't want us to see. So I'm in full agreement that these are the key elements, obviously, and I don't think that any firm can actually demonstrate that ethics is front of mind for it if it is not integrated into its reward system, into its governance and oversight. I fully agree with all of this, but all I'm saying is that to have sort of like an overarching, a catch-all message that, you know, it should be everywhere. These are key elements, but it should be everywhere. And also to, in a sense, to say that, okay, fine, you cannot just say it's here, it's there, and so on, and claim that you're actually doing this. It's not an add-on. It should be integrated. It should be mainstreamed. And these are the key areas where it should be mainstreamed. But effectively, I think the ultimate change that we're driving at is that it's a way of thinking. And that's the message that we should get across. So I fully understand. You are 100% correct. I agree. We should not, refer to them as examples. They're key elements of that mindset, of how you reflect or flesh out that mindset or way of thinking. But it's not just them. That's what I'm saying. So.
Thank you, Rani. I think that Chana wants to say this.
Similar to what Ken, similar to... Is it okay? Yeah. Similar to what Ken said, I mean, the working group went through a 12-month process, spoke to 60 plus senior stakeholders, and these are the 8 elements that have been identified. They are not examples. You can't sort of say, let's have 3 of them and not 5 of the others. Like, you have to have all of them. It's an integrated thing where you have to have all 8 elements if you are to create a ethical culture. So I think we have to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Chana. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. What I struggled with when I read through this, because I really do like the idea of a one-page. It's nice, it's concise, you can get to the point. What I felt was missing from this was just getting back to, again, the idea of, and I mentioned it before, ethical leadership. So ethical leadership is about a common good, and it's about making decisions in that common good, not necessarily just for the bottom line or for yourself. And I didn't get that feeling in anything I read through here, in terms of what it actually is that we're looking for people in firms to be able to do, because ultimately that's really what we're talking about. I think back to your point, Chan, I'll just build on it because it is a little bit different. The 8 principles we talked about, I'm really supportive of that. So to me, they're very clear. This is not ambiguous, but it's within the context then of ethical leadership being one of those principles. So if we define what that means in our context, and then if we can use the content from the roundtables that talk about these are the practices that bring that to life in a real context. So part of your page is here's what it means. Part of your page then is here are the attributes we see in really good practices, so you can define them very clearly, because then they become actionable. Because then you can say, oh, okay, well, am I doing these practices, right? Because now you've got something to look at and compare to. And then part of what you could also potentially do on this one page, because you could almost lay it out like, have you all heard of the Dummies Guide for things? They have these very simple pages where they've got boxes and they've got things to point you to. It's really helpful as a visual to point to what you're looking at. But one of the boxes then on this page could also be perhaps a short use case. So an example of what ethical leadership in practice looked like. So now you've got a tool that helps you see very quickly, what is it you want me to do? What are the best practices or the good practices that I can then compare myself to? So that's the diagnostic approach that James mentioned a little bit earlier. And then one perhaps is, here's it in action. So when you think about again, viewpoints, whatever the name, I think just thinking through that a little bit might make them much more impactful and have an outcome that now not only drives dialogue, but drives action. So just something to think about to try to blend a little bit of what we've heard. Thank you.
Just reacting to your comment, David. So, and this is where we need the board's guidance on what do you want us to do, because we purposefully did this as principles. We didn't try to write in best practices or use case examples. But if that's what the board wants, then we have to go away, and that's a different exercise. The thinking was that let's get this right, the principles, and then maybe later on we can have other NAM that talks about best practice and use case and so on. But if we want to change it, then that's fine. But I think this is where we need the board's direction, because otherwise we are going in circles trying to write this.
If I can just comment back to that, I think it really does come back to what James said a little bit earlier. And if we want to make something practicable, it has to be actionable. Because if they can't take action on it because it's something that's too high level, then it's just another thought leadership piece that can easily sit in a drawer or not be useful. So I think it's a fair question, Chana. It's the right question to ask. And I think it's a good reflection for us to say, what is it we want to do, regardless of what new format it is or what name we give it. It's what impact do we want to have. And when I read through this to me read much more like a thought leadership piece, but also a lot of common sense. And I'm not sure that I could take a whole lot of action on this. It sounds nice, and I think to the point that Jeff made a little bit earlier, yes, I could say I do all of these things. Of course I do. But as a firm leader, it would be easy to say yes to all of this, even if it's not necessarily widely the case in that sense. So that's why I was advocating something that was perhaps a little bit more directional, but not prescriptive.
Thank you very much, David. Rich?
Yes, thank you. I've heard and understand, appreciate some thoughts around examples and best practices. I think we need to be cautious when we think about that. The reality is we can report what stakeholders told us were practices that have been successful in their view of enhancing or improving ethical culture. I don't think you can come to an answer that says we think as a board this one practice is best practice. I don't think that's our role, but I also don't think we have because we heard a lot of different things in the roundtables around many aspects of this, of things people have undertaken and tried, and in fact some people in those roundtables said maybe something that we could produce is get the individuals who told us about those things to team with us to fill it out in a little more detail and share a series of those things that they were interested in hearing, like how people did interactive or effective training was an example. But in terms of saying best practice, or these are best practices, I don't think we have a basis to say that. So I think we do want to share practices in subsequent documents, particularly in a couple of the areas that stakeholders were very energized about, and I think are willing to share more with us to help develop those. But I think at this point, we are trying to get some more consensus around the principles and use this as a basis to test these with stakeholders as we look at this over, someone said it earlier, a longer time horizon of a project, because we're not going to produce something that's going to make overnight change to begin with. And so I think keeping this top of mind, keeping it discussion, and so if this is in fact a thought leadership piece, I'm actually okay with that, because that's part of the process of keeping it top of mind. It's not to say other alternatives and coming up with examples that have been shared with us is, I think that's also a viable approach. That just wasn't where we were at this stage in the project. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Nancy, please.
So I think I'm going to echo Rich's comments. This delivered what I expected. It's at a high level. It is an element of a framework. And I sometimes think that people in this room maybe forget that we do need to baseline this for the stakeholders and not assume that they necessarily would understand all of these elements. And in many cases, and I'm gonna channel my very small firm background, this would not have been intuitive to me. So once you see it on paper, it may feel like common sense, but having it as, I'm going to call it an executive summary of this is your starting point to start thinking about this, and having it in very small digestible chunks is, I think, extremely powerful. If we do this in a very detailed kind of approach with lots of examples, one, it will take us a long time to get this done. And secondly, I think that's very daunting for people to start with that and read that. So I think you take it at the framework level, and then we take the next steps and work further on, all right, what are, and Rich, I'm going to channel, I agree with you. I don't think they're best practices. I think they're practices. I think firms select from a menu of a variety of things that they do, and it might be one thing or three things or seven things in each of these elements, and the firms figure out what works with their risk model with their particular circumstances, what's operationally sort of sustainable for them. There's a variety of considerations that go into this, and that all drive to the right outcome. So personally, I think this is a great starting point. Certainly, there's some tweaking that needs to be done, but I endorse this approach in part because I think we can get something out timely, and I fully expect that we will support this with more detailed information going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo what I said before, now that it's the time to discuss it. I invite you to look at number 3, 4, 5, 6, and after reading the sentence, which I completely agree with, I don't want to say common sense, because I admit that for some people this may not be common sense. But after reading each of these sentences, please answer how. How? How? If we issue this, which could be a signal, a flag saying this is important, it's okay. But I don't think we're going to change behavior. Unless they hire me as a consultant, and I can give you my email and phone number, so you can hire me to help you know how to do it. But honestly, if we want to change behavior, we need to say, firms have done this way or that way. This is a practice that is used in the Asian context, where culture fit works really well. This is something that has been done elsewhere. This is a documented case. I know this may not be one page and may not fit the fit for dummies approach that David, but I think we're going in the same direction. If it's a different document, if it's a recommendation, whatever NAM form it takes, I'm not asking for a requirement, I'm not suggesting this should be a standard. But I think we need to go beyond this, because I don't want to diminish the value of this work. This is good work that has been produced for a year and a half, and with the Majid, I also think it's undervaluing it to just call it a viewpoint. I think this should be recommendations. These should be accompanied by practices that could get you to that outcome. And I think we could do a lot of good by suggesting ways to implement this, proportionate, scalable, in different contexts. But for that, we need to do the research. And we cannot just take the evidence that somebody mentioned in a roundtable. We need to go beyond that. And it might take time, but I think is what is going to change behavior, not just these high-level principles that I don't want to diminish the value. I can endorse all of this. And as Nancy said, if we want to issue as a thought leadership piece, I'm fine with that. But it's not going to make a real difference because they are not actionable. You take this and you stop there and you say, yeah. Or as James was saying, lots of leaders will say, yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, I know the code. I exercise leadership. I am ethical in my decisions. Yeah, but how do you implement that? How do you assess that? Are there 360 evaluations of leadership? And you get feedback about whether you are being ethical in your decisions or not? There are many ways to implement this. Tools, practical tools. I don't know about the audit, the governance of audit firms. I have never had an audit firm as a client for corporate governance. Never. So I don't know. But this document, you could put medical institutions, corporate governance recommendations, and it could work, except for the part when we reference the code. They are generic. They are not talking about audit firms in particular. And we should be tailored to audit firms. We should be much more specific. That's my viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry? Jeff?
Thank you, Gabriella. Maybe I'll just jump in very quickly. In terms of the case studies or having practical examples in here, there's a few things that I would encourage the board might want to think about as we continue on this discussion in just a minute. Number one is that with these practical examples, you have to ask which ones are we doing? Because if you look at this ethical leadership, there are all these points in there. So are we going to give a case study or best practice or common practices on all these different points about having ethical mindset, how they deeply believe in the firm's ethical values, even as you go a bit further down, tone at the top, the decision of what practical inputs you want to have in this particular document. Number two is that the idea of this document is they are principles documents, yes, they are high level, but they are actionable in the sense that I think firms can take it and they might implement it in a variety of ways depending on what firms they are. Because then we need to think about, if we are giving practical examples how to implement it, essentially you're asking us then to write an implementation guide. So we need to, think about that. That also the time that perhaps it might take to do this. In terms of, because you've got a variety of firms, larger firms, smaller firms, mid-sized firms, and all do things differently. But just some initial thoughts. I'm sure just want to get the thought process going from the board. Not saying, of course it's up to the board to decide how we want to go, but just some initial reactions on some of those comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. I think that I'll just lead the board's attention to one thing that we have already mentioned, which is, and I think that may help address some of, not saying that it's going to solve, but I think it may help guide the thought process and the discussion, which is it clear what result, what behavioral change we want to achieve? Because if that is clear, I think that part of these problems that we are hearing fairly may be at least mitigated. Because if we tell a firm, okay, the principle is this one, you have to be ethical, you have to have a ethical, whatever, and then we can discuss if this is a principle or if this is nothing. But if we set the principle and we say, and with this, you have to achieve a certain result, David said something about it. The common good, or common good is probably not, it's too general, but whatever. If we are clear about the behavioral change, the benefit, the impact that the application of this principle should have, then there is a space between the two where the firms can actually have some freedom or autonomy, self-determination to say, I'm going to achieve that result and demonstrate it by doing this or that or that or that. And we don't have to be prescriptive, and we don't even have to probably to draft a implementation guidance, Jeff, if we are clear about the principle and if we are clear about the outcome. So this is just to help probably giving you some insights about how we may look at these viewpoints and see how we can make sure that they bring the necessary aspiration to go beyond just setting or saying what is agreeable. So Ken, do you want to speak now? Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to come in, but I think I'd much rather leave it to, I think all has been said. I mean, my simple point, Hector, would be that this discussion will happen. So it's not that now is the time to be discussing how one might operationalize the viewpoints. What we are really focused on is whether those viewpoints are understandable, whether the board would agree to them, and whether the board would believe they would be actionable. To your question as to the how, this is a conversation on the NAM work stream. What is it that this board could commission in terms of additional materials, use cases, examples, to assist firms in demonstrating how they would operationalize those principles. So I think it's a conversation that's going to happen, but perhaps not at this point in time, because we're focusing on whether the board can agree to those as essentially the principles.
Yeah. Although, actually, when discussing, if we agree with that, we need to have the instrumental usefulness of them in mind and see if they are clear enough about what we want to achieve, and that we may be confusing a little bit the guidance and the implementation and the objectives. So I think that we need to get clear about that. The question is this clear and aspirational enough to make a difference and for the firms to be able to drive them, put them in place and achieve that objective. And that's probably what Hector is missing here, is that a more concrete idea about how a senior leadership may have the ethical leadership or something that is said there. So, yeah. Okay, very quickly, okay.
What I'm afraid of is we come up with this and people say, yes, of course. And that's it. And so if we say, these are our principles, and we are going to continue the work to help you implement them, and we are going to do this and that, be an AM, that's fine with me. If we stop here, people will say, okay, I can go online and use ChatGPT and ask how to be an ethical leader, and I'm going to get recommendations anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, even in the normal code, the requirements, we sort of, we create requirements, but then it's up to the firms to, write their own policies and procedures to comply with that requirement. So that can be achieved in many ways. So I think it's sort of the next step down the line. So as Ken said, are we happy with these principles? And then later on we can look at the next steps on best practice or whatever you want to call it.
We might want to use a combination of ideas so we can start illustrating and seeing what we're all talking about. So I think if we compartmentalize it too much, we're going to battle. So, let's be fluid and flexible and try and insert to see if we're all talking the same page. I do very much like the idea of the so what. You can ask some questions, but maybe I'll come back. The best way to solve any of the drafting is just to go back and is there a belief or a view or statements that we've heard that we are trying to address? So if we're talking about ethical leadership is important as deep commitment, why did we write that? Did we hear that it's lip service? People say it, but they don't act it? I don't know. If we are trying to solve something, let's, so to your point, everyone says they're ethically driven, right? So let's state that. It's a good thing. Why did we write that? Because somebody said, we don't believe it, right? It's not on their tip of their tongue, right? So they're saying, they can say it, but they can't demonstrate it in 3 words. So let's ask, when was the last time, or how do you know you are an ethical driven leadership? Very simple question. That actually then builds on how we start putting it in there. So, as a technique, we have a question. How do you know you're an ethical driven leadership? And how have you arrived at that conclusion? It's a guidance tool. It's going to give a reaction. And people are going to say, yes, I am, but I don't know how we are. And
because I thought you had stopped and I pressed the button. Apologies. So just one question, James, again, helpful, but then let me just clarify something. Are you suggesting that these viewpoints would also include the why? Because there was a moment through this journey where they included the why and then it was decided to remove the why. So, but we can maybe get back to that discussion because everything...
I don't know if we have to express because somebody said this. The why is not what, but we really have to understand why are we asking this, and that's going to help us drive the type of line of inquiry that I think Hector is saying. So the statement on itself is valid. Why? It's because people have, and so the extension of this, if you believe you are an ethics-driven, and just ask the question, how do you know? And that's written. I think that's what Hector is trying to drive at by saying the statement makes sense. The tool or the technique is to take it one more step and say, how do you know? And that's a starting point. So the reason my question is, how do you know, is because the reason we've written that is because people have said they state it, but they don't have a basis for stating. It's a belief, but not something dishonorable. So the type of question you ask, or prompt, is driven by why we've put that statement there.
What you're also wanting to say is that we felt that we needed to say that the senior leadership of an accounting firm plays a pivotal role, blah, 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 because we felt that we needed to state this, even if it seems obvious, because many people, or some people, don't believe that this is the case. So, but there was some, well, this is an option. The option was not to include the why, but we can get back to that perspective about which we state something that responds to some concern, some need, or some whatever. Laura, please.
Thank you, and sorry to interrupt. Just to clarify, we do have the why. So the public interest considerations paragraphs in each of the viewpoints is designed to answer to the question, why is this element important? We previously had clearly as, why is this element important? And then we switched it to public interest considerations. But the intent is the same, is to say, why are we doing this page on this element? And then the rest, it goes more to the what. And so to address David's point on the definition, I would say that the definition of ethical leadership is actually paragraphs 3 onwards. It's what we consider, it's not a definition in the sense of a glossary, a formal definition, but it does answer what is ethical leadership, what do we consider ethical leadership? That's on paragraphs, I believe, 3 onwards. And then about the how, that was part of the project team's decision or attempt to design, to draft these viewpoints, was to say, okay, let's start with the principles, and the how, like Ken said, will come later, will come as part of when we get to the preliminary plan. That's when we see the how on how to operationalize these viewpoints. But again, I think that's part of this discussion. Does the board agree with that approach? These are the high-level principles for now, and then the how comes later. Should these have more examples, less examples, more high-level, less high-level? But just to explain what the approach was. Thank you.
Laura, very helpful. So what Laura is saying is that the public interest considerations are aimed to include the why. So I think it's another question for the board if it is clear to everyone the why of the viewpoints in the public interest considerations that are there. Thank you so much. Because it's also actually important, following up on what James said, that is clear as well. So, Sadia?
So I've got some general comments that could stretch across all of these viewpoints, and I want to echo them. So David was talking about how the structure of it can be kept to one. I also want to emphasize we don't have to stick to words. We're in a place where we could use a video, we could use multimedia, we could use a diagram if that's easier to convey a message. But I was also stuck, and thank you, Laura, for guiding me, because I was also stuck on the why and the how. Because in the end of the day, when we have this paper finalized, we're going to have to go to market and we're going to say, what do you do with this year? So it's really easy. When you have a new standard, we say, firms, have you considered how you're going to implement it, update your policy, roll out training? With NAM, it's now that you're doing this, this might help you and guide you as you are adopting. And with this document, I was trying to think what's going to be our message to firms. And it kind of caught me that I really want them to take this document and have a discussion. That would be point one, for them to have an internal discussion and have a stress test. Am I living up to these principles? Then I would say, go one step deeper. Yesterday we had a Mentimeter where people were commenting on where they think their ethical leadership in their organization is. Document it. See if you're actually living up to these principles. It's easy to say yes to all of these things if they were questions. And then have a conversation where you are delving into, are we actually being at our right level? Should we go higher? And whether there's value in going higher. You know, we ask people to do more all the time, but we also have to see if they can justify whether there is need for it. And that's not why I put my card up. I was putting my card up because when it comes to this topic, it's individual versus collective. And when I read it, I got the collective. I understood how collectively we could answer. But I imagine myself being a partner and the only one really wanting to push this year. How would I as an individual question this year if the collective didn't want to, and how would I have to put this agenda onto my colleagues' paper and get the conversation going. So I hope this is a conversation starter, and I hope that it's guiding where I think which we should go to. We should go to more. Every one of these principles, you can't fall to it, but if it was changed into a question or a thought-provoking analysis, it would be helpful as we roll out this material.
Thank you very much, Sadia. I think that your comments were very helpful in the sense that we are starting to, with all this that has been said, understand the options that we have in terms of bringing these documents out and the way we approach stakeholders and for which purposes. Thank you. I think it was Sadia, sorry, Rania. Rania.
Thank you. So, I mean, James, you're asking the question, why are we putting, for example, ethical leadership here? And I think it's a very, very valid question. In my mind, and this is very much, like, I guess it really resonates with what was said yesterday by, at one of the sessions, the one on financial crime by Mr. Pascal Saint-Amans. So I think the reason why we're having this discussion is because in the minds of the leadership, there's a trade-off between ethics and profitability. And that's what he said. He said, if you have that trade-off, then you have a problem. The issue is that we look at profitability and ethics as though they are things that need to be balanced, as though it's a balancing act. And this is mentioned, by the way, in this document, the viewpoints. In my mind, ethical leadership is, I mean, leadership becomes ethical when there is this conviction, this like really rooted conviction that no, ethics drives profits, provided you are looking at profitability, sustainable profits, profitability in the long run. I think this is where the issue is. It's very important that this is the message that is driven. And going back to what Sadia just said, also yesterday, one of the polls was, that's another very important point to keep in mind. One of the polls at the Mentimeter was that, do you think that the firms, when they engage in some kind of ethical misconduct, are they aware of it? And if I remember correctly, I mean, Linda can probably correct me, I think the results were very close. Many said yes, and many said no. So the point is, it's just that typically firms are driven by profitability. And then at one point, it might strike them, or it might not, that, there are ethical implications. And sometimes by the time they realize it, it's too late in the game, and you have an ethical failure. So I think, again, when we go back to your question, Gabriela, like, what is the kind of behavioral shift that we're looking for? I think it's the idea that, you know, you're starting to consider the ethical implications of every decision you're making right at the outstart, rather than waiting for someone to identify an ethical issue. So thing is, we shouldn't be waiting for an ethical issue to be identified. The ethical implications should be there. And the idea and the conviction that there is an alignment, that ethical behavior really drives profitability. This is what ethical leadership, in my mind, is really about.
Yes, my advice, Chair, is that we should be conscious of time, and we should try to collect views from the other board members as well. But Rania, maybe it's a quick reaction. If you were to read the viewpoints, essentially those viewpoints are driving what you're essentially explaining. So in other words, leadership prioritizes ethics above all other considerations, is essentially addressing your challenge about how we can have firm leadership, appreciate that there is this issue of the trade-off between profitability and ethical considerations. So that is, in effect, outcomes-driven, right? This is paragraph 4. Firm leaders deeply believe in the firm's ethical values and prioritize ethics above all other considerations. So that is exactly what you're saying. That's really what we want to get towards, right? So that's what I would encourage the board to really comment on the principles that the project team has articulated there, and seeing whether there can be agreement. Because to your point, not all leaders necessarily will have this top of mind. And what we're trying to achieve here is really put that top of mind, that there is indeed a point about prioritizing ethics above all other considerations, including firm profitability.
Sorry, Rania. Sorry, maybe if there is time, but I'm sorry because there are a lot of people still wanting to speak. I think it was Christelle, the next one.
Chair. I think we are, from different angle, perspectives, etc., all speaking about expectation gap, how to fill the expectation gap in what we want to achieve with this document and with the project to some extent. I think it should be clear when we issue such document, however it's called, that it is a start in a journey, that we intend to use that document in a certain way. So what's our next step in the project, and how we expect that this and these actors, mainly the firms, can start their own self-assessment, be it collectively or individually, to help us get further in the project and help take good decision immediately if they think they are not at the level they wanted to be, like Sadia said. So I think, and I'm not sure that we should do that question by question, element by element, but with something, explaining. This is a thought leadership paper. It aims at sharing this and this, supporting our next step, supporting your self-assessment or your internal dynamics, and hopefully to share it with us later on. If we do that, I think we can fill the expectation gap that we all express differently. Thank you.
I think that you're right, but it's something that we will probably do much better after this discussion, because as we see, there are different perspectives. So I think you're more than right that we give clarity to ourselves what the next steps are, what we want, where we want to go, but after this discussion, because we are collecting a lot of ideas, namely the last one that you suggested, to give these documents to the firms to make kind of a self-assessment and come back to us with their results, which is an option. Okay, thank you very much. Luigi, I lost a little bit the order of the requests to speak, but well, Luigi.
Sorry. I found this particular one a very good exercise and a very good outcome. I think that we can consider two elements, the structure or the approach used and the content. In terms of structure and approach, I think it is consistent with the principles set for in the document. So it is sufficiently high level. It is very clear the why, using the word that has been used. And it is sufficiently high level to be implementable and actionable in several conditions, taking into consideration the diversity that could exist in various jurisdictions, or depending on the type of accounting firm, or depending on the oversight and so on. So I find it a very good exercise. I'm pretty in agreement with the structure. In terms of contents, probably there is something to fix, but I think it is a very good starting point. I have to say, coming back to what I said this morning, that this approach has not been used consistently for all the others, or at least for certain others' viewpoints. Just an example, education and training. Education and training has been written in another way, with another approach, and with a much more requirement type of approach, whereby it is less high level, principle based. It is much more very detailing condition for a learning program to be effective. There are 6 points, for example, that all such points must be met in order for learning to be believed effective, even though some of them are, again, best practices, but not necessarily needed in all circumstances. So if I have to be, let's say, synthetic in my view, I like very much the approach followed in this first one. I think it is the right one. Again, probably there is something to do about the content, but I think it is very on the point, considering the object that has been set. But this approach and this method should be applied for everything else and for all other points. And probably the most extreme in terms of distance is the education and training, but there are also
Luigi, are you sort of saying, I mean, there would be subtle differences based on who the original author was on each one, but are you sort of saying you're happy with ethical leadership and probably, let's say, education and training must take a similar approach? And I sort of quickly flick to it and I can sort of see what you're saying because it's a bit more stronger than this one. Is that your point?
Yes, it is. And it is not just a matter of being a little bit stronger. It is a matter of being prescriptive in a way that probably it is also excessive if we compare it with the code. If we were to write it for the purpose of the code, we would probably have written it in a completely different way, not so prescriptive. So it is really excessive in my view. And the reason is that there is no consistency in the method applied.
Luigi. Mark, please.
Thank you. I think I'm going to follow on really from where Luigi just articulated his points. The difficulty we have is ethical leadership, as an example, means very different things to each of us. So David used the example of common good. I could say, in certain circumstances, I'm not sure I agree. The common good could be unethical, and leadership might need it to be avoided in certain circumstances. Generating profit to support jobs and investment could be a positive outcome of ethical leadership in the right circumstances. That's why the viewpoints or the principles need to be high level, because they need to mean different things to different people, and they need to be interpreted in different ways to allow themselves to be applied to a very diverse range of different circumstances. So I believe they're pitched at the right level to support further stakeholder outreach. The drafting may need some tweaking, but that can be done. The desire for case studies or examples may be helpful, and in certain circumstances they're quite easy to write, but each case study is very easy to disagree with. So for every one that you like, somebody else will disagree. So we can only really make this work if we accept that it's directional and high level and principles based. And we don't really know enough yet to determine what best practice is. It's just developing practice. But we need to build out. So rather than giving a view on what the viewpoints need to say and what they need to be reported, what they need to be supported by, we need to decide whether this is what the board wants to produce. Will it drive the outcomes that we want to achieve? I think we can do that if we say it in part of the overarching statement that I asked for in the discussion earlier. I can only share with the board that our audit firm governance code, which has existed for 15 years, is 10 pages of principles, and there's quite a lot of white space in there as well. Not far off 8 pages of principles for the viewpoints. And that's worked quite well and has been actionable with the benefit of years of experience. So I don't think it's time necessarily to lose our nerve. Firms over the years have monitored how they've delivered on their obligations under that code, but it's for the firm to decide how they implement it and for the firm to decide how they monitor it. In June, we backed away from the idea of a standard, and I worry that what we're now talking about is a standard because, you know, we fall back into an area of comfort. And I would also make one other comment, and that is, you said earlier on in your opening remarks, Gabriella, about, you know, the importance of how the staff-led model works. The staff-led model was intended to drive strategic decision-making by the board, and yet we've reverted to type and we're sitting around a table trying to draft by committee. So I think what we've got delivers the outcome that we want to deliver, and that we should actually test this out further with our stakeholders, rather than seeking to, I think we've heard used before, you know, sort of, don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
Thank you, Mark. Amajit, please.
Try to be brief. So, on the structure and approach first. So I believe a lot of wisdom is available here, and a lot of aspirational pieces are there. So what we need to do piece by piece is that we could, you know, analyze it from 3 or 4 angles. Is it too high level? I mean, I just agree with some comments that it has to be high level, but I hope it is not too abstract. So that is one test we need to apply. Second is there something which is redundant, which is not really required, and we put it there. Third, something which is missing completely, which we have somehow, you know, failed to take on board. These are 2-3 perspectives, you know, we could apply and further refine each of these pieces. So that is one. Second is on the good practice or the practical guidance if we want to go through support material, which is fine. So my understanding is, you know, the other standard setters have stopped talking about best practices. because best is very subjective and it would depend on the context and the circumstances. So we could perhaps say good practices, but not best practices. And third, and the final point is, and I'm jumping the gun here, in agenda item 2B, I note a question which we are proposing to ask the targeted shareholders. Are they actionable, operable, scalable, and proportionate? So this troubles me again, because they are actionable. I mean, if they are not actionable, we should not put them there. And this actually takes me back to where we started the project. We've done a number of roundtables, we've talked to people. So if we say these are the viewpoints, are they actionable, we are on a very weak spot.
Thank you, Amajit. Sunam, please.
Thank you. Yeah, further to that, I understand these 8 viewpoints are not implementation guidance, but a high-level principle for ethical culture. And also, as Ken said, given that we'll later publish material to help with implementation, I agree to the approach as proposed by the project team. And secondly, I have one question about the paragraph 8. This explains independence input, which is also addressed in great detail in a separate viewpoint. I'm not sure if this is intended by the project team, but I'm inclined to avoid duplication, if possible. Thank you.
Very much, Sunam. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Sunam, just perhaps reacting to your comment there. In terms of what's in paragraph 8, and in fact, throughout this particular viewpoint is to really draw in and connect some of the other viewpoints, and that's why you see the duplication, because to make accountability work, to make the rewards or incentive mechanism work, leadership who are ethical needs to do certain things, and therefore these viewpoints are intended to connect with the other viewpoints, and hence the duplication there. And as Sadia has mentioned in the earlier session, that she wasn't, of course, too opposed to duplication as a NAM. Now, instead, the setting might be different, but this is intentional in that sense.
Please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I found this discussion now very helpful. I think Luigi's comments were very, very helpful to me because essentially that's what the project team is looking for the board to provide guidance to the team in terms of the way forward. In other words, is the project team approaching the development of the viewpoints in the right way, at the right strategic level? I found the comments from Amarjit as well equally very helpful. Those viewpoints are actionable. How the firms put them in practice is, of course, something that the board can work on through the NAM work stream, and we can have discussions with the team. We can provide them with those viewpoints and receive their feedback. Mark's comments as well very helpful in terms of not letting perfect being the enemy of the good. So let us not try to achieve perfection with those viewpoints, because they are not the final destination. They are intended to help the board reach a certain stage in the process, and at that point in the process, reach out to stakeholders and engage with the stakeholders and receive the feedback. So I think I feel much more comfortable now, having had that discussion with the board and in terms of the way forward.
I got a bit worried because Ken actually started off with saying not helpful. Yeah, so
no,
I think he
just to
actually
clarify,
means it's very helpful.
No, I did mean very, if any board members heard me say not helpful, I did say very helpful.
That's what I for helping clarify, because I was a bit concerned as well. So, two notes. First, well, thank you very much. I found this discussion very helpful, just like Ken. So we are, as usually, and almost always aligned. And thank you because these different perspectives, different points of view, different contributions and feedback, I think will help very much, you know, not only feeding our thoughts for the future, but setting the path. So I'm happy with the discussion. Let's see how we move forward. Mark, thank you very much because I think that you must be hungry, and so are the others as well, because with your comments, I think we almost could stop here and say, okay, we are going to, and I'm not kidding, because I think, thank you for reminding us that we should not be drafting on the fly with the words on the screen and struggling with the words. We need to agree on if this is at the right level to achieve the objectives that we want to achieve with these viewpoints, and give the team the feedback that they need to adjust and move forward with the other viewpoints. We'll see how we move with the other viewpoints, but this is it. Second note, completely different nature. We will have not the dean, but the vice dean, vice president of the IESBA here now, saying a few words. So we will need to stop in 10 minutes for these few words so that we don't get too delayed. Her name is Joana Paes. The dean was not available, so she's coming to join us to address the board very quickly, just to welcome you and things like that. And thirdly, Rui, can you give me that box? So I was not going to show it to the board, but I'm going to show it. This is our discussion. This is what Mark Babington kindly offered me, which is a jigsaw puzzle of 1,000 pieces, and just with baked beans in it. So something very simple to solve. Mark was threatening me already for some time, since London last year. I was not believing that he was going to make that threat concrete, and here it is. And it has all to do with our discussion. This is what we need to solve with your help. I don't know why exactly why Mark offered this to me. If I am very positive and self-confident, I would say that he means you are so smart and patient that I'm sure you are going to be able to solve it. Being less positive, I think that he may say, go, be busy with your jigsaw puzzle for some time while we work, but in any case, it reminded me of this because it's what we have to solve. And I tell you, I'll find time and patience with pleasure to do finalize the jigsaw puzzle, as we will do it with this project. So it's not easy. I think that we need to get our minds around what we want to achieve with these viewpoints, with a few things in mind, and I will recall them. They are not an end in itself. The viewpoints are not the end of the process, are an instrument, a tool, a methodology to engage with stakeholders. We can make different decisions in that respect. We can use them as a self-assessment tool, as Christelle was suggesting. Rania made other suggestions. I think that we have different things in mind, and I don't think that we need to agree immediately about what we are going to do before we have them finalized. So the next steps are, for sure, for the project team to take this discussion, and we will continue this afternoon because we have the NAM thing, but I'm sure that a few of these things, because they are completely connected, will come again to the board. What we need to do is to give clear guidance about concerns, suggestions, positions about these viewpoints, and let the team work, of course, connecting with the board as much as necessary over these next months. We have a board call in October, which may be used for this purpose as well, if the work is already advanced in a way that it's helpful. So there are many ways that we can progress, but definitely I think it's more about this strategic approach, and that's what we need to do, and what I heard you doing and saying here. This idea of being clear about the why we are doing things, and we can go through the viewpoints, or the project team can go through the viewpoints and see what is more, where we are being completely clear or less clear, if the use of things like I don't know, I was going number 4, there was something like on topic number 4, there was something that I might use for, as an example. I don't see it on the screen, but if you can move it. Anyway, doesn't matter, we'll discuss it. They believe, for instance, is this something that is concrete enough, or can we address beliefs or intentions or whatever, or it's more about prioritize ethics, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. I think that this can be reviewed in a way that the why is absolutely clear, and the objective, the public interest objective outcome, the end of the road where the funds should arrive or should be able to demonstrate that they arrived is clear. One last thing, and James, I'll let you immediately after. But one more thing that came to my mind in this discussion is that maybe it mustn't be in the papers, in the documents, in the viewpoints, but one mental exercise that we may do to test the clarity of the force of these viewpoints is to ask ourselves if, with one of these viewpoints, a leader or someone in the firm is asked to demonstrate that they are really an ethical leader, or that they prioritize, or that they were, if they are able to demonstrate that. And I think that this is the test, one of the tests that we might need to take. So, unless there are, James, you wanted to say something?
That's an excellent summary. When I talked about problem statement, when I talked about the why, it's not the rationale of why this is a good statement. It's the problem statement that we're trying to address. And so we've heard, or whatever reason, we've put in a statement that says senior leadership has a strong knowledge and understanding of the code. So why is that good? It's not there because having an understanding helps you become ethical. It's there because people have said leadership can quote IFRS and they can quote ISIS, and they know that back and but they don't know page 1 of the code, right? That's the statement, and they're saying, well, you really have to understand that. So the problem, each one, when I say the why, I'm trying to figure out, I challenge, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And then describe what you would not want to see. If everyone relies, if leadership relies on other experts for their knowledge of the code as and when needed versus understanding it, that's the problem, and that's what we don't want. We are trying to drive, so each one of them will have a reason why you've tried to put it in there, a problem statement. So I do think we should at least understand what each statement is trying to solve or promote. And then I'd just make sure we're expressing it in an articulable way so that it can influence and impact. Sorry, thank you, Gabrielle. I don't mean to repeat.
Very much, James. Jeff, we will need probably to go back to these viewpoints later in the afternoon, or I don't know, but we still have the rest of the agenda to go through. But asking the board and the project team to lead the board to receive really strategic comments about the direction, and not that much about details and drafting and etc. Okay, but
Thanks, Gabriela. No, I think that's fine. I think we might also look at whether we need to look at every viewpoint, subject to time, but
yes, that would be my suggestion, Jeff, that we go through each viewpoint to collect input from the board at a strategic level. In other words, maybe akin to Reggie's comments, are those viewpoints too prescriptive, or are they at the right level of principles? Because that's really what we want to collect. Or your Amajit's challenge, are we missing anything? Or is there anything that you perceive as not being actionable? So these are strategic questions that we'd like input from the board so that the project team can then make the refinements. Thank you.
so who is, where is she going to? Well, sorry. So as I had told you, the dean, João Duque, who you met yesterday, is not available. But very kindly, Professor Joana Paes, Vice Dean or Deputy Dean of the University, is joining us just to tell you a few words of welcome, and of course for me and us to thank again for the enormous generosity, hospitality, for hosting us in this beautiful, amazing place, room, university, etc. So please, the floor is yours if you want to address the board, just to say hello, but I know it was not expected, so Professor Joana Paes was not expecting to have to come here, so thank you very much.
Press here. Yes, it was completely unexpected, so I'm very sorry I'm not prepared. But anyway, my mission is to, ask you if you're enjoying, I hope you're enjoying, to tell you that we hope that you're enjoying your stay here and the school. By coincidence, you are, this is the Noble Hall, and we have the Mercury god, the god of commerce over there. In fact, we started as a school of commerce many years ago in the 18th century, and then we've evolved and officially exist as a school of economics and management since 1911. So we are a very old school. And we're also part of University of Lisbon, which is the largest university in the country. It's also one of the most prestigious universities. As a business school, we are a business school, but we are a business school that also has an economics department, a maths department, a social science department. So we are a very diverse school and large school. As a business school, we are triple accredited, so we received the third accreditation roughly a year ago. So we are part of this elite group of business schools globally, roughly 1% of the business schools that hold this. And we are delighted to have you here, so I hope that it was really an honor that you chose us. And yeah, and that's it. That's all I wanted to say. So thank you so much for coming, and we really hope, the school really hopes that you have enjoyed your stay here with us.
Thank you very much. I think we are all delighted. So thank you again. We have a small, very small gift for you to remember that we were here, and thank you again for this amazing hospitality.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, and
I have to give
we should take a picture together.
Okay. How nice. Thank you.
It's a very simple thing. It's just, Who's taking the picture? Is it David? Okay. Here? So we can close now the morning session and go for lunch, and we will come back at 2 Sharply, for those online, we will come back at the hour, so it's going to be a 60-minute break for lunch. I hope you enjoy a little bit the sun outside. It's getting a bit warm, but I think it's still acceptable.
Just also an addendum, the board, all board participants are able to bring your plates to the table here because there are no sort of outside desks or tables, so you can bring your plates here.
almost all here, but we need to start or restart. So in this first part of the afternoon, we will continue the discussion on the viewpoints. So based on what we agreed before lunch, the idea, I think, would be to go through the rest of the viewpoints, but asking the board to come with strategic comments on the viewpoints based on these more overarching discussions that we had about what this should be and what this should not be. So please avoid, going into the details of the words. Of course, if a word or a sentence is a good example of what you want to say, please mention it. But wording, drafting, editorial, and etc. will be. You will have an opportunity to share it with the project team. For now, it's more about again the question about if the viewpoints are at the right level and they have the right approach to allow the board to go out with them and see with stakeholders what we can do with them and if they are actionable, if they are prescriptive, too prescriptive or too much high level, etc. So, Jeff.
Thank you, Gabriela, and welcome back, everyone. So whilst we're waiting for the paper to pop up on screen, so as Gabriela had mentioned, we will go through the remainder of the viewpoints. So I think we can say that we got some good feedback on ethical leadership, so we want to move on to the other viewpoints. And as Gabriela has said, we want to get your strategic input, including whether, for instance, these viewpoints are too prescriptive or missing anything, missing any viewpoints, or is anything that strategically you really violently object to in terms of what's been included in these draft viewpoints. So we will go through them one by one. And so if that's okay, Gabriela, we'll start with the next one, which is oversight and governance. So I'll pass it back to you, Gabriela, to collect feedback from board members on the strategic input. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff. I think it would be worth to just close off ethical leadership because we didn't really go through the entirety of the viewpoint before the break. So just to go through ethical leadership and just collect any input any board member might have.
Okay. All right. So we're back on ethical leadership. Just want to see if the board has any additional feedback.
One very minor point, actually. So I think it's being a little too prescriptive in paragraph 4, where we are saying that prioritize ethics above all other considerations. So if you want to, I get the spirit of what we are saying here, but if you want to change it, maybe prioritize ethics in all their decisions and actions, rather than saying above all other considerations. Very minor point, just you can take a look. I can even send you the draft.
Thank you, Amajit. Other comments? Wow, no comments. Maybe I have, oh, sorry, Rania.
Thank you. So I don't know if again, please take my comment just in the context of what ultimately you decide to do with the document. But if you keep the document at this level of, for example, recommendations or practice or whatever is in there, then perhaps you may want to allude to the issue of preempting the risk of ethical failures, addressing the risk before it happens and not just looking at, ethical dilemmas once they have been identified, or sort of like a preventive approach to ethical failures. So just like addressing the risks of an ethical misconduct, or not just after the fact, but ahead of it. Just a thought for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Other comments? Well, I don't see anyone. So maybe I have one small comment, but I think it's just exactly as an example of what could be too less prescriptive, or too high level, or too prescriptive. Amajit mentioned the second part of bullet 4, number 4. But if we compare it with the first part is probably the kind of thing that we will never be able to, that it's not possible to demonstrate or put in practice, etc. So maybe we have here the examples of what could be too high level or too prescriptive in the same bullet, because beliefs is something that we cannot put in practice or drive or whatever. I mean, at least we are not able to make the firms demonstrate that they believe or they do not believe. They will always tell you that they believe, of course, that ethics is important. So this is just an example. I'm not suggesting anything, but I think that this bullet really includes the example of what we may need to adjust throughout the topics to avoid, guess about what they believe, what they think, or what they are, and more on the action, which is actionable and demonstrable. They prioritize ethics throughout all their decisions or whatever we want to may put there. So, okay. Okay, so Jeff, back to you.
Move to the next viewpoint, which is, of course, very much connected to ethical leadership, is oversight and governance. So open the floor to board members for your input. Thank you.
Amajit, please.
And again, so I think, unless I missed it, in the role of oversight and governance, periodic reporting mechanisms would be an important piece, and that's also something concrete and tangible. So if you want to make a mention of periodic reporting mechanisms, they assist in enabling effective oversight.
Thank you, Amajit. Are there other comments? Ken, please.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a question to Amajit as to who is doing the reporting. Again, just to clarify my understanding of your comment, Amajit, is it for the firm leadership to be reporting to those responsible for governance, or is it some of the concept you had in mind?
So I believe reporting could be at multiple levels, and important thing is to highlight the need for reporting mechanisms, which becomes measurable. So in that sense, I think we'll keep it high level, but at the same time, something which is more concrete.
Thank you, Amajit. Hector, please.
Just an element that might be added to the mix here is the longer-term view that governance should provide. In a firm, the shareholders appoint board members which are separate from management, and they look after the long-term interest and the sustainability of the organization beyond the term under which you're paid or not paid a bonus, whether you meet or you not meet the targets on your employment contract. And here, in firms where you have management and decision-making mixed, governance mechanisms should be providing this longer-term view, or could provide this longer-term view, which you don't have because you have partners sitting around the table. That is something you might want to consider there.
Thank Thank you for raising that point, Hector. And here I'm going to again share some personal thoughts about the topic of oversight and governance. First, I agree with you that it's what provides the long-term vision, but it's also always supposed to be in any organization, be it an audit firm or whatever, the structure, the support for the behavior to be consistently positive, a little bit irrespective of who is on the board or who is the chair or whatever. Of course, it's going to be always very much dependent on the person, but governance is exactly what is there in place to make sure that there are some structures which makes it less dependent of being John or Mary or myself being there. Secondly, I'd like just to remind you about Jean-Paul Servet's speech yesterday, where he made a lot of connections, very, very clear and I think smart connections between ethics, ethical culture and governance. I asked him to, if possible, provide us with the speech so that everyone can read it carefully, because I think it was a good speech. But there were recurrent mentions to the importance of governance in driving good behavior and ethical behavior. So just wanted to raise this to your attention. So are there any other comments on this viewpoint? And Hector, if I may, just another note, which is the following. From the conversations with stakeholders, of course there are different perspectives, but from some groups of stakeholders, this is really the relevant, the meaty part of the possible thing that we may develop, be it whatever it is, and not necessarily standards. We know, Hector was mentioning it yesterday, corporate governance principles of OECD are recommendations, and then each jurisdiction does whatever they want with those principles. It's what some of the stakeholders consider to be the strong, visible, and long-term oriented part of the outcomes of this possible project. So, no more comments? Okay, so Jeff and project team. Your mic, sorry.
Thank you. Then we move to the third one, still more tied to leadership of the firm, is provision of independent input. So the last one in Group B, I suppose. So we'll open the floor for the board's feedback. Thank you.
Sunam, please.
I have one question. In this provision of independent inputs, we have used both ways. On one hand, from the perspective of INE, we use provision, provide. Okay? On the other hand, in many paragraphs, we use the seeking, obtaining. So it looks like it's written from the perspective of the form. So it could be, I believe, confusing from the perspective of users or of the form. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonam. Other comments? Well, once again, this is one of those which is closely related to others, because independent input is part of the governance, or can or should not, depending on the, but anyway, it's part of the governance. So there are clear connections and links between the different viewpoints, and we'll see at the end what we will do with these interconnections. Sadia.
Sorry. On this viewpoint, it seems like the issue of scalability needs some guidance. For sole practitioners, very small SMPs, how would independent input be brought in, and if there's a case study or how it has been implemented, it would be very interesting.
So in terms of scalability, I mean, we had a very good meeting with some SMPs in Singapore, and what some of them do is they might have, you know, one option is they might have a retired partner who no longer has any commercial interest in the firm, working as a consultant or somebody who the current managing partner of the firm can, you know, have conversations with. That was one mechanism they identified. Another mechanism they identified is you could have a small committee. So it could be a retired partner, an academic, and maybe somebody else external from the business community. So they could have a small committee like that. So I think that's why at the end of the day, we should provide for scalability, for there to be different options rather than saying you have to go and get a INE.
Thank you. Hector, please.
Thank you, and sorry to take the floor again, but on this topic, we heard a lot at the time I was in the working group. People saying, yeah, it's not a bad idea to have independent input, but there are too many conflicts of interest. We cannot deal with the conflict of interest, and it's impossible to find somebody that doesn't have conflict of interest to be seated at the decision-making table. I think we should address that in a way if we leave it there, people will say, yeah, it's a good idea, but it's impossible. I don't know to what extent we can address it, but I think it's the elephant in the room besides scalability on this topic.
I mean, it can be challenging, and I think since that time, now in Australia, 5 out of the 6 big 6 firms now have INEs. PwC have 4, including an independent chairman. So it can be done if there's a willingness. I think from the time we heard it, things have sort of moved on.
Thank you, Chana. Jeff?
Thank you, Gabrielle, and thanks, Hector, for that feedback. Certainly, the board may recall in our discussions last year, during the working group discussions, the challenge in getting independent board advisors, particularly relevant in terms of getting INEs for the larger firms. And of course, getting independent input in other contexts can be challenging, of course, in the conflicts of interest, you know, making sure, you know, you're getting someone who has, can give you an objective input. So in this one, for instance, you know, in paragraph 6, we've certainly highlighted the importance of not only necessarily having the relevant skills, but also have the appropriate objectivity and independence. Whether we feel that we can expand this out, the project team can take this back and think that through a little bit more. Otherwise, it's a perfect piece for the next level of input as well.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. David, please.
The one observation I had when I read through this one is under point number 4, we give an example of what independence is. But if we refer back to the conversation we had on ethical leadership, there was a reluctance to give examples. So I think we need to think about consistency. I personally like that we give examples because we're saying these are examples of good practice. I'm not saying best practice because I don't think there's such a thing, but we need to be consistent in that regard.
Thank you, David. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to comment on this because I thought that the staff had hit a nice balance in terms of the one extreme of say, independent input, such as on a board of directors, versus other more ad hoc less formalized independent input, and so I encourage that, particularly from a scalability perspective. I think Hector's point about the elephant in the room regarding, in particular, independence, and I'm using independence in the way we use it with respect to being independent of an audit client as opposed to independent as is used in this, what I would consider to be objective input from somebody who is objective with providing that input. Not all of these situations, in my mind, would require independence, as we would consider to be reflective in the code. And so what I think, at least what I heard from the feedback at the roundtables, was that the larger firms, in particularly in their larger network member firms, did find real value in having, say, the more what I would call INE type of objective input. And I'm using the word objective now to distinguish that from being independent, the way we use it in audit terms. And I think that remains relevant, and I think that's certainly, Chana, what you're seeing in Australia. But I think we also heard that from all of the larger firms is that's not going to be true for every firm in the network, that within the firms in the network, there's different risk considerations, there's different size considerations. So the one thing I just want to be very cautious about is that independent board role is one type of objective input. It is absolutely not the only type that can be effective. And my definition of small firm may be very different from many people in this room, because I had 2 partners and 15 staff. So the kind of independent or objective input that you're talking about, you know, that having committees and things like this was just not going to be on the table for that. But I think even when you get into the medium-sized firms, you know, there's real considerations about how you might go about doing that. So I just want to caution us that we are thinking not just beyond the largest firms in the largest jurisdictions, but that we're thinking collectively from a scalability perspective and allowing firms to consider the approach that is best for them in their particular circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Rich, please.
Nancy, I couldn't agree more. And that's why we put what we did in paragraph 4, the project team wrote it, including that reference to other firms, including you could get it from other firms within the network, that we actually had regulators bring those examples up where they had seen that worked, where the other firm in the network, there was just no financial interest connection in that, but they had the right, I'll call it, experience and expertise on the topic that the firm in question needed some help with. So yeah, I think that's really, we didn't intend for to be examples so much as demonstrating the variability and scalability about how you could do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Hector, please.
Briefly, but when we were in Peru, they told us the story of Deloitte in Brazil that had a mishap, and the regulator said, you need to bring independent input, and Canada sent somebody who is overseeing the Brazil office, so they sent somebody from Canada to their board meetings. It's within the organization, it's from the parent company, and it works really well according to them and to the satisfaction of the regulator. So it's an alternative that it's already there. It's these cases that we could document and show that you don't need to reinvent the wheel or get out of your way to do something fancy when there are solutions that already exist.
Thank you, Hector. So 2 things on my side before I pass back to Jeff. First, scalability, fully agree. This is probably from the 8 viewpoints, the one where scalability and proportionality is more obviously needed, because the needs and the capacity is not the same throughout the firms. So it has to be put at the right level to allow for all that flexibility and adjustments to the size and type and etc. of the firm. They said, of course, this should trigger some ambition. And yesterday we heard about, it was not standard competition, but we heard someone, I think it was Neil Akers, who said, this should be put at a level which sets the baseline, and then there should be competition between the companies, firms, to do the best thing. It was not about standards. Someone interpreted it like standards competition, but it was really set the baseline and each one to do, each company or firm to do the best. And I think that's what we are speaking here about and should be speaking. Set the baseline, but then expect that depending on their capacity and then the needs, each firm does the best possible in terms of bringing independent input. Because I think it's not, we cannot challenge the obvious fact that independent input can be helpful. Second thing about the difficulties that China mentioned and that it can be challenging, that there are probably conflicts of interest to be taken on board. Sure, it's not easy, but if we look, for instance, what since 20 or 30 years ago is happening on the listed firms field, where the corporate governance principles exactly made their way since 1999, saying there should be independent directors in the board. That's what the OECD said in 1999. And then there was a revolution. They said this is completely impossible. We'll never find people without conflicts of interest. If they don't have conflicts of interest, there are not enough experts on the field, blah, blah, blah. This is not going to be possible. This conversation has disappeared. You know, all the listed firms everywhere have independent directors. They have overcome all these difficulties, and it's done. So just not to assume that it's not possible or that it's so hard that we should not aim at it. This said, again, independent directors are not the only way, for sure, and I think it's clear there, to achieve this objective of having independent input. So I think that we are going the right direction. Hector, do you still want to speak? No. So back to you, Jeff.
Can I just add something before we move to the next one, or add two things? On the conflicts of interest, yes, absolutely. That's why we have something saying on paragraph 6, when we say independence and then we say i.e. no conflicts of interest, just to make sure that's what we mean by independence. And then it's also independence / no conflicts of interest depending on the matter in question. It doesn't have to be someone who has absolutely zero conflicts of interest in everything that the firm does, but it's someone, like we say in paragraph 8, that depending on the matter, maybe not every matter needs independent input, but depending on the input, depending on the matter, it might be necessary, and then independence means no conflict of interest. And just regarding the point about the examples, the project team does recognize this is a very delicate balance to strike between the high-level principles and and them being actionable. And therefore, in certain viewpoints, such as this one, and like David said in paragraph 4, we do have, and like Rich said, it's not so much as examples, but acknowledging the types of independent input that can be used by firms. And this was also in response to a comment that we got when we were still on the drafting phase, saying these viewpoints cannot be too high level. And for instance, when we're talking about SMPs, they do need a little bit of direction, or it needs to be explicit enough for them to understand how to apply the principles when they get to that point. So that's my only two. I think Luigi.
Sorry, Luigi, please.
Yeah, and I agree with with what has been said now, that this is probably a case where some examples are really useful in understanding, let's say, the underlying process that has been followed in order to explain and to frame the viewpoint. On the other hand, I wonder whether in paragraph 5, identifying one public interest entity is setting a very low threshold, probably too low, because it seems that we are here suggesting that it is sufficient to have one public interest entity within the audit client to be the need to consider this type of approach, which means that basically we are scoping in virtually all the auditors or most of the auditors in the market, and I think it is too much probably. So I would just to say that I think that this is a point that I would recommend to reconsider.
Yeah, I acknowledge that, Luigi. I think maybe we were influenced by the Japanese audit firm governance code, which says that even if you do one, you are in scope. But I acknowledge your point, and maybe we can have a look at that and whether we drop one and say, depending on how many you audit, how many pies you audit, you may want to consider it. So drop the one, that's your point, right? Yeah.
Okay, Jeff.
Thanks, Luigi and Chana. Look, I think without going to drafting, we can easily fix that, just getting rid of one or more. So it's more general interest in the sense of firms that audit public interest entities may consider. So it's a little bit broader, but we'll take that back and think of it a little bit more. Thank you. So if there's no other comments, we may move to the next one, which is the start of the Group A, the other group of viewpoints. The first one would be accountability across the firm. So again, open up the floor to the board for input.
Thank you, Jeff. Mark, please.
Thank you. I think for the most part, it's in the right place. I think this idea of shared responsibility needs almost like a bit of grading around it, because obviously it will reflect the relative seniority of people in different circumstances. So it reads at the moment as if it's everyone's in the same position, and it's just it needs to be commensurate with the position that they have. And then can we also think about, we talk about accountability to the code, but it's actually not to the code, it's to compliance with the fundamental principles of the code. And if we could just get that in the positioning, I think that would help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Amajit, please.
So just a couple of thoughts on how to strengthen the accountability mechanisms piece. There, I thought we could perhaps consider adding need for role clarity at the partner level, or what are the expectations from the people who are partners or key managerial personnel. Second could be the channel to report ethical concerns, because that is again a part of the accountability mechanisms. And the final point is, which connects with the third bullet on point 3, being transparent about their decisions. So basically the transparency point which is made in point number 3, if you want to add some requirement of disclosures or some documentation which evidences transparency. Just saying that there's a need for transparency is great, but what is the mechanism to ensure transparency? So some mention about disclosures or documentation which will evidence the transparency we talk about in point 3. Thanks.
Thank you, Amajit. Well, looking at these 4 bullets, it's interesting to see for me that the first 2 are of completely different nature of the second, of the other 2. Because being aware or committing like in line with what I was saying before, is probably something that we cannot too much about it or test or whatever, while being transparent and being answerable is very clear and concrete what we expect the firms and the people therein to do. So these kind of considerations may be in your mind when reviewing the documents and see what can be taken as something that it's adding something clear, because I think that we need to, I'm not saying that we should not have them, but some force, some connection to the reality. Hector, please.
You said, Gabriela, is very relevant. So being aware of is a very unknown side of space, which you just guess, which you cannot really quantify or measure. But if you say there's a need for whether the role is understood, whether the role is clearly defined, whether the responsibilities are clearly defined, that is measurable, that is disclosable. So I think that's a distinction we need to make.
About putting the focus on the action that is necessary to achieve that. For instance, what is necessary to be aware? Sometimes it's a drafting thing, but it's putting the focus on the action, not that much on the status of being aware or believe or whatever. It's something that helps people being aware or believing or committing or demonstrating that they are committed or whatever. Okay. Hector, please.
This is more a question than a comment. I'm not sure people will understand what we mean about shared accountability from the text. I think I know what you want to say, but I don't see much in the text that talks about that.
And Mark, you had the same comment as well. I think that I think I take the point. It's probably a little hard to understand what that meant. So we will have to take that back and see whether it's.
Okay. And the point that Mark raised, I think it's also a point, because being accountable is always being accountable to something or someone. And when we say that we need to be accountable to our stakeholders, means that we need to be able to demonstrate, explain that we did something which meets the expectations, the ethical expectations, compliance expectations, the due process expectations, whatever. So I think that it's also an element that should be, it's there in the last bullet, but I think that might be reinforced, that it's being accountable, not to ourselves, saying, okay, I'm aware, but being accountable to someone or to something. No more comments about accountability? So, Christelle.
I sent some drafting suggestion to the team, so I don't know if I have to say that again, but as it was not taken.
And thanks, Christelle, for the advanced comments. We'll take all yours as we discuss. But
my main point here was that it was focused on the performance evaluation here on the second bullet point 4, and that for me it should be mentioned through its performance evaluation mechanism and career development processes. Because career development, if it doesn't embed the ethical dimension of a candidate, it's problematic.
That brings us back to the discussion yesterday at the conference, and I think we should make the best out of what we heard. And we heard something or a lot about that, about the importance of embedding ethics in the criteria and approach to hiring, promoting, and etc. Incentives in the wide sense. Okay.
It is not totally absent of the full document, but here I missed it.
Thank you, Gabriela. So we'll move to the next, which is rewards. I think in the report we had incentives, rewards and incentives, but we dropped the word incentives and we try to use the word rewards as a broader term. But so again, open to the board for your feedback.
Mark, please.
So I won't go back over my earlier comments about reward and the wording around it, but can you have a look at paragraph 6, please, Jeff? Because we say rewarding ethical behaviour by partners and staff that goes above and beyond expectations, that there's a problem there if your expectations are very low. So we're talking about driving high quality ethical outcomes. We need something that is more aspirational than just meeting it or going beyond expectations. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Hector, please.
Chair, I wanted to point out, I'm not sure I have a defined position on the topic, but there is a big debate in the world of ethics and compliance whether you should reward good behavior. Lots of people argue that you should only punish misbehavior and not reward the ethical thing because it's what we should all be doing. I don't have a personal decision on the topic, but I wanted to point out that we might get feedback in that sense. Second, I think when we think about rewards, and I'm thinking about a bonus for getting clients and for, we need to start thinking about when we, on the other section of the document, we tell leaders to be able to say no to a client because there is a reputational issue, then we need to make that, to have a conversation with this section because there is a guy or a lady that was working with that client, trying to get it as a client, you bring it, you do a lot of work, and then leaders decide, you know what, it's risky, we're not having it, then what happens to the reward of that person? And it's easy to say, no, we're putting ethics beyond commercial issues at the high level, but there are people that get in the way, and I have had this case discussed with people from a Big Four in a class of governance, and they were saying, yeah, but I didn't know there was a conflict of interest. I brought the client, I made a lot of investment, I bring this, and then the leaders decide not to have it, and then I lose everything, and I don't get a bonus, I don't get any reward. How is accountability? If we want to do this shared responsibility, shared accountability, how does it work with the people that were behind all this effort, and the decision is made at the senior level? So just an example. If you give me 1 minute, if you look at the story of Jeffrey Epstein with JP Morgan, and there's an interesting report in the New York Times, I recommend you read it. Senior people were saying for many years that they should cut ties with Epstein. And there was one guy defending him because he was getting a lot of business into the bank, billions of business into the bank. And even when he was convicted for soliciting prostitution from minors, the bank kept him as a client because commercial considerations over ethical considerations. So this is a real issue, rewards, bonus, difficult decision making. And when we think about those cases, let's look at this and say, is this strong enough? Do we have enough meat here to actually get this difficult topic? That's what I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. David, please.
Chair, so I think maybe building a little bit on what Hector said, it's, and maybe I'll pick up a little bit what Mark said as well. So instead of reward, it could be compensation, total compensation. It could be anything like that because that's what it is really. And when we talk about bonuses, it's just variable pay, right? It's the variable pay element that we get. What I would say to what Hector said, it's compensation models or pay models that reward only the outcome always create problems. Pay systems that balance the how with the what are much more effective. And that's really what Hector, I think, is getting at, is how you do something. So bringing in a client is one thing, but looking at the risk profile of the client, the know your client, or know your customer type indicators become really good things to do, and that's the how. So maybe looking at, and again, I know we're getting into advice, and I'm not saying that there is good advice, but the whole idea of pay structures and variable pay need to balance. And if it only looks at outcome, it's always going to create a twisted sense of how I maximize my return, maximize my reward, as opposed to look at broader interests beyond my own interest. And when you look at the how, that starts to neutralize the outcome that happens. And I mean, I'll give you an example. When I worked at HP for many, many years, it was really good as an organization at looking, and when it looked at performance, it looked at how you did things as well as what you did, and both had equal weight. So if that's helpful, just as a way to address that.
Thank you, David. Christelle, please.
I had two observations on this section. First, on the number 9. You conclude this sentence on the fact that the senior leadership is prioritizing ethical behavior as a key performance measure. And you conclude by this will in turn build public trust in the firm. And I would suggest to not to announce this as a promise. So this will, I'm not sure. And it's not only one way to get the trust. So I would rephrase this as this in turn contributes to building public trust in the firm, as this is a multidimensional element, not only about that point. This was for drafting. And on the next point, that number 10, we have here a presentation of the disincentive mechanism applied to an individual, with individual factors listed here. And I was missing the impact of a systemic environment that might exist in organizations that that should be considered if a person had unethical behavior, but it was in an organization where there was a systemic organization, leaders at the top, processes that were such that it was leading to such situation for an individual. It should be taken into consideration the environment, the systemic that the firm has put in place, and that maybe have contributed to the unethical situation.
Okay, thank you, Christelle. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I struggled with this particular element, and I struggled with the word rewards, at least in the context of how I'm familiar with how you might actually make this work. And I don't think I was able to come up with a real example of rewards other than perhaps highlighting people through storytelling who shared a particular experience where they've been successful in dealing with an ethical issue. I think what really we're talking about is performance management systems and how we embed an ethical culture in our performance management systems. And so my suggestion might be to actually reconsider renaming this element to performance management and have that focus. And I think what largely many firms do that are successful in embedding this is, and Hector, this is to your point, there's a baseline presumption is that you will behave ethically. And that's just a given. Our firm has a number of core values that we are expected to exhibit. And in our performance management system, when we are doing our interim and year-end evaluations, one of those questions is, did people uphold those core values? And so, for example, a core value would be toward engaging in a diverse speak-up culture. And so somebody who consistently shuts down conversations, don't allow people to raise differing opinions in a safe environment, those people would then be graded downward with respect to their values. They're not going to get, we're not going to see rewards for this, but we are going to absolutely see consequences as a result of not upholding those values through not getting a promotion, not getting bonuses, not getting merit increases, or depending on, the challenging behavior, being counseled out of the firm. So I just think practically that I struggled with this. And so maybe I would just suggest is that maybe we just give this a bit more thought on what is it we're really trying to drive to. And my instinct is we're trying to drive to embedding ethical values and ethical culture into your performance management system. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Rania?
So on item 5, so I have 2 points basically I want to mention. Item 5, and please don't take this as a drafting issue, but rather as a messaging issue or actually even as our own thought process. So, for example, when we say in item 5, performance evaluation and reward mechanisms that balance expected ethical behavior and financial performance goals. It seems to me, again, I go back to my prior point, is that we're insinuating this sort of a trade-off between ethical behavior and financial goals. And this is also, by the way, it's also, touched upon under ethical leadership when we say that, prioritizing ethics above all considerations, including commercial considerations. So I just suggest to the group to reconsider the wording so that it is not misconstrued as though we're insinuating a trade-off. So balancing ethical behavior and financial goals. And under ethical leadership, we talk about prioritizing ethics above all else, including commercial considerations. So in my mind, it's just a messaging issue. My recommendation is that we try to shift the narrative from ethics versus profits to ethics driving profits. So, just move in that direction and have it be more positively focused. This is my first point. My second point relates to item number 6. So rewarding ethical behavior, and again to the point of how actionable is, the advice or the recommendations. And this is really more of a question than it is anything else. My question is, how do we expect firms to reward ethical behavior? Ethics should be the norm. For example, I'm just giving you an example. Are we saying that if, let's say, we have a conversation and I don't shut down someone else who brings up a point that I disagree with, will you reward me for doing that? Or, you get my point? So, what do we mean by rewarding ethical behavior? Just so that we are clear on what, I get the spirit of it, I understand, but are we looking to have very actionable points? Is each of them meant to be actionable? I don't have an answer to this. It's just a point that, or a question that came to my mind as I was reading through this document. And ethical performance, shouldn't it be the norm? I think, yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Rania, I'll follow up on that comment, but let me just first listen. Jeff, please, you were first.
Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. Just some, I guess, immediate reactions, and they're all
Sorry, Jeff. Sadia is still
okay,
wanting to
Sadia,
speak. Okay, I thought you were responding to something to Rani, so Sadia, please.
Okay, so I won't repeat the comment on whether good ethics should be rewarded because I think it's been made. But I wanted to lean into the disincentive. And I wondered if we went far enough, should we actually go towards enforcement? If you behave badly, has there been enforcement action? And does that speak to the culture of how we are holding ethics as a core fundamental principle in culture? This section kind of reminded me of the project we had on inducements. We started off with gifts and hospitality, and we went deeper into what type of behavior was being driven. And I wondered about how we actually encompass that. It's very hard to draft because we talk about mechanisms, which kind of talks about policy, but it's really what kind of actions are favored. Maybe performance was a better word of the use, but there was something that I hoped that went beyond just a policy or process, but actually what kind of behavior was encouraged or favored within the culture. It's something that I thought that the section we need to be careful because it might be misinterpreted that we were setting a different norm than what we're actually envisioning to set. The other, and it depends on how deep we go within this year, but it actually reminded me of the conversation yesterday about System 1 and System 2 conversations about what are easy decisions and what are hard decisions. And in a high-functioning, ethical, cultured firm, I would think that the System 1 decisions are a lot easier and they're a lot more transactional than System 2. But that takes time and culture to groom people in order for those decisions to get easier. Thanks.
Thank you, Rania. Luigi, do you want to come back?
Just a quick comment. I also was struggling with the double direction that the document seems to set, so incentive and disincentive, and or reward and disincentive, which really, I think, could present really very significant challenges to be implemented because it seems that the system should have both of them. So I recommend the team to think about the fact that there is no need to have both of them, but probably it is necessary a mechanism, it is necessary to implement performance measure, but probably it can be structured depending on facts and circumstances, could leverage on both direction or just one, and at the end, the outcome would be probably the same.
Thank you, Luigi. Janine?
Thank you. This is a very important topic on the ethics project that you're working on. And I'm not speaking as a sort of PIOB observer here, but just to give my some personal things to think about based on my previous experiences. On the last discussion with the disincentives versus the rewarding, there needs to be some prerequisites in a firm before you can do the disincentive strategy and mechanisms, because otherwise you run the risk that there is no psychological safety to speak up, because people fear maybe that there will be sanctions. And it's also, I personally think, also the role of leadership is very important to consider when you look at reward versus sanctions. Because in the end, if there is no good monitoring, or there is not the whole ethical decision-making is not very well embedded in the structures in a firm, then it is actually a leadership issue, and leadership is to blame. And you can see in practice sometimes then that the outcome is that not the leadership is sanctioned, but the staff, so to say, which is maybe not the right response to to get the whole, an ethical firm. Of course, staff needs also to act ethically, but this is also a dynamic that happens. And I also like to flag that there are reports written by regulators, and they're already quite some years ago, on these mechanisms when it comes to the rewarding schemes, and on the fact, like, how do you reward actually what should be the norm, and how do you compare that with financial performance? And all the firms, they had this ethical behavior and in their systems, but when the regulators looked at the detailed outcomes of the performance evaluations, then there was compensation. So if you had a lot of financial contribution to the firm, you could score less on your other objectives, and then you were still fine and okay. So that mechanism was something that regulators reported. So I just wanted to flag that. I'm not giving any views or anything for you to decide on this, but just to give some food for thought on this very important topic, I think, because this drives behaviors. And I was thinking whether the recognition or the esteem in a firm, what is really esteemed. Also, rewards for me is more financial, the way it's written here, but there is also the esteem thing, like what is respected most in a firm. That's often informal, cultural thing, but that's also a driver of behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Chana?
Yeah, so I think we can think about whether rewards is the correct word or compensation. Or, I mean, we started off with incentives, and then halfway through we sort of thought, okay, that doesn't properly capture disincentives. And from some of the regulators, we have heard that firms do the incentive part very well, but not the disincentive part well. And when there are sanctions or breaches required, sometimes it doesn't get enough of, let's say, exposure internally within the firm, so not enough people know about it, and people are quietly moved away, and so on. So that's why we came up with, we tried to find a word that would capture both incentives and disincentives, but it may not be perfect, and we might have to have a look at how to do it. But I mean, this is also one of the key elements, and this drives behavior, and several regulators have told us that this is the key one, where you can go really off track.
Thank you, Chana. I don't know where Ken.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this is a very good discussion, and just having listened to the board discussion, I'm just reflecting, and Chana, I'm just wondering whether it, in fact, might be worth the project team stepping back and almost going back to the original posture, which was a focus on incentives, recognizing that there is this matter as to how we deal with the disincentives, but I'll come to that in a minute. But I thought that the original notion of incentives was driving at the argument or the point that incentives drive behavior. And I think that's a kind of a universal concept that's well understood and well accepted. Money talks, basically people follow the money trail and will act accordingly and will conduct themselves accordingly. So incentives drive behavior is a very important notion that I think we've kind of lost along the way as we kind of pivoted to the concept of rewards. And if I were to look at the other elements and how we describe the other elements in the framework, starting with, of course, ethical leadership, and then we move to oversight and governance, and then provision of independent input, all the other elements are going in the direction of trying to effect change. In other words, or trying to get to a certain outcome, ethical leadership or a certain governance, one can describe or ascribe certain outcomes to each of those elements. But when we come to looking at rewards, just as a word, as it stands on its own, it's not easy to understand what it is trying to get at. Whereas if we were to say or articulate it along the lines of incentives aligned with ethical outcomes, maybe small words, but to my mind, at least it's clearer what at least this viewpoint is intended to achieve or get at, right? It's incentives that are aligned or that are intended to promote or foster ethical outcomes, if you will, or behavior, right? So that's a bit clearer, and maybe a suggestion for the project team to consider is whether it might be better to address the issue of disincentives and of course with disincentives about sanctions and penalties and all of that, whether it might be better to address the disincentives under the element of accountability. Because with accountability, it's about answering to responsibilities that go with the role, and if there is a failure to live up to those responsibilities or expectations, there are going to be consequences. So that might be a way to sort of weave that or sort of thread that needle to kind of reconcile the different different viewpoints that have been expressed around the table.
Yes, I'd like also to say something, but Jeff is waiting for some time, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Gabrielle and Ken and China and everyone else. Just some quick thoughts and addressing those points that board members have raised. I recognize that reading paragraph 6, I can see that it's a little confusing because I think we actually want to talk about, the project team was very clear and the board advisors were very clear of the input that we have received during the course of the outreach this year that ethical behavior is expected. And so it's really hard to kind of explain that from a rewards perspective. And therefore, again, that's why we have these few paragraphs on disincentive mechanisms, because they are effective in that sense. And perhaps that's why we have in one of the paragraphs, we do talk about in paragraph 5, for instance, we talk about performance evaluation and just tying that kind of connection with performance management as what Nancy had talked about. So we definitely will go back and clean up the language because we weren't trying to say that it's easy to reward ethical behavior. What we're actually trying to say, I think, it's about those behavior that goes above and beyond. And there may be some non-financial rewards. For instance, what Janina talked about, esteem, not just financial, but reputational and those sort of things. And so I think we definitely can go back and clean up the language and perhaps make it a bit clearer. Whether we'll change the heading as well and rewards or performance management, we'll take that into consideration as well. And just to one point that Sadia has in terms of systems 1 and 2, as we've heard yesterday from the book Thinking Fast and Slow. But ultimately, I think that's the whole point. I think in my view, the ethical culture is because when you have the right culture, more and more decisions are going to push yourself into the systems 1 thinking. And that's why it's so important to have ethical culture. So that's only.
Thank you, Jeff. Amajit, please.
Yeah, one very quick point, and probably it is in response to Rania's point. So I think, in our drafting, we should not come out as if we are trying to downplay the significance of financial performance. Financial performance through fair and just means is very welcome. It's actually very important. So it's not one versus another. Otherwise, this project will not have, my fear is that people will just say that you are operating in a very theoretical sphere. financial performance matters. And we are not saying unethical financial performance. We are saying ethical, through ethical, fair, just, equitable means. So we should be just a little mindful of that.
Thank you, Amarjit. Chana, please.
I mean, with changing the heading, I mean, that's sort of fine, but I don't know whether I would agree moving the disincentives under accountability. It's probably better to be on the same one. I mean, even when we look at independent input, although the heading is independent input, we actually saying even objective input is okay. So if, and this is not a standard, right? So as for the purpose of communication, if it works with just incentives, let's just change the heading to incentives rather than rewards.
Okay. Jeff, do you still want to speak? Oh, okay. So, my turn. Two small things, probably. One, I must confess that I was also struggling with rewards. I saw, because I was following the work that at a certain point you changed it, but I decided not to say anything to the project team before I would see the board's reaction. Actually, rewards, I think, leads us too much to the financial meaning of it, while here we are probably also speaking about it, but not only, and probably not mostly or mainly, speaking about it. So I would be fine with initial incentives and disincentives, but the words, I mean, we can, incentives is more what we hear usually, but we can find other words. So first, this is the first thing. Secondly, I heard some comments, I don't know exactly who was, but at the start, about this point that says that rewarding ethical behavior by partners and stuff that goes above and beyond expectations. And then the conversation here touched upon this in a way or another many times. What do we really think that this should incentive or reward or stimulate or whatever? It's something that goes above and beyond the expectations, or, and I'm going back again for the fourth time today to what we heard yesterday in the conference, and I think it was Michelle O'Twill that said, every little action counts. I don't know if it was her, but someone said it. 1,000 actions, 10,000, 1 million actions that this is made about, every little action counts. So I think that the purpose of this project is to embed ethics in every little action, behavior, performance, decision, etc. I'm not saying that what goes above and beyond should not be recognized, and I think it's the word, it's not that much rewarded. Take, $10,000 because you were beyond and above. It's recognizing in some ways. There are some organizations nowadays who do it well, and I'm going to take the example of schools. You know, schools have these students which are, outstanding. Their grades and their results are amazing, and they recognize them. They do big events to say these were the best ones. But many schools, and I would say the best ones, also recognize besides them the ethical champions, whatever they call them. They say, well, this was not the best student in terms of grades, but this person did this and that, which was really something outstanding and demonstrates. Many schools are doing it, organizations as well, and I know a few. So I'm not against saying that we could, or that the firms should also recognize what goes above and beyond, but I think that this should have the two layers. Something that makes sure that ethical behavior is ingrained in the strategy, and there, of course, performance mechanisms, performance assessment and consequences mechanisms are key. Many of the human resources, human capital consultancy firms are already providing mechanisms to do this. I tell you, we do it at IESBA now. So we have an assessment mechanism which recognizes technical, performance and delivery and behaviors. We are starting, but it's already a reality. So my comment is mostly about these two different things. One is strategically driving, ingraining ethics in every little action and behavior, and having mechanisms of identifying and etc., and taking consequences. I think it's more about consequences, positive and negative. of these behaviors. And then we have the ethical heroes, or whatever you want to call them, that went well beyond. And then we can recognize, firms can recognize them however they want to recognize them. And it's good that there are good examples, and we should promote them and recognize them, but it's not the only, we are not expecting firms and people in the firms just to go above and beyond. They are expected to act ethically in everything they do.
Gabriela, I noticed that we only have 15 minutes left to go through 3 viewpoints, so we'll move as fast as we can. So the next one is open discussion and challenge. Again, so open to the board for your feedback.
Thank you. Hector?
When this topic was included in the working group report, at the beginning it was a whistleblower channel. And then we got feedback from stakeholders saying whistleblowers are okay, they're good, but it's even better if you promote this culture. So this evolved into this, but we dropped the whistleblower part. And I think it should be here as well. So we need to promote a safe environment where people can raise concerns in the working group where they're working. But if that doesn't work, we need to make sure that every organization has a whistleblower that has accessibility, availability, confidentiality, anonymity, independence, communication and awareness, trust and credibility, process, non-retaliation safeguards, reporting and oversight, and continuous improvement. I mean, this is basic even for an entity as small with 3 partners and 15 employees. I mean, this should be there. And I think we drop it.
Mention of the whistleblower mechanism in paragraph 6, but it's more a mere mention. I think the discussion have, of course, started with whistleblower and speak up culture as well. So it's more not just whistleblower. But I think what we've also heard from stakeholders is that you want to create, because first and foremost, you want to create this culture of open discussion. So you don't necessarily have to get to the point of speak up and whistleblower. But and that's why you see these viewpoints very much focus on that rather than you know, almost the last resort.
I like what you have there. I just think we need to keep the other part as well, and be very clear about what elements a whistleblower channel should have. I mean, to me, it makes sense to have both. And I remind the board that we had Professor Romano, I don't remember his name, that presented to us and said, I have worked with hundreds of auditing companies, and I have never met a single company that had promoted a whistleblower to partner. So if you are a whistleblower, you'll ruin your career. So I think we should do better.
Okay, thank you, Hector. Paul, please.
Thank you. Maybe just a query in terms of the thinking around this. Does open discussion and challenge even stretch to frank discussion as to whether a certain business should be dropped or not taken on because of kind of optics? I don't know if that's the level we're going to or what the thinking is. Thanks.
Thank you. David?
So I'll build maybe a little bit on what Paul said, and I was thinking as I was reading through this particular paper, we talk a lot about what should be there. What we don't talk about is what shouldn't be there. And sometimes I think it's just as important to somehow acknowledge what doesn't exist. And for example, when we talk about psychological safety, that means that there's a no retaliation type approach. There's no retaliation against someone who raises a concern. They're not somehow demoted or excluded from projects. So somehow we need to think about whether or not there's place in what we do for raising examples or illustrations of what not to do. Because back to the point we were talking about earlier, that's what we want to see, environments that don't have that.
So, no more comments? Okay, Jeff?
For those feedback, we'll take those into consideration. So we'll move to the next. The second last one is education and training. We did hear a little bit about the language, perhaps it's not as consistent.
I think we didn't answer. I think Hector was sort of saying to have a bit more on whistleblowing. I think Paul was asking, is frank discussions covered? And I think it is covered. So he was asking for a confirmation, and we'll take David's point as well.
Yeah, no, certainly the project team will take the comments on board, but just in relation to Hector's comment on whistleblowing, again, my reminder to the board is to be cognizant of what the viewpoints are intended to be. And they're intended to be at the level of principles, and there will be a stage or moment at which the board will consider some articulation of how one might action some of those principles. So elements of a whistleblowing mechanism, certainly that is an area that the project team can explore in coming up with some common characteristics of what such a channel might represent. I think the project team might find it a bit challenging to build that into the viewpoint at this stage because, again, are we going to be consistent in terms of how we're approaching the viewpoints, in terms of the level of granularity, in terms of examples that we're building in terms of some of the ways in which some of those principles might be actioned. I just want to remind the board and the project team to be cognizant of that, and that there is, again, that's this of a NAM work stream that we'll consider or that can be done in terms of details.
Thank you, Ken. Well, we have 6 minutes until the time where we should break, so I'm going to give the floor to everyone, but please make sure that you go straight to the point. Please, Christelle.
Observation about the education and training and the fact that there is a very powerful bridge between education and training and leadership involvement. That means that having leaders involved in such education and training is a way to demonstrate their involvement, to be transparent on their ethical culture, and also to have a sort of neutral platform for transparent, for open discussion, because it's not I'm reporting to you an ethical problem, but I'm discussing with you, leader, an ethical problem that is put on the table for education, and I see how it works. And by this demonstration, I'm confident that if I feel there is a problem, I can come for open discussion. So I've seen on many levels that involvement of senior leaders in education on ethics was quite powerful.
Thank you. Christelle. Amarjit, please.
Two very quick points and minor ones. So one is point number 6. There are various ways for firms to deliver their education and training programs. I mean, it doesn't really convey much. Either you say such as, or you just drop it. So that is one. Second is number 5, where you're talking about effectiveness of education and training programs. So there, I think one important piece is the feedback loop with the participants. So if you want to just build in that element also, that the training programs should be informed by feedback loop with the participants. Thanks.
Thank you, Amarjit. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. One thing, in consideration of exam cheating, prevalent around the world. My suggestion is we may need to be consider add one more paragraph or bullet point to the effect that the firm puts in place monitoring system for education and training. The monitoring system.
Thank you. I'll kindly ask you all, when you speak, to speak directly to the mic, because I know that many times, and it happened many times, you want to be kind and look at the team, but back in this room, it makes it very difficult to understand what people say, so please speak directly to the mic. Rania, please.
Two points. One, on the issue of whistleblowing, I just wanted to react quickly to this. I think that the spirit of the document is one that is, advocating for a healthy culture, and I'm not sure. I mean, I think we should think carefully about, mentioning this in the document, because I mean, it's really more of a corrective measure than, a component of like a healthy ethical culture where things are discussed openly. So just a point for the project team to consider. Concerning education and training, and perhaps this is a comment that does not only relate to education and training, but one of the things is that, it's under the item, I think 6, where it says, like you identify ethical issues. And so perhaps one of the things that one of the ideas that we should consider in the document is that, it's not, I mean, an issue does not necessarily have to be black or white, an ethical issue or not. I mean, there could be like a spectrum of ethical behavior, ethical, not so ethical, more ethical, less ethical. So just to consider that when we approach this topic or this mindset, just to consider that, ethical thinking or an ethical mindset really factors in this, the spectrum of possibilities and how to approach them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. David, please.
Points that perhaps seem minor, but they're really important for precision. One is when we talk about education and training programs, we're really talking about high quality education and training programs, not just any kind of education and training. And the second thing we're talking about is and again, this might seem really obvious, but can we emphasize that it's ethics, education and training? Again, it's not just any education and training. So I think if we can give just a little bit more clarity and point, that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Christelle, do you still want to speak?
Sorry. Thank you, everyone. We'll take those feedback back, mindful of time. The last one is transparency, so we'll open the floor for the board's feedback.
Thank you. Nancy, please.
So this is another one that just conceptually I struggled with a little bit. We talk about internal and external transparency, but I don't think really define what we mean by that. In my mind, transparency runs a gamut. Transparency might be simply escalating within your firm, or it might mean that you've got a major ethical failure that affects the public interest and you're performing extensive external transparency reporting, not just on the matter, but how you have responded to that matter. And I'm not sure that the notion that there is just all kinds of transparency quite resonates through the document. So I would just ask the staff to think about that when working through this, in that transparency is important, but you have to do it in the context of you're communicating things that are important to those that are getting that transparent information, that are relevant to them, and are not just creating noise, because if all you do are constantly communicating noise, your audience stops listening. And so there's a big balance here that I think is really important, and I'm not sure that you, as a user, you really get the notion that there are multiple ways to approach that, and you have to do it in the context of a particular situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Hector, please.
Very briefly, when we were discussing the Australian case, one of the things that was raised was, in terms of transparency, financial statements and where is it that you're driving your revenues and stuff like that. Are we talking about something like that here as well? Because we're only talking about ethical disclosures. I don't know if this is a topic that should be included here or not. It's a question, it's not a... But I remember that at that point, one of the responses was, we need to have more visibility into you as an auditing company looking at our public interest entities, for example.
Yeah, that was raised, but I don't think we are talking about that. I think we are talking about more the ethics transparency here. I think what you're raising, Hector, is in the parliamentary inquiries. There was, because of the partnership model, what the senators were saying is if we had a company that had billions of revenue, 10,000 employees, they would be doing full general purpose financial statements and we will know everything about it. But because of the partnership model, there's no transparency and we don't know what's happening in the firms. So I don't think that's what we are talking about here. I think we are talking about ethics, external and internal transparency.
Thank you for the clarification. Chana, Vanya, please.
Just very quickly, regarding the training, we should include maybe a recommendation for senior partners of companies helping to form the new generations. That not only will be an opportunity to show the tone of the top, but also a way of transmitting their experience, their know-how in terms of ethic culture for the younger one. So.
Thank you for those feedback, and Vanya, Christel, your feedback also relating to the education piece.
Sorry, Jeff, are you going to finalize? So,
I was planning to.
No, just let me just add something here on transparency. Nancy, I love your point about transparent, okay, but we should be clear about to whom and what's the value of that transparency. And that is something that may help clarifying and mitigating some concerns about this topic, because of course it has to be valuable. It's not about gossip. It's not about knowing everything about the life of the firms and the people in there and discussing things which sometimes we see which are not valuable for the public interest, for the real substantial information that the public needs to have. So I think that should be the line that we should draw as the one that makes us understand or makes the firm understand what's important and what's not important. I think so. Thank you very much for bringing that. I think it's really critical. Jeff.
Thank you, Gabriela. I was just saying that thank you for the points about getting senior leaders, the senior team involved in the education piece. So we'll look at that as well. And thank you, Nancy, for your input in terms of making sure the information is relevant and not just, and Chana has mentioned about the internal and externals, I guess, types of transparency, but we'll look at that a little bit more. So I think that concludes all the viewpoints and the feedback that we've got. We do have another section, but I think in terms of the preliminary plan for supporting materials, so we will move that to the Friday session to discuss that. So we do have another session on Friday. So in that session, hopefully it's still fresh in your memory in terms of what these viewpoints are supposed to achieve. And then that gives you a bit more context in terms of them. What are these other supporting materials and initiatives, and how can that help us as as a board to achieve the public interest objective of this particular project. And some of the things that we will talk to you about on Friday is of course the piloting of the viewpoints and also some of the things that we are looking at. The project team will have meetings this afternoon or tonight just to walk through and discuss some of the very helpful feedback that we have received. As mentioned earlier, we don't, or maybe we haven't, but we won't come back probably for any turnaround versions. I think we will use the last session to focus on the preliminary plan for the other supporting materials on Friday, if that works for you, Gabriela. And I just want to see if the team has anything to add, including China and Rich, before we close this. Ask Gabriela to perhaps close the session.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. But before we close, I'd like to ask Janine, on behalf of the PIOB, if she has anything to share or to comment on this discussion.
Thank you, Gabriela. I think I'd like to congratulate the IESB, the IESBA, with the first IESBA conference, which was very well organized, very well attended, both in person, many people from very different stakeholder groups in person and online. And what is also very good is that the discussions yesterday at the conference also inform the ongoing projects, particularly the one that was just discussed. So, and I heard also board members and you also, Gabriela, making references to comments that were made by speakers and panelists in the various discussions. So this is a very good way to be informed and to also inform the stakeholders about the importance of ethics. As a PIOB, I can sort of repeat what we have already, I think, disclosed in our public interest issues document, that we really welcome this project. We think it's really important project. We're looking forward to how it will advance because of the resequencing of the project, to first look at what you now have designed and are discussing the viewpoints, and not to start directly with a sort of standard setting project or the framework. For us, a key consideration moving forward is what the purpose is of ethical behaviors in the accounting firms, and which are that are expected to result from the viewpoints, to address the risk of loss of trust in accounting firms, which triggered this project in the first place, as there is a problem here that needs to be addressed. And so the outcome is, in our perspective, still that there should be, in the end, something like a framework or some standard setting in the code to address these issues. Having said that, it's also at the same time important not to overreach, but yes, the problems need to be addressed, and it's very good to cover the whole accounting firm. Apart from best practices based on success stories, we also think that stories, but that is maybe for the Friday discussion, and I don't want to preempt on that, but we were thinking as PIOB that also what can go wrong is also very important, to take lessons from what went wrong, and including root cause analysis and some mechanisms towards continuous improvement on the ethical side in firms, in accounting firms. But also when there is discussion about guidance and examples, that it's not only, we believe, it's important to show the good examples, but there are also many lessons to be learned from what if it goes wrong or what is then expected. Yeah, and I think the other things I will keep for Friday because those relate to the other parts of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine. I don't know if you wanted to say something, Ken, otherwise. Okay, thank you, Janine. And yes, the conversation on Friday is going to be as important as this one, because it's about how are we going to make this happen and move forward and etc. And it's not an easy or necessarily obvious discussion, so be prepared for that. It was supposed to be discussed today, but the discussion about the viewpoints took a bit too long, so fortunately we still have some time on Friday. So we will break now. I would say that, I'm sorry, let's make 20 minutes rather than the 30 because we are running late. So we will be back at 4:05, 5 minutes past the hour here, okay? Sharp, please. Okay, welcome back. I think that we are still missing a few people, but we need to start. We are already 10 minutes behind the scheduled time. So, now for something completely different from what we were discussing, or not that much. We are going to have the first discussion on the new project that we agreed to advance on the new role of CFOs. So the project team will present what's in their mind, the mandate, the terms of reference, the draft terms of reference, and etc. But before they do, I'll just like to ask you to try to get your minds clear about what this project is meant to be, not about the content, because this is what we are going to see, but the meaning of this project. This morning, just to illustrate a little bit of it, I was having a conversation outside with Paula Franco, who is the chair of the accounting, professional accountants organization, and we were discussing this, something that we discussed here many times, that very frequently all the attention goes and all the discussions goes into the auditor's side, while professional accountants in business, CFOs, etc., are actually the first line of defense. So I'm not saying that they are more important or less important, but I would say at least that this is equally important. This is in our mandate, in the IESBA's mandate, and it's one of the things that makes us significantly different from IESBA. It's because our mandate and our scope is much broader than just audit. Over the last years, and rightly enough, the focus has been put mostly on independence issues and independence topics related to auditors. On sustainability, we did both, a little bit of both, but of course, again, the attention went into the IESBA, well, because it was new, because it was a new standard, and etc., but also because this is the natural way it usually goes. It's probably time for us to pay a little bit of attention to the accounting side, to the ones who are there, preparers, CFOs, etc., and are actually the first line of defense. They can also be the first line of problems, let's be clear about this, but they deserve, and it's not a deserve, it's because it's necessary from the public interest perspective to think about it. I'm going back to Abu Dhabi 2 years ago, I don't remember anymore, and the discussion that we had about the fact that this is a much less regulated space, and therefore this is one of the reasons why the attentions usually are driven to auditors, because it's much easier to understand, to assess if their behavior is the right one or not, and etc. While in the preparer space, things are much more diluted. But at the same time, I think it's important for this board, within its remit, scope, and mandate, to rethink if we have done everything that we need to do to provide preparers and the preparers world with all the instruments, all the tools, all the materials that are needed to make sure that they can do the best in terms of ethical behavior. Furthermore, and I don't want to go much beyond because it's John's role, but CFOs and preparers and etc. are playing a different role from the role compared to the role that they played in the past. There are so many developments. We have technology, we have sustainability, we have a lot of things happening which challenge their role. But also, there is something which comes from the practice of companies, not that much about external developments, which is a trend to transform or to make these preparers play a more strategic role in the organization. In the past, they were probably more on the field of doing pure preparing the information, etc. But it is clear that they are playing, or they are being required or called to play different roles, more strategic, to be more involved with the boards and etc. So this is just a flavor of what we may want to discuss and be discussing over the next times. This is an important project, and this is an important project for the public interest, and let me highlight this very clear, because CFOs, preparers, etc., are the ones who prepare the information in the first level, and are therefore the ones who have in their hands the power and the duty and the responsibility to do the right thing in terms of their mandate and their role in providing information and other things that we'll speak about to investors and to all those who use the company's information. So, of course, we will have discussions, and many, I suppose, about which public interest objective are we trying to achieve with this project, what's the underlying benefit that we can take out of this project, why is it necessary, and why are we allocating resources to it. This is the very start, and I don't want to preempt any discussion, but just wanted to highlight that this is an important project for these reasons and others that John will tell us about. So John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gabriella, for the introduction. And just by way, the project team is myself and Carla, who is unfortunately not here today. She's fallen quite sick today, unfortunately. And David Ray has been, will be the IESBA board member advisor. So we've tried to hit the ground running in the last quarter, and we've done, a lot of initial research and some initial stakeholder engagement. And David's been a really huge help in assisting us doing a survey with stakeholders, which we'll go through a little bit later on, but also around solidifying our thinking towards the approach towards this meeting today. So I'll just quickly go through the agenda. So I'll just go through a bit of a background to the reasoning for the project. We'll have a quick discussion about the evolution of the role of CFOs. We'll look into some of the results that we had from our pulse survey with CFOs, and then we'll look at the draft terms of references, which was one of the agenda papers before today. And then towards the end, we'll just go through our indicative stakeholder engagement plan and sort of our next steps or our planned approach from there. So in way of background, so the last substantive sort of revisions to the code that's specific to professional accountants in business was back in 2016, so almost a decade ago. And at the time, they were done to make sure that Part 2 of the code, well, what is now Part 2 of the code, addresses PAIB's responsibilities when they're preparing or presenting information, but also around dealing with pressure to breach the fundamental principles. And the revisions were obviously aimed at ensuring that the code remained appropriate and robust for PAIBs. During the last quarter, Carla and I we've commenced our research on recent literature and surveys into the evolving role, and also those initial stakeholder outreach. We've reached out to the IFAC PAIB Advisory Board, the IESBA, some academics. We've had some initial discussions with Christelle and Tomoyo. And as I mentioned, obviously David's been quite heavily involved. We've had a number of discussions with him as well. And what we've found and consistently confirmed that since 2016 there's been, and there continues to be, a continual expansion or evolution of the role of CFOs from one that was primarily focused on being a financial steward, but now becoming more a strategic leader with responsibilities around governance, sustainability, digital transformation, enterprise risks, and those sorts of things. And this expanded remit has elevated their role of the CFO within organisations, including playing a critical role in overseeing, the reliability, integrity of financial information has sort of always been the case, but now also sustainability information, and also about driving long-term value and also the ethical and operational decision-making of the companies. And we've seen consistently and heard of a significant shift in the role, and it comes with potentially a number of new and complex ethical challenges. And again, this has happened within that decade since the last sort of substantive revisions to the code. So against this backdrop, the SWP for 24 through to 2027, it included a dedicated work stream to examine this evolving role, and also senior PAIBs, including those within the public sector, to try and understand and identify any ethical challenges that they face as a result of that evolution of the role. And it also envisages the work stream obviously examining the existing parts 1 and 2 of the code and whether that's providing adequate guidance and support for those PAIBs and whether it remains fit for purpose, again, because it has been that 10 years of sort of quite consistent change. And this would also, it's quite important to understand and make sure we review that, because there has been a number of other revisions to the code that impact PAIBs. In that, you know, there's the one around role and mindset, there's been technology revisions, tax planning, sustainability, and also the expert standards. So we need to ensure that they, or whether they are adequately addressing these new ethical challenges as a result of the transformed role. And then, as Gabriella mentioned, at the last board meeting, it was reaffirmed by the board that this particular work stream should go ahead, and it now forms part of the revised work plan for 2025 to 2026. So now I'm just going to go through a little bit around how the role has evolved. Whoops, sorry, let me just go back. So yeah, as I mentioned, there has been quite a dramatic evolution from the traditional financial stewardship. Some research that we've seen indicates that about 80% or 88% of CFOs oversee functions beyond finance. So this could be things like governance, supply chain management, and now increasingly, obviously, sustainability reporting, but then also the integration of sustainability reporting and financial information as well. So, for example, 90% of S&P companies are issuing sustainability disclosures. Also, other research indicates that sustainability information is becoming increasingly important for external stakeholders. So, for example, like 95% of equity firms are conducting ESG assessments during their due diligence of companies. We're also seeing that CFOs are increasingly shifting from the traditional stewardship and value protection towards value creation. And this is a transformation. And some instances it's going into what's being called a chief value officer. I think there's some way until that becomes more prevalent. But other research is also talking about it, them being like a value architect around driving long-term value and in terms of integrating sustainability into strategy and also capital allocation. We've also seen instances where the CFO might assume duties of the chief operating officer, and they're also expected to be an ethical leader, as even on top of all these other new roles and expectations. Oh, sorry, I missed that slide. That was the one I was going to, my bad. So this one here represents the traditional CFO role. So within the pentagon shape there. So the CFO as a strategic business partner is still alive and well, and as per the diagram, there's things still around, you know, financial reporting, risk and investment management, those sorts of things. However, the modern CFO needs to navigate an increasingly complex landscape of responsibilities that are now extending far beyond those traditional finance functions. So the initial research indicates that CFOs might also be responsible for strategic leadership, so like a co-strategist, that value manager that I was talking about, and those COO type duties. There's the sustainability integration, so responsibility for identifying, measuring and reporting on sustainability. And with regards to this, they're responsible for building it into strategic operating and also forecasting and budgeting processes. And that this may come with, you know, greater pressure on valuing non-traditional areas or assets as well. So things like, you know, natural capital, for example. Risk management, so there's things around cyber security, vendor risk management, enterprise-wide risk mitigation, those sorts of things. Technology oversight, in particular in, you know, financial systems that involve cloud platforms, ERP systems and AI. So technology is not necessarily a traditional CFO responsibility in many organisations, especially larger ones, but maybe in SMEs that may become more of an issue. But they are, part of that role is that they are a consumer, so they do need to partner within the larger organisations with the Chief Technology Officer or the Chief Information Officer. And that increase in technology, there might be some self-development as part of that, and that might result in technology risk as well. So resulting from that, they're likely, we think, subject to greater internal and external pressures with respect to information, compliance requirements, but also around reducing costs, increasing revenue, and also, like I've mentioned, around increasing overall business value. Some of the research indicates that these types of issues, including the stricter regulatory obligations around transparency and financial and sustainability data, they've added another layer of complexity to the ethical landscape. So we think this does raise a question as to whether CFOs are now subject to greater and continually increasing pressure from the evolved role. Some other research we've looked at, there is some concerns around sustainability and the transparency of the data. For example, one of the studies we looked at showed that over half of the finance leaders and the investors also felt that it was very likely that sustainability targets would be met, and over half of those finance leaders felt sustainability reporting in their industry lacked credibility. So there's sort of concerns around greenwashing there, for example. That same study also found that nearly half of all finance leaders reported some problems with the non-financial data that they were using. So again, we're thinking that there's potential due to that low confidence in at least some of that data as to whether that creates concerns or issues around potentially being pressured to place undue reliance on the information for reporting purposes. You'll see up there the World Economic Forum in 2024, the Global Risk Report identifies misinformation and cyber insecurity as top threats, and potentially that's directly impacting the CFO accountability in their role as well. In relation to any responsibilities around technology and AI, also cyber security, this may emphasise the need for CFOs to upskill not only themselves but the finance function, and ensuring that they have a mindset around challenging and evolving those skills. We've also seen, and as I mentioned before, a shift of the role being going beyond finance and being required to work across multi-disciplines across the organisation. And again, we're wondering whether that creates an issue around any new ethical challenges with respect to having the requisite skills and knowledge and sufficient time to meet all the obligations across those different responsibilities. The other thing we've seen is that there's potentially quite a lot of differences in the responsibilities and scope of those depending on the organisational size. So in larger organisations there might be dedicated departments that the CFO might have oversight over, whereas in smaller organisations they might have to assume responsibilities across multiple domains. So again, this raises the question as to whether the organisational size creates different ethical implications. So for example, with smaller organisations, whether being responsible for multiple domains puts pressure on professional competence and due care, those sorts of things. That the World Economic Forum also mentions learning and development as a key skill, and we think that's potentially something that's dramatically impacting the profession today, and again, potentially posing ethical risks. So as Gabriella mentioned right at the start, that CFOs play a significant public interest role as the first line of defence around, against corporate misconduct. And as mentioned at the start, I also said that the substantive changes, the most substantive changes that are relevant to PAIBs, that was back in 2016. However, the goalposts have moved and things have changed significantly and expanded since 2016. So accordingly, the project team thinks it's in the public interest for IESBA to assess whether CFOs continue to be adequately equipped to continue to play that crucial role as the first line of defence. So I'll just pause there and just ask David if you wanted to add anything around the evolving role and any of the ethical aspects that come with that.
So I would say beyond what John has articulated, it really is a dynamic and very fast-changing environment. Two things to keep in mind that make PAIBs unique. One is they don't have the protection that large firms do. They're on their own. So there isn't this strong ethical support structure network in most organizations. So it makes them more vulnerable in many respects to some of the challenges that we're talking about. and hence the importance of making sure that they've got adequate understanding, support, education, etc. When we talk about learning and development, and you've all heard, you heard it, I think, yesterday, but we've heard it beyond that. With respect to that particular skill, think about the pace of how AI is changing the role in finance. Think about the external pressures that are happening from investors and regulators and all of the demands that are coming in. So it's not just within the company, but it's everything that's coming from outside the company in. And the CFO is effectively the first line and often the last line of defense within an organization. So I just wanted to add that little bit of color. So when you wonder, well, why are we talking about it and why are they so unique? They really are. And it's making sure that we recognize that, and that when we have our conversations in the context of this project, we're keeping that in mind, because it's a really important aspect of the project. So with that, John, I'll turn it back.
Thank you very much, David. So we'll now just go through some of the results from the CFO Pulse survey that we did. So we did this in towards the end of July.
John, if I could maybe ask you to bring your mic a bit closer so that those at the back can hear better.
Okay, sorry, Ken. So we did this towards the end of July and into the middle of August. We did it through some of David's connections through 3 stakeholder groups. So there was ICFOA, DFCG, and the CFO Mastermind. And some of the key areas that we focused on were the PAO membership, the tenure as within the CFO role, around the awareness of the code of ethics or other codes of ethics, and also around ethical dilemmas. So we had 135 responses. Some of them were partially completed, but yeah, majority were completed. There were 120, whoops, what happened there? Sorry about that. 127 disclosed jurisdictions, and there was jurisdictions distribution across 15 different countries. 127 of the respondents, there were more than 56% said they had CFO experience for more than 10 years, and then there was 20% with 6 to 10 years, and 13% with 3 to 5 years. So there was quite obviously, the majority of the respondents were very, been in the role for quite a long time and very adept at that role, or been there for a long time. So we think, the Pulse survey revealed some important insights about the current landscape of CFO roles and some of the ethical challenges that came with that. We've already mentioned the experience of the CFOs from the previous slide. Interestingly, 35% of the respondents were professional accountants. So we define that to be a member of a professional accounting organisation, and then there was a further 3% that were in progress towards becoming a PA. So of the PA respondents, 40% said they were subject to a code issued by the professional accounting organisation, and then 21% said they were subject to the IESBA code. Very interestingly, there was 19% of those PAs that said they were not subject to a code, and another 19% said they were not sure if they were subject to a code. So almost 40% of the respondents either believed they weren't subject to a code or were not sure if they were. And then 62% of the respondents, they were from non-PAs, so outside of the profession. So nearly 2/3 of the respondents were non-PAs. 16% of those respondents said that they were members of a professional body. 59% they were subject to a code from their employing organisation. And potentially, obviously, within employing organisations, those codes could be very different and variant, and potentially self-interest involved in how those codes are set up. 16% that said they were subject to a professional body code. 11% said they had a national or industry-specific code. And then there was 12% that said they had no code, and 3% that were unsure. We didn't identify any specific differences in the CFOs being PAIBs versus non-professional accountants across the jurisdictions. but obviously something that we would really want to explore further as we go through further research and roundtables. The other interesting thing was that 32% of respondents said they'd faced ethical challenges over the past 5 years, and some of those challenges that they raised related to pressure to meet financial and sustainability targets, so such as pressure to meet ambitious financial sustainability goals. Greenwashing risks, such as navigating sustainability reporting and misleading disclosure concerns. Managing potential conflicts of interest, such as competing stakeholder demands and priorities. Digital governance was another one, so in relation to cybersecurity, data integrity, also around, like David just mentioned, emerging technology challenges. And there was also some that related to ethical dilemmas around fraud and bribery as well. So the connection between these and the evolving role, like as to whether these challenges connect to the evolving role, that's something that we need to look into deeper and consider further. One thing we did consider was around those 32% that are identifying ethical challenges. It sort of raises the question about whether ethical issues are recognised in the first place by the respondents or across the community, I guess. And especially when you think about the fact that, just as I mentioned those statistics before, where it was showing that basically 40% of the PAs either believe they're not subject to a code or they're not sure if they're subject to a code. So this slide sets out some of the statistics about the respondents' belief around their preparedness to meet or address ethical dilemmas. So only 31% of the respondents felt they were fully equipped to handle ethical challenges. And then that meant, well, 64% were either somewhat or not well equipped. 71% of the respondents said they rely on internal company policies, while only 16% referenced professional accounting organisation codes, and there was 10% that referred to the IESBA code. Excuse me. I guess, so the question is, what's the strategic implication of this? I guess it means that there is quite an important role from an IESBA perspective around raising awareness about the evolving role and the ethical complexity that comes with it. And it also probably points out a real opportunity for us to be leaders in this space and to take this sort of action forward. So I'll pause again there, David, because obviously we're very much involved in the survey and getting that up and going, and just whether you had any other points to add on that.
So just to help you understand why people like me stay awake at night and worry about this kind of stuff, let's go back to those statistics a little bit and let me put them back in context. So if you think about the city you live in, the country you live in, 6 in 10 CFOs don't feel comfortable that they're equipped to deal with an ethical challenge. 6 in 10 companies. That's huge. So that's one thing. I just wanted to make sure we contextualize this in a way that really brings home the risk that we're talking about and the public interest exposure as a result of that. If 71% or 7 out of 10 CFOs rely on their internal company policies around ethical code and conduct, think about the fact that those codes of conduct, no matter how well-intentioned they are self-serving to an organization in many cases. So again, when you think about what the IESBA does and you think about how we look at it in the public interest beyond the interest of a given individual or a given organization or a given entity. So that's the other risk that we're talking about recognizing and understanding in what we do. And there's one more I wanted to pull out from slide 11. John, if you just want to flip back to that one. 32% or 7 in 10 CFOs say they have not faced an ethical challenge in the last 5 years. The real question that comes out is, do those CFOs even recognize that they're facing ethical challenges? Because I can tell you in my own career, every CFO faces them. And they might not be earth-shattering or disclosure level exposures or risks or ethical problems or challenges, but they're real. So the real question then becomes, if 7 in 10 company CFOs don't recognize they're facing an ethical challenge, are they then managing these things in the way that's in the public interest? Or are there hidden or latent risks or exposures in organizations that we then could serve a leading role in addressing? So I just wanted to bring that back with a few statistics, perhaps twisting it the other way a little bit so that we've got context for what it really means. And go back to what I said a little bit earlier, CFOs and their roles don't have a network in the organization to protect them the way that public accounting firms do, because they're designed to be in the public interest. So they've got a great deal of emphasis in most of them on ethics and governance and accountability. That's not necessarily the case in an organization. Larger ones absolutely do, so there are differences, to John's point, in organizations. But I just wanted to remind us that when we talk about this, this is the real risk that we face. So a lot of lone individuals that don't necessarily have the resources, that don't have the support systems. However, the role they perform in the public interest with markets, shareholders, regulators, tax bodies, you name it, is consistent around the world. It's real. So I just wanted to bring it home in a way that hopefully can help everyone understand why we're talking about this and why it's important. So John, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, David. So we just wanted to pause there before we go into the draft terms of reference and just see if any board members wanted to make any or had any questions or comments in relation to the first part of the presentation.
Thank you very much, John and David and the project team for the, I think, excellent work done in kicking off this project. And it's so clear, it becomes so clear that I think it becomes obvious to everyone what we are trying to address and what we may need to do. Again, the question about what's the public interest that we are trying to serve, what's the objective, what's the public good that we are trying to advance. And this is a question that we will need to respond every time that we start a project. Of course, it will be adjusted as we go, because it's also a process of discovery. But I think it's important that we start with all this very interesting information, and by the way, presented in a, in my view, very clear way that almost speaks by itself. The numbers are clear, and with the help of John and David, putting some meat on the numbers, I think we have here a lot of interesting and important information. Now, it's clear the vulnerability that John mentioned results from everything that we have seen here: innovation, developments, technology, sustainability, etc. The isolation or loneliness of these professionals compared to auditors who are always set in a firm or in a network or whatever. They have to make decisions by themselves. And I would add something: they are everywhere. One thing that we need to also understand, or be clear, is that auditors are the second line of defense. They come after to see what the others have done and check, and they are not everywhere, because audit is only mandatory for certain types of firms or project or whatever, while accountants are more or less everywhere, in the smaller firms, in the different, not listed, etc. So probably less relevant sometimes, this kind of the big number of entities, companies that we are speaking about, but all in all summed with the significant relevance for the economy, for the businesses, and etc. So I think that the case has been designed here and set, and that the discussion that we will start now about if the members agree or have comments with what has been presented is well informed. Mark, please.
Thank you. So 3 comments, really, one of which may be deliberately provocative to try and sort of stimulate discussion. But firstly, it sort of struck me that in John's presentation, you've tried to cover the diversity of the population you're looking at. And in part, it made me think, are you right to hang it on the term CFO? So like, for instance, at the extreme end of the market, in very large organisations, you may have a CFO who sits on the board, but you may have a series of other CFOs who are responsible for leading divisions, geographical pieces of the business, or whatever else. So do we scope those in as well, or not? Because it would seem to be a strange one to carve them out if we adhere too closely to the definition. Really surprised me, and a lot of food for thought, that only 35%, based on the Pulse survey, were professional accountants. And added to that, David's point, and perhaps this is the provocative question, 6 in 10 feel they can't deal with ethical issues. If the 4 in 10 that do include the 35% that are professional accountants, do we have a problem? Because actually it may suggest that there's actually quite a good story to tell there. And then the other thing that worries me about trying to get my head around this is the role of the CFO has diversified, and it's true that CFOs have a range of responsibilities. So I can think of friends of mine who, as CFO, have responsibilities for facilities, IT, other things. So they've got a mix of regulated work and unregulated work. And in thinking about the ethical framework, are we thinking about ethical requirements in respect of regulated work, everything they do, or what? Because that then sort of brings open that question about, you know, speaking from a perspective of a regulator that does enforcement, we take enforcement action against professional accountants who might be CFOs because they fail to meet relevant requirements, including the relevant requirements in the code. But there might be things within the remit that they do that's beyond that because there are no relevant requirements. So I think this is extremely helpful in terms of food for thought. But there are some sort of interesting wrinkles that come out of the presentation that probably, you know, sort of are going to require some careful thinking as you take this forward.
Thank you, Mark. Amajit, please.
So just to pick up Mark's point, even I'm a little surprised with this survey findings that only 62% are non-PAs, if I noted it correctly, which is a bit, maybe the sample size is small, so that's why we are getting such a high number. But if that be the case, then coming to Mark's point, in terms of scoping of this project, do we really want to cover non-PAs just like we did in the sustainability project? And actually, if I read from the paper, one of the points in under the heading focus, it says that the project team will also explore the non-PA space, but that is not reflected in the objectives. So there's a bit of a disconnect. So if we really intend to go there, then maybe objectives will need to be, I'm not saying we should, but that's a point of discussion. And in that case, I think we'll have to make the objectives consistent with the focus. That was point one. And second, again, on focus, the first point number 7 in the paper, where it has been mentioned that we'll consider whether the code needs further enhancement. So I would probably add that maybe we can also think of considering whether the code needs enhancement or just the NAM can address the issues and challenges. So non-authoritative materials, just these 2 points. Thanks.
Quickly respond to those first few comments. So first of all, well, some of the issues I think you've raised, Mark, sort of come up in the next session on the terms of reference, as same with you, Amajit, and around the CFO and whether we've got that correct, because we've tried to broaden that around the highest sort of professional accountant within the organisation, and they may not be a CFO, they might be called a CFO, they might have a number of different titles. So we might come back to that if that's okay. Your question around the unregulated and regulated, very interesting and very difficult thing to address, but obviously as a PA, whatever activity you're doing, theoretically you should be subject to the obligations under the code as well. And the PAs, non-PAs, we have tried to address that in the terms of reference in the sense that we think we need to consider the role, no matter who's undertaking it, so as we can understand what the role is in totality and what are the ethical challenges that come with that. And then that could potentially inform the board in terms of our recommendations about future work in terms of whether it does need to go beyond the professional accountants. But yeah, we might revisit these when we come back to the terms of reference and whether that addresses your comments there as well. So I'll just pause there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. John, Luigi, please.
Thank you for the explanation, and the survey responses provide a number of considerations. There are various factors and angles to be considered. The one that is concerning to me, is worrying to me, is the 62%, this figure of CFOs that are not a professional accountant, which means many things, and some of them have already been highlighted. But I think that the most important one and the most urgent one is the fact that our code at the moment is not fit for purpose, because we have based, since the beginning, any consideration on the basis of an architecture which is no longer actual and is no longer correspondent to the reality. Basically, we are dealing with a code that is applicable, at least for the professional accountant in business, is applicable just to a minority of the professional accountant and not to the majority of those serving in this role, which means that apart from other considerations, we need to question ourselves whether this is the status where we would like to be, or whether there is a matter of urgency to try to think about how to deal with this matter. And I think the second, of course.
Luigi, so I totally agree. And by the way, what I didn't say, or what John and I didn't say as we were going through the presentation, is we haven't broken down the country differences. So we've given you an average based on everyone who's responded. So what we're going to find when we do further research is some countries have a very high proportion of PAIB, so professional accountants in CFO roles. And one example is Canada. Historically, they've had a very high number that's been very typical. But other countries purposely choose people who are not, because they see regulatory exposure, regulatory risks. So you've got a real disparity as well between what happens in some countries. But I think your comment, quite honestly, in terms of whether or not the code is fit for purpose, given that there is globally, I mean, we haven't done the full survey, but I would not be surprised if we see a survey that says less than half of CFOs are in the profession, which raises the question around, well, what's guiding them? Because the impact they're having from a public interest perspective is the same. Whether they're a professional accountant or not, the public interest impact is the same. And I think your question is a fair one, and it is one I think the board at some point will need to have.
Thank you, David and Luigi. It seems that we are resuming a conversation that we had time ago, namely in Abu Dhabi, and we call the elephant in the room. So I think we are going back there, fortunately, because I think that this topic has not been closed or solved. It's still in our strategic plan, not directly related to this topic of the CFO, but of course, we need to address it. Thank you for raising it. Christelle.
Thank you, Chair. I have two observations. One was on this pulse survey representativeness, meaning that if you add Italian or Italian-based and French-based, you have more than 70% of the respondents with a, I don't know how it came that 68% of the poll was Italian-based person. So I wonder if Luigi knows if he knows that in the Italian market there is more CFO that are not PAs. Like in France, I know almost none are PAs. In the sense of the code definition of a PA, right? So I wonder if there was a cultural bias into the poll, and secondly, that we are impressed by this amount of non-PAs, but it might be a key characteristic of the poll constituents. So this was my first point, but you are going to deal that, if I understand well, crossing the answers in a second wave eventually. And my second point was I was a little bit upset when I read the document about the fact that you're speaking about the evolution of the role of CFO. But I remember 20 years ago that we were talking about the CFO becoming a strategic partner, becoming involved in very key top strategic decisions, being involved in additional function than the traditional finance. Of course, my experience is that I was in a big international group, but still, it's not new. And part of what you present as references are quite old in that sense, referring to 2008, etc. So it's almost 20 years. So maybe we should be a little bit more specific. Is it because this was initially in the big groups and now it's widely spread in the role of CFOs in smaller entities? That might be interesting to add to the diagnosis. This is about who are we speaking about and the credibility of what we announce as a basis for our future work, right? It should be grounded, and if there are some biases, it's okay. It's a poll, and whoever was willing to answer could answer, and that's what it is. But we should be careful into putting some conclusion on that.
So the Pulse survey, keep in mind, it was done in a very short period of time. The offer went out to Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Tunisia, Morocco, South Africa, and I'm sure and Germany, and and Switzerland, and I'm probably missing a couple of others. So it was whoever responded. So there is no bias in that sense. It's just getting a pulse from multiple countries as to where the CFO is at. Italy happened to respond at a very high level because I happen to know the Italian CFO organization very well, and they're incredibly supportive of the work that we do, so that's ANDAF. And I do appreciate the fact that they have an ability to call on their members to engage, which is very helpful. So I think that's the first thing I want to point out. The second thing I want to point out in terms of the evolving role of the CFO, so the reference to 2008 is a research piece that is just historical context. If you look at the references that were included in there in terms of the feelings that CFO had around their responsibilities, their scope, they were within the last 3 years, so they're not old. We've got very current reference material in terms of what we've looked at, and a lot of the feedback that we have in here is actually from CFOs today. So this isn't some historical perspective, and yes, you're right, because I've been in finance like you a very long time, probably more years than I want to admit now. But ultimately, there's always been an expectation. What's changing now is you've got geopolitical movement, you've got geoeconomic movement, you've got technology, you've got a lot of things that are changing the world today that didn't exist 20 years ago. So I think we need to just keep in mind when we talk about this that there really is an evolution that's fairly rapid in its approach, and we just need to be sensitive to that. Is the pulse survey the be-all, end-all? No. It's a pulse survey, which just means we're taking a snapshot. Is there a cause or a case for taking this project forward? And the answer, I think, is yes. Do we stop here? No. We will go out, we will do roundtables, we will do more research, so we're going to get a lot more color and insight. But I just wanted to sensitize everybody to you've got a little bit more of the context around so that we don't get caught up too early and put the brakes on something that needs to just naturally evolve.
Okay, thank you. Christelle and David. Christelle, please.
The criticism, it was just to be aware of that situation. I had another observation is if we think there is a gap or something to address, we have to think also about the fact that generally, at least in the countries that I know, and it's not only France, the CFOs are members of the top management, very top management, and as such are included generally in legal responsibilities in corporate governance code. So I think an interesting part of what we could add as an analysis is, do we see major gaps between such corporate governance code that they have to obey to because they have legal risk, it's binding, and what we feel should be added to the scope of the code to address them.
Okay, thank you. Chana, I think you wanted to say something?
So, these are just observations. Just to Crystal's point, I think in most countries for the listed companies under the Corporations Act, they have a responsibility to say that the financial statements are true and or fair. And it just says the CEO and the CFO. It doesn't say that the CFO has to be an accountant. I think it's concerning when you see the statistics that 40% who are from a PEO don't know that they have a code. I mean, obviously they have a code because, IFAC SMO4 says each professional accounting organization has to, at least adopt the IESBA code as the base code. So they have a code and they don't know, so then that means there's a big gap in education. And so I think it's good to see this stakeholder engagement plan because I think there's a good awareness-raising education opportunity, which brings me to my final point, which is actually professional accountants in business are the majority of professional accountants out there. In Australia, it's like 70%, right? And we don't do enough for them. So this is a good opportunity to show that we are also doing things for the majority of the PAOs out there, professional accountants out there, because we tend to do more work around the firm environment, but less work in the professional accountants in business work, so I'm fully supportive of the project.
Thank you, Chana. Tomoyo?
Thank you, Chair. So, considering the limit of IESBA, I have a concern how to involve the non-PAs. So can we say that the role of PAVE is expanding, including the roles of CS, because, and part of it is role of CFO is expanding. So not PAVE plays various roles in the company and not necessarily CFOs. So, and so I think the part 3 might not be fit for purpose now. So that I think that is the easier part for the IESBA to influence. And the non-PA side, we shouldn't exclude from the scope from the beginning. We should look into this matter, including both PA and non-PA. But anyway, we will face some difficulties how to influence non-PA. So can we consider that the first part is the role of PAVE is increasing, and consider about non-PAs separately so that we can move on. And also, we should do this survey or look into this matter. We shouldn't think about revising the code from the beginning. We should look into the matter and check whether there is a need, and then change the code if needed. And thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Yes, I think that's the journey that we will travel. It's start working and see if there is a need to do something and what exactly. Thank you. Rani, oh, so not anymore. So Rich, please.
Build off of what Tomoyo referenced. I have the same concern everybody does, is that the role has changed. We need to assess the code as it relates to the PAs, and it is concerning that so many people are in senior financial leadership roles that are not PAs, I guess, so the code doesn't technically apply. But I support this project conceptually, but I think we need to go back to the terms of reference of the board and make sure we can do this as it relates to non-PAs, because it's not in the context of an audit like sustainability was. And the first couple of paragraphs under what a FIA adopted doesn't seem to apply to non-PAs. So that's maybe something for legal counsel to address for us.
Thank you, Rich. Well, I think it's not yet the time to discuss if we are going to do something profession agnostic or not, because before that we need to decide what, if we are going to do something and what. Still, this is a different case here, in any case, than the discussion that we had for the sustainability standards. Because there, it was to make the standards profession agnostic and then leave it to the jurisdictions to decide if they wanted or not to impose that framework to non-professional accountants. Here is different because we don't have the same framework. We don't have. If we ever decide to do something and we say, okay, this is profession agnostic, can be used by everyone. This is, I would say, also for the jurisdictions again to make a position, take a position, but also for the companies themselves. So we will need to take the corporate governance community on board, the boards, the companies themselves, etc., to see if there is any willingness, any appetite, any support to this kind of approach. So it's going to be, in any case, a long journey, wherever it takes us, but it's good that the question is put here from the start, like Luigi did, and that we have that in mind as we move forward. Christelle.
I think for the moment I'm not convinced that it is the PA role that is enlarging. It's getting more complex. It has to embed new challenges yes, but I'm not sure that is the PA in his PA responsibility that is overseeing the purchasing department, the IT department, etc. It's generally at a general management level that you have additional function, and sometimes even operational function. So if it has an impact, we'd better be sure about how we say that. And the other thing is, I wouldn't put that on a legal base of what is in our remit or not, but more what is in the public interest. If, and I think we can share it quite quickly, there is value in making sure that this first line of defense of PAs and non-PAs acting in the field of the CFO mission should have this and this and this ethical attributes. And after analyzing, we feel that within the code, if we do this and this, it's okay, it's going to be up to date. But for those who are not under the code diligence, then we'd better have an external message that maybe in those corporate governance code, there should be some elements more straight to some points, yes, and less general. And that if it has to be done in a jurisdiction in the corporate governance code, let's be in there. And for best practicer in a private corporation, they should adjust their own ethical code, for example, because I remember working on the ethical code of my group, and I had the finance teams work specifically on their ethical challenges to have some specific items, but I recognize that as a non-PA, in the sense of the code, I was not aware there was a code referenced that I could go to see.
Thank you, Christelle. Yes, we will need to go back to this question, which is almost an existential one. What should we do and how can we do it, and what are the consequences and the unintended consequences or possible unintended consequences of one and the other approach. And I have some concerns, but I'm not going to share them at this point because this might bias the board's approach. So thank you very much for these comments. Oh, Ken, sorry, you were too close, so I was not seeing you.
No worries, Chair. Just some observations from the conversation here. First of all, I think I've identified already the first agenda item for the next IESBA conference. And you may not like it that I think it's going to be a 2-day conference based on this conversation. But joking aside, I think there are a number of observations we can, or at least I can draw from this conversation. First of all, just to repeat again the observation that some board members have already made, which is that this is just a pulse survey. It is not by any means representative of the actual reality on a global basis. Admittedly, David, you've already, and I'm quite impressed that you were able to recite the dozen jurisdictions that the pulse survey sort of touched, but which is already quite impressive. But this is just a pulse survey, and there's a lot more work to be done, and perhaps maybe it's a more systematic approach to really get the evidence that we need to enable the board to make an assessment of let's say, the strategies to address the problem, as we said. That's number one. Number two, in terms of the statistics, yes, it is a matter of concern as we read it from the outcome of the pulse survey. If I say it, it's almost 40% of professional accountants, not even the non-PAs, but just professional accountants, within the 35% of PAs who responded to the first survey, 4 out of 10 indicated that they are not aware that they are subject to a code of ethics or they are unsure. And that is really concerning. That is really concerning. And to Chana's point, this is pointing to a gap. But to my mind, the issue is, or the challenge for the board is to define that gap, because one maybe it's too easy an answer to say, well, there's a problem with education. And maybe we would put the PAOs on the spot because the education remit is for them. It's their remit. But maybe there's more to it than meets the eye. And I think we need to peel a bit of the layers of the onion here, really to understand why there is, first of all, what is this gap? How do we define it? And how is it arising? And it may be that for those professional accountants who responded to the first survey, maybe they're not even a member of a PAO that is a member of IFAC, because our code only applies to IFAC member bodies. It doesn't apply, there are certain accounting organizations, accounting bodies that are not members of IFAC. And if there are CFOs, PAs who are members of those other bodies, they may not be subject to our code. So that's one. So we need to understand a bit of what's happening on the ground and be able to really be very clear as to what the gap is. Related to this, the gap, as we are saying it, is speaking to an issue that perhaps is beyond what this board will be able to resolve on its own. And what this is saying is this may well take a village to address. It is going to need more than just IESBA coming up with changes to the code or non-authoritative material or whatever it might be. It is going to require partnerships, collaborations, but importantly, the start of a conversation with all of those villagers who belong under the tent to really understand what is happening, what is the gap, and what are the strategies for us to address that gap. And that connects me to the other issue that we have been mindful about and we've been reminded about, and I go back to the IFAC summit. And the challenge that's been put across to this board is, well, as you're starting to contemplate a new work stream that potentially could lead to a project or whatever action you might want to take, IESBA, be very clear what the public interest issue you are trying to address and how significant it is. So building that narrative and explaining to stakeholders why this is important, why it is important in the public interest to dedicate the resources to deal with it is going to be very critical. So building that storyline is going to be very important. Maybe I touch on Luigi's challenge here, which is essentially a question for this board, is the code fit for purpose? And if I understood your question, Luigi, your question was more in the context of the scope of the code, because I think you were really referring more to the non-PAs in the sense that the code actually doesn't cover the non-PAs, and in fact the vast majority of the CFOs are the non-PAs. They're outside of, they're not called by the code, in other words. And maybe Rich was raising a bit of the sort of the counter argument here, which is that, well, is it really a valid question to ask, recognizing that the code up until now has been a code for professional accountants? It is a valid question in the sense that, yes, in a broader public interest, it is right to ask, does it make sense when there are a group of professionals who are undertaking the same responsibilities and performing the same roles, but one subgroup is subject to a code but not another? It is a matter of the public interest. When it comes to this board, it is not necessarily an indictment of this board that it's failed its duty, because the terms of reference to the board is you are setting standards for professional accountants. So there is this broader question of the remit of the code and the role of the board, and this is a broader discussion. But that said, it is also a valid question to ask as to whether the code is fit for purpose, in the sense that if indeed It is addressing professional accountants, and in fact, if really those PAs who responded to the post survey were essentially responding that they are not aware that there is a code they're subject to, or they're not even sure, is the code fit for purpose even for that subgroup? In other words, are the standards drafted in a way that is touching them? And that's a fair question to ask. And I think that's, maybe we should put that on the table as well to consider. And finally, I would just remind the board that as we are going forward and having those conversations with the profession at large, the PAOs and the individual PAs, we will hear inevitably that concern expressed again about the level playing field. And the concern, especially that we've heard time and again from the PAOs about more standards coming the way of the profession. And the concern that as more and more standards come out, essentially we're scaring away the professional accountants, and the PAOs essentially are losing members because there are more standards, there are more requirements to the members. So not to say that there's any level of validity in that concern, but it is a concern that we've heard time and again, and but it is something that the board should have in mind as it considers engagement with stakeholders, because I'm very sure we will hear of that sort of reaction, let's say, from the profession.
Okay, Ken, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ken. So I think that we had very good comments to kick off this project and this discussion. John, if you're satisfied with what you heard, you can move on to the next.
Okay, so then we just obviously wanted to go on to the draft terms of reference. Just quickly go through this. Sorry, it's stuck. Just quickly go through the objectives. So the first one obviously is around gathering information on the evolving role, so private and public sector, and obviously the ethical challenges faced by the PAIBs in that regard. The project team also proposed in respect to the scope, sorry about that, it keeps going back, okay. In respect to the scope, that the focus of the work stream would be on CFOs and other senior PAIBs in equivalent roles in the public sector. Back to Mark's point earlier, we recognise that such roles might have different or various titles, and this obviously came up in the Pulse survey as well. So we propose that the workstream addresses the most senior PAIB within an organisation's finance function. So that could be the CFO, finance director, controller, chief administrative officer, or some other title. Again, whilst not focusing on PAIBs, because obviously the code, as this discussion has mentioned, is focused on the profession, we do anticipate that there is a need to ensure that we examine the landscape in which many CFOs' roles are undertaken by non-PAs. So we do propose within the terms of reference around collecting information around non-PAs in terms of where they're in these roles, the proportion of them non-PAs doing these roles, and potentially around how their ethical expectations align with those of PAs, sort of to your point, Christelle, as well, and then back to your point, Ken, around whether there is a level playing field. And again, like the survey indicates, and as we've sort of talked about anecdotally, we think it's around that 50% thereabouts, but obviously we need to get more evidence and more broad evidence to determine if that is the case. And then this does align back to the SWP, where the intention was that this work stream would inform any future work stream for the board in terms of whether around expanding the impact of the code beyond PAs. So it's not an intention to bring the non-PAs in at this point, but we think it's really important to make sure we understand fully the landscape so that the board is fully informed about what the risks are from that public interest perspective. So we propose to explore, via research and stakeholder engagement, whether the current provisions of the code adequately support and provide sufficient ethical guidance to the CFOs to address these new or potentially new ethical implications and challenges that result from the evolving role. As I mentioned at the start, it's really important that we obviously incorporate within that analysis the more recent amendments to the code around role and mindset, technology, tax planning, sustainability and experts. But also another important aspect of that we think is whether the interconnectedness of those provisions, because they're amongst various different sections, so that's an important aspect, is whether it's actually understandable and easy to follow. So we might want to consider that as well. Back to the point that was made earlier, I think it was Tamoya, there's not an intention that there will be a change to the code, it's just to assess whether the code is fit for purpose and whether it's adequate and it's providing sufficient ethical guidance. And another part of that consideration would be whether non-authoritative material would be more beneficial, so that would be all part of that to assist us in developing a final report and recommendation to the IESBA. Sorry, just back on this one quickly. So we're proposing this to do, and this comes back to exactly that point, proposing to do it in phases. So in terms of phase 1, the idea would be to do that desktop research into relevant literature and resources so we get a more in-depth understanding of the role and the resultant ethical challenges as a result of that. Explore the potential to commission academic research. So we have actually had already a number of conversations with some academics around doing initially a literature review to see what is out there already. We're not sure if there will be a significant amount, and then we would consider whether there is a gap and whether further research might be required to be undertaken. Obviously then we want to engage with relevant experts and stakeholders, both informally and informally, and that's sort of set out in the stakeholder engagement plan, so I don't intend to go into that in any detail considering the sort of the time considerations here. But it would involve, we want to undertake roundtables in Q1 next year in particular, some in-person ones potentially, and also some online roundtables, so as we can capture a broad coverage of the stakeholders that we want to cover. Part of that too is, as we're going through the process, is whether we need to consider issuing any communication as we're going around, obviously, what the work that we're doing and raising the awareness, all that sort of thing as well. So yeah, the plan is quarterly updates to the board, Q4 and Q1 next year to do those face-to-face and virtual outreaches. To have a draft report to the board by Q2 2026 with draft report, preliminary recommendations, and then a final report and recommendations by Q3 next year. And then phase 2, obviously that would be determined by the work of phase 1 and obviously the agreement of the IESBA in terms of whether it would move forward, for example, whether it would move forward into a project or a standard setting project, or if it's non-authoritative material, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's it. So I'll pause there, unless, David, if you wanted to add anything more on the terms of reference. But otherwise, yeah, we'll pause and seek the board's comments on the draft terms of reference that was circulated as agenda item 3A.
Thank you, John. Many comments. Christelle, please.
I had one question and one suggestion. One question is, I read that in the relevant experts, stakeholders, etc., we expect to work or to have input from the IFAC PAIB advisory group, and I was wondering if, just like we had their input on the level of implementation of the code in some countries, etc., they have run or not studies to have an understanding of the jurisdiction status of the PAs versus non-PAs exercising high responsibilities in the business. So it is a question, because maybe they have some resources and interest also. And my suggestion was, do we see, I put it in a question, do we see some value to continue to partner with CFO organizations? Because it's not expressed in the terms of reference, but I think whatever we end up, is it sharing recommendations with them for their constituents, or having some action on the code scope, whatever it ends for, we need them to go deeper and have some additional input and relay. Yeah, so, and it's not expressed like that. I wonder if you put them into other professional organizations with an access to the topic, which is an understatement for me.
Thank you. I'll answer that question, but we can certainly make it more explicit in the terms of reference. They're under experts. So by definition, if you're going to get CFO context, the expert is the CFO, because they give you that context. But we'll make that more clear. We'll put it in brackets, or we'll just explicitly state it. And about IFAC, I can't answer that, but certainly that'll be something that we look at with respect to what they do have. And if they have something, we'll use it. If they don't, then we move on.
IFAC, then we have had initial engagement with them, but we haven't asked that specific question, but we can certainly ask that. We've already, they're going to do an update actually at their 30th September meeting on terms of what we're intending to do, and then we're hoping to have a in-depth session with them in probably November, it looks like, or late October with the whole group. So we can, certainly raise that as part of that process.
Okay, thank you, John, David, Christelle. Sungnam, please.
Yes, I have one, I endorse the draft TOR, but I have one observation to make. It appears to me that there is a little bit of a disconnect between Section B, objectives, and Section D, approach. In order to enhance completeness, I'm of the view that Section D needs to include the 2 points addressed in Section B, small b and small c, such as review the extant provisions in Part 2 and 3 and consider further enhancement. And secondly, consider commissioning NAM based on the project team's research outreach and enhancement. That's because I understand that the outcome of these 2 activities is included in the final report with recommendation. Thank you.
Sunam, I don't know if David or John want to respond. You don't need to, I'm just giving you the opportunity. Okay, I'll take the comment. Thank you. Mark.
I'm happy to support the proposed terms of reference with one addition, and that is I think we should carry on doing further work to better understand the CFO population, and that is, as I've listened to colleagues around the table, the idea that only 35% of them might be PAs seems to be incredible. So I think we should do either some further surveying, or we should try and get some further insight, because if we're starting from a premise that I think there are some skeptical faces around this table, that's the balance, then we should try and find out better information.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I think that we need to be sure about that, but to be frank, from what I have been hearing, namely from Accountancy Europe and other things, maybe the number is not far from the reality, but we'll see. I don't know. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the number, I would say in the U.S. that does not surprise me, because I think there's real impediments in the U.S. that if you're in one of those roles to be a PA. licensing requirements that bring you into certain oversight, just something as silly as CPE, which we would all probably agree is important, but the oversight and management of having to get continuing education, and sometimes in multiple jurisdictions, I think just creates real barriers. And there's legal liability issues. I mean, even just displaying your CPA certificate if you're not licensed can bring significant financial penalties to you. So I think there's actually within some organizations a suggestion that you do not be a PA, that you don't keep a license, and that you withdraw from active participation as a PA. So I am not really shocked by these numbers, at least from my experience in the US. I would also say that is we're going through this fact-finding part of the project, what I think is really important as we're thinking about this non-PA group is, we can describe all we want, but without some level of oversight and or enforcement, then it just becomes a conceptual conversation. And so I think it would be interesting to know, one, assuming that what I've just represented about the US is in fact accurate, but finding what those impediments are in various jurisdictions to being a PA, to see if, well, maybe there's mechanisms to overcome those hurdles, and or is there in fact some sort of oversight / enforcement mechanism in those jurisdictions that may apply to non-PA, so at least we have an understanding what that lens looks like. Some years ago, and it has been quite a while, I did participate quite a bit with AICPA in their enforcement of the AICPA code, and I will tell you, trying to enforce the code for PAIBs is incredibly difficult to do for a variety of reasons, and so I think sort of understanding what that landscape might look like from an enforcement perspective would be, I think, very helpful and informative to us as you move into a sort of a recommendation. The last thing is just a very minor comment. I think we've talked a lot about looking at PAs or CFOs in public sector. I think there's a paragraph, and it might be in 11, it refers to both public and private sector, and I just want to clarify that the focus is on public sector. I don't need a response, but just wanted to raise that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes, David, quickly, if you don't mind.
Really quickly, so Sunam, comment fair. We'll go ahead and we'll make any changes necessary for your comment. Mark, to yours, they're already built in through outreach roundtables, so they'll absolutely be included, and there could be a more extensive survey as well. We're looking at different options, so that'll be part of the third line that's on that draft terms of reference. And Nancy, your comment is absolutely right, and I think it comes back to what Ken said earlier. Two things. One is we really have chosen purposely to understand the landscape first before we start trying to figure out what are we slicing and dicing and how. So let's first get an understanding of the universe, and then we'll figure the next step out. But I think Ken is right, it's going to take a village. No matter what we do, it's going to take a village. And I know we can't solve everything, and I don't think we should suppose we can solve everything. But we can certainly start to influence the dialogue, and we can certainly make sure that we do the right thing relative to what the board agrees to do. And I think that's how we'll approach it.
Thank you, David. So we are running a little bit late, so I will kindly ask the next board members to be as focused as possible, and I think that the next was Rich.
Can you hear? Yeah. So in paragraph 5, this I think is a scope question, and it's a little bit built off of Mark's earlier comments. It says we're going to review the evolving role of CFOs, including those in positions within the public sector. The first sentence, and then a couple sentences down, it says we'll also gather information about non-professional accountants in CFO or equivalent roles. My observation is that because of the strategic expansion of the CFO role, the individuals often hold titles that don't say CFO. And so I think we need to address that somehow in terms of the kind of role we're focused on. I'm fine with including the public sector too, but I think you're going to find that there are people who have titles that don't you know, they have the responsibility with different titles based on organizational structure. And so I think we may need to think about how we describe the role, the position, the most senior financial position. Then I wasn't sure secondly, what the answer was to Mark's question about what about people who have in large organizations, have CFO roles in divisions, et cetera, and you don't have to answer that at this point from that standpoint, but those were my observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Rania, please.
So I just wanted to say, I mean, I won't repeat the point on, you know, the CFO as a title. I mean, I think it's a very relevant point. I mean, you might have people who have the function, but not the title per se. This is one thing. I think that concerning the issue of, you know, the percentages of PAs versus non-PAs, I think the percentage and the numbers will even be more disappointing if you factor in the public sector, because in I know for a fact that in the public sector, I mean, mostly accounting roles do not require any form of certification, so that is another issue. And on that note, I would say that perhaps you may want to consider, in your terms of reference, to look into the reasons why there is this gap, you know. I mean, you have this senior accounting function, but there are no requirements for any form of, you know, certification or qualification. I don't want to say certification, but necessarily a qualification. And could it be, is it perhaps potentially attributed to a misunderstanding or a misconception or perception of the accounting role within an organization? Because it seems to me, and this is one comment, you know, remember we were talking, Gabriela, yesterday, I told you, it seems to me that when we talk about the accounting function, the general perception is, you know, it goes to audit. And I mean, I noticed this even yesterday at the conference when, for example, we're talking about the role of accountants in fighting financial crime. Automatically, the discussion went towards auditors, whereas in my view, the role of accountants within the company have a much more significant role with regards to fighting financial crime. So what I would like to, I mean, invite the team to consider is potentially look into the reasons why there is no such requirement for accounting roles to have these types of, to be PAs, yeah, basically. So thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Sadia?
So maybe I can talk about the one that Rania was just speaking about. I actually think that in some jurisdictions, a lot of PAs are CFOs or hold these titles of senior professional accountants in business, and the PAO might have information on investigations or disciplinary hearings that they held, because after every financial breakdown, we ask who's the auditor, but there's a CFO or senior management involved that might have been a PA. So there might be case studies or data for us to discover what's these difficulties. I sympathize with the project team because it's hard to come up with a definitive scope. And that's what I'm a bit worried about this project, because we're talking about the role, and we're even saying it's not CFO now, it might be senior PA or IB, but we don't actually know what's the question we're trying to answer yet. We're just trying to figure out what's these different roles they play and what challenges they have in ethics. The other one that I have a concern about is that the stakeholder group might need a bit of education. They might need to be introduced to IESBA first and introduced to the code, because they might have relied on their entities' code of professional conduct, as we learned from the survey. So there might be a little bit more time before we get our primary audience. And my worry is that we have a lot of regulators, audit firms, thinking what the CFO role would be, but we actually have to hear from the primary audience on what their questions would be.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Paul, I had seen you, but okay, I see.
Thank you. I think if anything, just hearing the voices around the table, just trying to understand when you look at the stakeholder engagement plan and the entities scoped there, is there a view on who's missing in that kind of a list for us to build a much better, clearer picture of the lay of the land and the landscape? And then secondly, because this list could become very, very long unless we're very clear on what's our focus area. So what's the kind of the order of us agreeing this is what we're looking at? And then if that's what we're looking at, who should be included in this stakeholder engagement plan to make sure we're targeting that appropriately? Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So, no more comments? David and or John? Okay, so on my side, very quickly trying to wrap up because I think it's important as we start to be clear what we discussed, and I think there is a significant agreement around terms of reference. We had some good comments about some refinements that can be done, and we'll be back to this topic on Friday with the documents reviewed in the light of these comments, so I don't see any issue there. Just trying to recap the comments and where we are in terms of the mandate of this project or work stream, and the need for it and the public interest. So there is the question about is there a gap? And from the numbers and information that we have now, it seems that there is a gap that we may need to try to fill in. Is there a public interest? I think it's clear now that there is a public interest and an underlying public interest objective in this project. And then the questions are around the scope of the project, but also about the survey. But David clearly responded that this is a pulse survey, and we'll do a lot of other additional work to cover everything and everyone that we need to cover. Still, I think that this is already very a good indication of where this might take us, because you mentioned that this was distributed to probably 10 different or more, a significant number of jurisdictions. The number of responses is massive. 135, it's a lot for the IESBA. So we'll see, but of course we will keep on doing the job. Then on the profession agnostic, and I'm saying this word without saying it clear, because I think that whatever we are going to do and discuss, we should get rid of this expression. This expression was created by the Financial Stability Board for the sustainability standards, created a lot of noise, misunderstandings, etc. So we should immediately disconnect from this expression and find a different one, because we are not speaking about the same thing. Of course, the objective, the public interest, is similar or even the same. But I will challenge the working group, the project team, to come up with some expression for us to discuss this, wherever it takes us. On enforcement and the questions about enforcement, well, this is actually something that we will need to understand what exactly is happening. What I can tell you, I think it was Nancy who raised that, at least from the capital markets authorities, in terms of listed firms, there is enforcement, there is oversight, and there is enforcement. It's a limited enforcement capacity, because it is what it is, but there is still some enforcement. The rest, what is out of this scope, I'm not sure, and we should understand exactly what it is. Then the title, CFO, not CFO, senior financial officer, or whatever, we will need to look at this as well to correctly and clearly scope the project. And this tension, or whatever we want to call it, between PAIBs, or accountants and auditors, and what goes on one side and what goes on the other side, and why the attention is immediately driven to auditors, as Rania was saying. Yesterday in the discussion around financial crime, it was obvious. While I agree that these professionals have at least the same responsibility and power, let's be clear, as auditors to do something in that respect. So a lot of meat for this project. So we will see on Friday what you will bring back. But I think it's an excellent start. And of course, Ken has already identified the topic for the next IESBA conference. He already committed to draft the background papers as well. And I believe that we will need, if it's in Portugal, we need to rent a stadium because the number of accountants and their appetite, which is true, for these kind of things, because they are much more left in the dark. They are alone. They don't have the same thing. So they are really willing to speak, understand, and have discussions. So of course, I'm kidding. We don't even know if there is going to be a second conference. I hope so, but anyway. So thank you very much. I'd like to ask Janine if Janine wants to close with some remarks on behalf of the PIOB, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this project is important to reinforce the ethical responsibilities under the Code of Ethics for professional accountants in business, including all latest revisions made to the Code of Ethics. That is often maybe not top of mind when you're a professional accountant in business, but there has been a number of revisions, including using work of experts and so on, that are also relevant in this space. The aspiration from a public interest perspective is, of course, that preparers of financial and sustainability information act ethically and in the public interest. But having said that, this is an aspirational way of thinking, and I think you all also are looking for, okay, we have now the professional accountants that have to comply with the code, but how do we deal with these roles, these people that have senior accountability in the preparer space, both financial and sustainability information, and how can we make sure that there are no gaps? And yeah, I think you all also came to the conclusion that obtaining a clear understanding about these gaps, whether there are any gaps and what they are, and the challenges that are there in the application of the code for those working in this area, and which real clear public interest issues there are to be addressed through this project. That is, of course, a first important step to explore all of this. And therefore, I think all the things you discussed, like doing more work in really get a better understanding through survey, again, maybe more targeted outreach with the particular stakeholders, roundtables, very good, of course, to get this targeted input is really key to be informed and to take good decisions and support, evidence-based decisions to continue with this project. And of course, there was also some reference in the papers to exploring the expansion of the code in the next phase of the project, after all the things I just spoke about, to others than PAs. And there, I think it's very important to have a thorough identification and consideration of risks and benefits of such expansion. That will be very important, because that's, of course, it's in a future stage of this project that you're gonna maybe discuss this and decide on this. But that's, of course, also what you said, Chair, on those things. That has a lot of implications also. The decisions are at the jurisdictional level with the governments in the jurisdictions also. And there is also this comments on corporate governance codes that also need to be explored, I think. That I've also thought that was a good suggestion to get all the all the bits and pieces that are relevant for the board to take into consideration how to process with this project. But we think it's an important one to work on, because it's an important space, the whole in the reporting chain, both for financial reporting and sustainability reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. We are now concluding the first day of this board meeting. I think it was a very good first day, and I'm not saying that just to be kind. It was really a very productive and inspiring day of discussions, which positions us very well to advance the two projects that we addressed today, FCG and CFO. So hopefully tomorrow we will regroup here with the same inspiration and the same energy to discuss the CIVs in the morning, and then the sustainability profession agnostic project for the equivalent to part 4B of the code. And then we will follow with other things in the afternoon. So have a nice evening. Enjoy the rest of the light of the day and in Lisbon. And we'll see you here tomorrow at 9 as usual. Thank you very much.